blessings. What you say? I just blessings. Okay, blessings. Yes, yeah. I'll be your blessings. Blessings. Over and over again. I just blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessings. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be a blessing. Even when I'm stressing, I'll be your blessings. I'm taking every lesson as a blessing to increase my abaya. Me a blessing, I'll be your blessings. Every breath is a blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. From me have mouth for talk, that a blessing. I'm have foot for walk, another blessing. Me in the outline with chalk, add up the blessings. And me heart no dark, cause of the blessing. Cause me know who bless me, and who not left me. When me wrong, me know who correct me. Through the valley of the shadow of death, yeah, take me. And then him bless me. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Genesis 12 and 2. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing.
Peace and blessings, everyone. Peace and blessings, everyone. Welcome to the live stream. Welcome to the live stream. All right. Tonight's lesson, very good one. All right, hold on. Let me get myself together. My mic is straight. Let me see. I'm centered over here in the stream. All right. My head is not chopped off. Okay. All right. Let's get started. Let me invite my guests, my brothers and sisters in the building. Invite guests. Copy. Close that. Come to the chat. Peace and blessings to the chat. Please give a like as you come in the building, if you don't mind, so others can find out we live. It's going to be a very important lesson tonight, a very deep lesson. I know a lot of you might have know some of the details, but y'all know I'm always going to bring something y'all didn't see before. You know, we're always going to bring exclusives on this channel. So go come share screen, window, you know. I don't like I'm all big on the screen. Let me get me all big off the screen. There we go. All right, let me see what the thumbnail. Y'all got the thumbnail? All right, there you go. The thumbnail. Now, let me let my brother in the building. Peace and blessings, Tommy Yah. Shout out to Oakland, California in the building. All right. We're going to get started. Now, I'm not sure. They're probably going to shadow ban the mess out of this live tonight, because what I was seeing from all of the other, I could close. Oh, that's right. That finished downloading, right? So I can close that. Let me close my things, because I was working on this all the way until we went live. So I apologize. That's why I'll be a little bit late sometime, because I still be working, putting this together all the way to the minute that we go live. Then I gotta run in there, brush my teeth, hurry up, wash your face down, you know, try to come back and teach this lesson. All right, so now I closed all of that. Bang, I got that. All right, let me come back to y'all. All right, so here we go. All right, peace and blessings everyone in the building. Tonight's live stream, very, y'all know, some of y'all know about the Karmelo Anthony. He went to court. This was day 3 today, right? So a lot of breaking events and breaking news happened in day 2. I'm quite sure most of y'all probably saw some of the crazy clips and stuff, right? I had it nice and early, but unfortunately, I don't go live until late at night. So most people already put out the stuff, but y'all know we got exclusives others didn't have. All right, so the thumbnail says, I'll lick his BLOOD, the KKKILLED. So, Karmelo Anthony case, the devil in the details, dividing America. Y'all already know these narratives, these cases are doing divides in the American public. And I think the puppet master is the powers that be, the serpent seeds, the 1%, not these other crash outs on either side. I'm talking about the one who rule and who want to divide us against one another as they continue their 2030 agenda and to enslave us all. All right, so I see the bigger narrative behind it, but it is what it is. Now, one thing I'm gonna point out, y'all know this house, we hold all things accountable. We're not favoriters of men, and we're gonna call out righteous on all sides and unrighteousness on all sides. Now, this was a shocking twist in the Karmelo Anthony case, okay? Now, I was very interested to watch as I was doing my edits. I'm looking, I said, I want to see how these other content creators, how they handle this narrative, how they handle what came out in the court case, to see the difference between those who truly want to see truth, regardless to narrative or color of skin or nation of people, for those who's diligently seeking truth over lies and want true justice. So it was very interesting that I seen a lot of them looking very uncredible, meaning if you are a man or woman, or if you're a content creator or a platform, and you stand in spirit and in truth, then you need to stand with it regardless. You need to call out unrighteousness no matter where it lies. And tonight, we're going to see. We're going to divide, and I want to see what y'all think. And I also got some exclusives. Shout out to Leslie, shout out to Puerto Rico, brother Leslie in the building. Shout out to everybody coming in the building. Please give a like as you come in the building to let others know that we live. It's 88 on the live stream so far. We're going to go right in. Shout out to Delara Shah. We going somewhere, Delara Shah. All right, let's go. Tonight going to get kind of crazy. You might get in your feelings. Get out your feelings. I already know probably some of the crash outs going to come in here a little bit later. Y'all know the racist ones, y'all know the crash outs, you know, they're going to come here, those racists, they're going to probably just spewing all type of racism. So I'm already ready. You know what I mean? Y'all get on ready, get, you know, put your big boy clothes on. You understand? So they're going to come in and they're going to try to say, shout out to Yana 360. They're going to try to say all type of racist, mean stuff to try to hurt our feelings and hurt our spirits. But the devil's a lie. I'm rubber, you glue. Bounce off me, stick right back to you. Right? I don't care. That's a little kid saying, I don't care. The Bible says we ought to stay as, we ought to stay as youth. You know what I mean? Keep your vibrancy. All right, let's go. Don't let these devils, whatever side they on, don't let them taint your spirit. Don't let them make your light turn dark. They want to turn your light dark light. You know, they want to put your light out. Nah, don't let nobody put your light out. Even these narratives, these cases can infect your spirit. So I got some stuff I'm going to show tonight. Some stuff going to be kind of heavy. You know what I mean? I got some exclusive stuff. You understand? Going to be kind of heavy, but I'm going to bring some balance, right? I'll bring a little laughter in just to bring some balance. So tonight, let's go. We're going to get started. The first video clip of the night. All right? Karmelo Anthony case. The devil in the details. Dividing America. We might not get too far through the shadow ban tonight because I did notice that the Karmelo Anthony clips, nobody is really getting a lot of views. I'm not sure what's happening, if the algorithm of the system is just suppressing anything going on with the Karmelo Anthony thing, but most channels who start covering it, they're suppressing a lot of the views. All right, but let's go. We're going to bring it out anyway. All right, here we go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We're going to race to the video. We're going to get into the first video clip of the night. All right, here we go. Let me grab it. Let go. First video clip of the night. Let me come to y'all. Bang. Move that. Let me go to stop share. Let me go to share screen. Here we go. Here we go. Children of the Most High of every nation, kid your tongue and people. Let's expose all this darkness. Let's go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Let go. Karmelo Anthony case, the devil's in the details. Dividing America.
First, still waiting on a ruling. Day number 2 of critical testimony in convicted murderer Karmelo Anthony's push for a retrial. We're going to update you on where things stand at this very hour. As we begin on this Friday at 5, a judge in Collin County is still hearing testimony as we go on the air. Admittedly, this hearing is taking maybe a little longer than initially expected based on what we had heard, but at stake, a possible new murder trial for Karmelo Anthony. Either way the judge rules, whichever he decides, it will still probably have a significant impact on how some perceive the justice system here in the state of Texas. J.D. Miles, live for us, Collin County Courthouse. Mentioned you obviously have stepped out for us here. Where do things stand right now? What's going on inside?
Doug, there were very few court watchers here outside the Collin County Courthouse, a sign that many of them seem to believe that the judge will not issue a ruling at the end of today's proceedings. We heard from 2 attorneys on the witness stand today who happen to be best friends in real life, but on opposite sides of the case. And at one point, things got heated between them over the issue of what...
Now, did you hear what he just said? That was a very key point. Now we going somewhere. I got something very exclusive about the case and about the trial, about the courtroom. All right, we're gonna walk it on down. We're getting this started right now. Let's go. But did y'all hear what he said? He said 2 best friends on either side of the case. Hold on, let me go back and let y'all hear it again.
Best friends in these proceedings. We heard from 2 attorneys on the witness stand today who happen to be best friends in real life, but on opposite sides of the case. And
did y'all hear that? Everybody listen. We heard from 2 opposite attorneys, the defense and the prosecution, who happen to be best friends in real life. Now, y'all listen clearly. I'm not sure of the legalities of that situationship. You understand? But to me, it sounds like a conflict of interest. Now, I'm not sure if legally, under the statutes of the law, that constitutes a conflict of interest, but it should. I think there need to be some amendments to the law if that's not the case. Because how can a defense attorney and a prosecution attorney be best friends and you think that there's not going to be some bias or some talk? They're best friends. So how can they really truthfully, unbiasedly serve their clients when they're best friends? You see? And that's why they made this gentleman's agreement. So some of y'all might have heard that there was this gentleman's agreement that they made not to bring up the histories of the 2 young men, right? And so people are speculating, and everybody, even the professionals, are like, there shouldn't be no gentleman agreement going on outside of the public. But this happened between these 2 attorneys, the prosecution and the defense, who are best friends. Thank you, Sister Phyllis Richards, for the super sticker. Thank you so much, daughter of Yah. Humbly received the donation. Everybody, that's a conflict of interest right off the rip. All right, it's going to get funky. We're going to get to the details. We're going to get to the crazy. And I got exclusives that ain't nobody did yet. I ain't seen nobody do yet. We're going to walk this through too. We're going to go in the courtroom in a minute and we're going to walk it on out. Okay? So I got to get there. We're going to let the video clips get there. But I just want to point out right off the rip, that's a conflict of interest. So the DA and the prosecutor are best friends. All right, let's continue.
At one point, things got heated in real life, but we heard from two attorneys on the witness stand today who happen to be best friends in real life, but on opposite sides of the case. And at one point, things got heated between them over the issue of whether or not Karmelo Anthony received a fair trial. Karmelo Anthony returned to the courtroom today where he sat beside his defense attorneys who continued to...
Sorry, I needed a drink of water. Pause it right there. Everybody, did things really get heated between them? Or is that a show? Is that a play for the court? Because they're best friends, right? They really, they got no interest in the, Karmelo or the people in the right. They get money. So they do this all the time. So all this, it got heated. So you mean to tell me they faked like they were having discrepancies against one another with their gentleman's agreement outside of the law, that they agreed to something that should be illegal. Okay? So you're going to miss me with this fake, argument like they had a real strong disagreement. Sorry, not buying that. But let's continue.
Received a fair trial.
Yeah, that is how they work, Tommy. Because the judge be best friends, and that's why money is what really matters in the law, in the judicial system. So when I had my case, because the first case, because I was rich, I had enough money, I paid $100,000. You understand? And they had to prove where it came from and everything. Took it to the Supreme Court, right? But I had a lawyer team, and guess what? My superstar lawyer team, the head lawyer, he took me to a Supreme Court judge that he played golf with, right? It's just, so it's like, the man, please. We talking about America. This America. You understand? If you're looking for some justice and some equal justice under the law, and like everything is just going to be equality and justice for the people. No, mammon rules this world. Money rules. You heard that part? Okay? And then, first of all, green rules. Well, blue rules, the blue blood, right? The serpent seeds that got blue blood, the reptilians. The blue rules, first of all, the blood. Then next that rules is their god Mammon, green, money. And then you come down to the other races and colors of skin. Most people, if you don't know that, you really don't know America 101 or global politics, world domination 101. You understand? It's blue blood first, reptilian, Anunnaki, fallen angel first. That's what they serve in this dark second world that was given to the devil Hasatan for a time. Somebody done told y'all wrong. You understand? That part. So they rule first, then green. That means wealth, power, wealth and money and the power. That rules second, and then it drops down to the class, the racist systems that they built up, the structures. You understand? So anyway, let's continue. So you're right, Tommy, y'all. The whole thing is out of order. The whole thing is a big hoodwink. It's all about who got the money and the power. Now you get somebody in there with that reptilian blue blood, it's a wrap. They won't even make it to court. See, that's how you know they own the courts and stuff, right? But anyway, let's continue. So these lawyers is acting like they really the best friends, and they trying to cover this case and acting like they got a problem. All right, let's go.
Over the issue of whether or not Karmelo Anthony received a fair trial. Karmelo Anthony. The issue of whether or not Karmelo Anthony received a fair trial. And at one point, things got heated between them over the issue of whether or not Karmelo Anthony received a fair trial. Karmelo Anthony returned to the courtroom today where he sat beside his defense attorneys, who continued to present their case that his murder trial was so unconventional, the guilty verdict and 35-year prison sentence should be thrown out. The witness they used to prove that point was Toby Shook, one of Anthony's trial attorneys, who told the judge that prosecutors put them in a corner.
So this is crazy, guys. They're talking about their best friend. So they're trying to make us believe that it got heated and they said he didn't get a fair trial and you didn't do that while we was just kicking it. You know, we was on the phone on the way into the court. I'm washing up, you on the phone. So what we gonna do today? Well, we're gonna do this and do this. All right, so I'm gonna say, yo, you out of order, and I'm gonna say you out of order, and I'm gonna say I don't like you, you punk, and I'm gonna say you're a punk, and we gonna fight, and we gonna play it. Okay, so then we gonna do this, and then what we gonna do after? We going McGillicuddy's, and we gonna drink some bourbon, right? We going golfing or we going trout fishing? You're like, yeah, we got to meet up at McGillicuddy's and then we going to go to trout fishing and we going to, you know what I mean? Come on, man. Come on, guys. Come on, snap out of it. We got to snap out of it. We understand this justice system this thing is a joke. This is a kangaroo court, all right? But let's continue. This whole thing is a kangaroo court.
They used to prove that panel, the guilty verdict and 35-year defense attorneys who continued to present their case that his murder trial was so unconventional, the guilty verdict and 35-year prison sentence should be thrown out. The witness they used to prove that point was Toby Shook, one of Anthony's trial attorneys, who told the judge that prosecutors put them in a corner. Shook says the plan was for Anthony to take the stand in his own defense, but that prosecutors were going to severely limit what he could be asked because of a private gentleman's agreement not to bring up anything from the backgrounds of the defendant or the victim. Both sides made the agreement because Metcalf and Anthony have troubled histories of violent behavior. Anthony's background, which CBS News Texas first revealed.
All right, this gonna get crazy. I know y'all see it. Shout out to Sister Virginia over on Facebook and Sister who else is over there on Facebook? Somebody else. Eliza Yah over on Facebook. All right, now the crazy work. So you hear him saying that the case should be overturned and all this stuff, and he didn't get proper justice, and they fighting with one another, but they down with one another. But anyway, a lot of stuff got spilled from this gentleman's agreement, right?
To be asked because of a private gentleman's agreement not to bring up anything from the backgrounds of the defendant or the victim. Both sides made the agreement because Metcalf and Anthony have troubled histories of violent behavior. Anthony's background, which CBS News Texas first revealed publicly last night, was read in the courtroom when the state presented its case.
All right, so a lot of us got to find out that Karmelo wasn't as squeaky clean as we thought, all right? A real man or woman of the Most High will admit when they made a mistake or an error. So I didn't have any information. Only information we had was, his he saved a young boy from a child from drowning. He helped out the Special Olympics, special needs people, right? He used to fight bullies. So we heard all the good squeaky stuff. So I can admit I was wrong, right? And only a righteous, wise man or woman will admit their wrongs, admit their truth. Admit your truths, admit your wrongs, and repent and correct your errors, right? Now, come to find out, he wasn't as squeaky clean as we thought. Now I know some people on these content creators and internet creators, they were kind of glossing over this and acting like, no, it ain't true. We don't believe nothing. But these are the actual phone records. We're going to, y'all probably seen it already, but I had it before it was out, but I couldn't go live till late tonight. So some of y'all might have seen it, but I got stuff you haven't seen, right? But anyway, so these are pictures and stuff in his phone. Karmelo likes the blickies and stuff. I'm like, wow, a little shocked. I'm not going to lie. I was a little shocked, right? It is what it is. Now, we heard a little bit about the Metcalf boys' history, right? Because their history was so out there, right? Because all the schools students and the cheerleaders and stuff, right? They've been doing their mess, so their mess was really out there. So a lot of the Metcalf's history of them being bullies and thugs, really, right? That was kind of leaked already, but we didn't know anything about Karmelo. I think what I think now from what I think they were both, it was two sides of thugs. Okay. I think Karmelo was bad about it and those Austin boys was bad about it. And I think they just honestly messed with the wrong one. Now I know people ain't going to like that, but I think they really ran up on the wrong one. You understand? We're going to see, and I'm going to let y'all decide, and we're going to see all the facts on both sides, right? And I got some exclusives that's going to come. But I think they just effed around and found out, right? That's why you need to be righteous and stop messing with people, right? Because you never know who you mess with the wrong person. You understand? You run up on the wrong person and you mess around and find out. And that's what looking like what happened. You understand? So now you got people on the other side. See, here's a thug and he did it. And he still defended himself because he was being jumped. I see that too. So you can't erase that it was 6 boys, the big boy club, and they were known as thugs. We're going to see that. And even though he was a thugger, and he had some issues. I didn't realize the boy had some issues too, but they ran up on the wrong one. You understand? And that's the problem. Righteousness, the Most High calls us to be righteous, and we treat everyone with respect. You understand? And righteousness, we are to defend ourselves, but we are not to be what? Bullies or antagonizers or provokers or, so I think they ran up on the wrong one, and it didn't go the way it used to go when they run up and mess with people and bully them. All right, let's continue. Now, let's go. I'm going to let it play for a minute. All right. Here we go. There were the 2 thugs. There were some thugs. They ran up on a little thug. I didn't know Karmelo was a thug. I thought he was just a good a good little young boy. Yeah. Karmelo had some issues, but let's continue.
Defendant or the victim. Both sides made the gentleman's agreement, not to bring up anything from the backgrounds of the defendant or the victim.
Now, the reason why these 2 best friend lawyers did this fake gentleman's agreement, right? Shout out to TikTok Challenge, right? It's because they knew that, now, honestly, this is a crazy one, and y'all going to see. I think that it would have hurt Karmelo more than it would have hurt the Metcalf boys. You know why I say that? Because they're still in Texas, and it's still basically an all-white jury. You understand? So even though if the 2 lawyers, the 2 best friends, didn't keep both of their histories out of the evidence, if they didn't have that fake gentleman's agreement crap, and all the history of the Metcalf boys being racist bullies and Karmelo kind of being a little unhinged, because that's what it looks like, right? I think personally it would have went against Karmelo's favor, right? Because they would have seen the boys is race and everything, but he's black, and oh my goodness, he's talking about licking blood off a knife, and it would have, that's what I personally think as an elder. So the 2 lawyers making this gentleman's agreement to keep both histories out of the courtroom. And now we kind of can understand why Karmelo didn't testify, right? But this is all a mess, but we're going to go there. All right, let's continue. All right.
Gentleman's agreement, not bring up anything from the back. Because of a private gentleman's agreement not to bring up anything from the backgrounds of the defendant or the victim. Both sides made the agreement because Metcalf and Anthony have troubled histories of violent behavior. Anthony's background, which CBS News Texas first revealed publicly last night, was read in the courtroom when the state presented its case. The only witness for the state was Bill Worski, who was acting as counsel in this hearing and also prosecuted Anthony in the murder trial. Worski laid out a history of high-profile trials that he's been involved in that he says were compromised by threats and outside agitators. He claims that warranted a murder trial that relied on pre-trial hearings in private, a tightly controlled courtroom, and a gentleman's agreement to keep the backgrounds of Anthony and Austin Metcalf out of public view. And once again, defense attorneys are cross-examining the lead prosecutor in this case, Bill Worski, who's on the stand himself defending the trial that he prosecuted. We don't know how long they're going to continue here, but it's likely things will wrap up hopefully within the next hour or so. In the last few minutes, Judge Michael Chitty released information saying he plans to review all this evidence and make a decision about whether or not Karmelo Anthony will get a new trial tomorrow. Live in McKinney, JD Miles.
All right. Shout out to Judge Chitty Bang Bang. We heard that Judge Chitty seems to be a good judge. We need more of that. So hopefully Judge Chitty, wades through this mess, you know what I mean? And get to, we got the roach out and the Chitty Bang Bang dudes seem to be cool, right? So that's all good. All right, so let's continue.
CBS News, Texas.
Okay, latest from the courtroom. JD, thanks so much. Gloves came off in a Collin County courthouse today. Defense attorneys went first, and they shared a disturbing history of violent behavior by Austin Metcalf. And it appears tomorrow is going to be no different. Our JD Miles tonight has a 75-page document that's going to be presented tomorrow, taking a deep look into Karmelo Anthony's past. It remains to be seen how his supporters will react tomorrow, but it was clear that they were pleased with what they heard in court today.
A day when evidence was presented showing Austin Metcalf's disturbing record of fights, bullying, and racist behavior. Karmelo Anthony was dressed in a suit and tie for this morning's hearing, which began with the defense arguing that efforts by the trial judge and prosecutors to combat threats and deal with disruptions actually prevented Anthony from getting an open and fair trial. But bombshell testimony came this afternoon from Anthony's trial attorney, Mike Howard, about Austin Metcalf's background report that was never presented to the jury. CBS News Texas has also learned new details about Austin Metcalf's background. Metcalf and his brother Hunter were once caught spray painting graffiti, including KKK Kill All Blacks and Heil Hitler, along with the N-word, and were sentenced to 12 months of juvenile probation. Records.
Okay, so we gonna get there, right? We doing the Metcalf boys, and then we gonna get to Karmelo. Okay, so see, this type of evidence is just like, come on, bro. Even the Karmelo stuff is crazy work, right? So that's why I'm like, bro, these are shout out to be in the building. I'm like, this is some thugger case. This case is a case of the thugs, right? Which thugs win? This is what it sounds like when the thugs come out and cry, right? So let's continue.
Including KKK Kill Brother Hunter were once caught spray painting graffiti, including KKK Kill All Blacks.
So these good old boys, right? They got caught spraying graffiti, KKK, unalive all blacks. That includes me. That includes some of y'all, right? So yeah, y'all gonna miss us with this, they were innocent and Karmelo was the bad guy and the thug, okay? Oh yeah, they were spray painting, okay. All right, let's continue.
And Heil Hitler, along with the N-word.
And Heil, little mustache dude. Yo, this crazy. So that goes, now come on, y'all already know upbringing. You understand? The apple don't fall too far from the tree. So if they're spraying KKK and the little mustache dude, Hail and the little mustache dude, that's that skinheads, Nazi, that's that real, that's that real deep rooted, that ain't the watered down, conservative in your little feelings, because your little jealousy, because you jelly belly, because of some of the swag of the culture of my people. No, that's that real, that's that deep rooted, that's that raised in it, Yeah, that's that. Thank you. That's that Aryan brotherhood. That's that AB life. You understand? Yeah. That's all day, every day. So I'm like, whoa, praying that. I'm from the hoodie hood, right? I used to get harassed by the cops, and we understood racism, but I ain't never spray painted unalive all white people and hail some. That's crazy. So, okay, so that says a lot. Especially they were young and doing this. All right, let's continue.
once caught spray painting graffiti, including KKK Kill All Blacks and Heil Hitler, along with the N-word, and were sentenced to 12 months of juvenile probation.
Oh, they put the N-word? Oh, shoot. So Kill All Blacks and the Iggers and the N-word and you know, and hell, the little mustache dude. All right, let's continue.
And were sentenced to 12 months of once caught spray painting graffiti, including KKK Kill All Blacks and Heil Hitler, along with the N-word, and were sentenced to 12 months of juvenile probation. Records reveal they reportedly told authorities, "We did some dumb stuff. We did some vandalism." There are several documented instances of Austin.
That's more than dumb stuff. That's more than vandalism. That should incite more than just 12 months of probation. That's dangerous. That's serial killers in the making. All right, let's continue.
Records reveal they reportedly told authorities, "We did some dumb stuff. We did some vandalism." There are several documented instances of Austin using racial slurs in school, and in 2023, Austin was accused of bullying a black student in class. In 2018, while still in elementary school, Austin and his brother were accused of bullying and assaulting a female, which led to his arrest. During an argument in 2024 with another female student, Austin allegedly knocked her to the ground and punched her in the stomach.
Now, we know from the mom, y'all remember when we did this case months ago, that the mom went on her little Clubhouse or TikTok or whatever. That's that platform I was talking about that they call in as Clubhouse. And she was explaining how, you know, they'll beat up, like she said, especially Hunter beat up a girl in a minute. You know what I mean? So again, so we know that the mom, validated this history, but let's continue.
Or with another female accused of bullying and assaulting a female, which led to his arrest. During an argument in 2024, Austin and his brother, a black student in class. In 2018, while still in elementary school, Austin...
Just so you know, I think they say he was around 10 years old when he did this one, beat the girl up.
And his brother were accused of bullying and assaulting a female, which led to his arrest. During an argument in 2024 with another female student, Austin allegedly knocked her to the ground and punched her in the stomach. He was also kicked out of a football game and texted someone later, "I was about to beat the expletive out of those kids."
Now, this is what this is what was kept out of court on their side, and we're going to hear Karmelo's side. Now, that incident when they said that he was 10 years old, he got arrested, like they got taken down to the system, but you know, as a juvenile, but again, that's like police contact and all this violence at this young age. So it's making that statement about them breaking their dad's arm. That looks much more credible now. Because I remember it came out before, but people try to say, no, that wasn't, they peeped the internet just making that up. But I don't know, it's looking a little more credible now, but let's continue.
Game and texted to the ground and punched her in the stomach. Were accused of bullying and assaulting a female, which led to his arrest. During an argument in 2024 with another female student, Austin allegedly knocked her to the ground and punched her in the stomach. He was also kicked out of a football game and texted someone later, "I was about to beat the expletive out of those kids." At a previous track meet, when another student alerted Austin that someone not on their team, quote, "behind our bench was talking wild," Austin reportedly replied, "Kill that MF."
See, now that's this generation, right? So, like, because, you know, they play violent video game, right? They use that KILL word and you can't take it lightly, though, with the generation. You get what I'm saying? So you can look at it like, yeah, he said, like, who says KILL? That, like, bro, that's like 0 to 1,000, like, no stop. That's like, what, bro, what do you mean? Right? It's one thing to say, yo, we're going to go whoop his ass. We're going to go beat him up. We're going to go, but KILL. Okay, let's continue.
Was talking with someone later, "I was about to beat the expletive out of those kids." At a previous track meet, when another student alerted Austin that someone not on their team, quote, "behind our bench was talking wild," Austin reportedly replied, "Kill that MF." During the 2023-2024 school year, he received in-school suspension twice. School disciplinary records from April 2022 to May 2024 revealed that Austin reportedly called a teacher the B word and used profanity. He told a school official that he couldn't control it and wasn't aware that it was coming out of his mouth.
All right, so everybody can get it. Teachers, girls, young, old, black, white, everybody can get it. He said he wasn't aware what was coming out of his mouth. So that could constitute maybe drug use, right? Which others said they was, they get high and stuff. Or, which I know definitely all this stuff is devil possession, right? I'm not aware what's coming out of my mouth because you're just one with this darkness. You understand? And you can't control it. Okay? So again, that maybe this should have been addressed when you was back 10 years old and doing all this stuff. But let's continue. We're doing the Metcalfs now. Then we're going to get to Karmelo.
He received in-school suspension twice. School disciplinary records from April 2022 to May 2024 revealed that Austin reportedly called a teacher the B word and used profanity. He told a school official that he couldn't control it and wasn't aware that it was coming out of his mouth. In 2024, on at least 5 occasions, Austin saw a counselor regarding his anger and rage during a football game. In 2021, he got banned from attending basketball games for a season after yelling profanity at a player. Metcalf also got suspended after he and another student were talking about bringing a gun to school the following day. But the never-before-released details of Anthony's early years in Louisiana.
I would look into that because that's usually what constitutes that serial killer behavior. They usually torture animals and stuff. But B, they were hunters. They hunted. You see? So that, no disrespect to my righteous white brothers and sisters, but in a lot of the white culture in America, they hunt and unalive animals. So, to me, that's cruelty to animals as well, right? I don't believe in all of that. That's wicked. You understand? So, yeah, these boys, they were hunters. You know what I mean? And so that also, guys, that unaliving, KILL and things like that, it builds what you call it. It builds immunity. Like you disassociate with unalivings when this is what you're used to. You see? Watch. Right? So that's why a lot of that culture, they'll unalive anything because they've been doing it since they was little. The Most High's children, the animals, innocent animals. So you become cold and you become, right? They numb to unaliving. You know what I mean? So they won't have compassion and stuff, especially if they see you as an animal, and they've been conditioned to see so-called black people as animals. Right? So look at them. So there you go, B. So again, so that's the thing I was saying on the other live stream when we was talking about, when we was talking about the police that left that Mississippi in Goodwin, Mississippi, right? And those little black kids was on the police car and they had guns. And I said, those teenagers shouldn't have guns. But nobody complains when these young white kids have all these guns. See? They call it hunting. Yeah, you end up being a hunter of flesh, of unaliving. So this is what makes you numb to be, the Bible says, thou shalt not kill, right? It does not say you just shall kill humans. It say you shall not, okay? But again, all right. Let's continue. So, all right, let's get back. I got some. Now we about to get this part. Shocked me when I first seen it. I know some of y'all seen it, but I got some stuff coming y'all ain't seen. Y'all know, Unc, I bring y'all exclusives. So here we go. So that was the crazy twins, because that's what they are. Those boys is dangerous. Okay, and they were some big boys. They was growing up to be bigger boys. You know what I mean? And they were straight Aryan AB. They AB, they straight, right? All right, so let's continue.
To the day of his arrest for murder, released details about bringing a gun to school the following day. But the never-before-released details of Anthony's early years in Louisiana up to the day of his arrest for murder are also disturbing. On the day that Karmelo Anthony would fatally stab Austin Metcalf, prosecutors say he sent this text message at 1 a.m., which said, quote, "I'm low-key on the verge," and then emphasized it. Later in the morning, on April 2nd, 2025, and hours before Anthony would kill Metcalf with a knife at a high school track meet, prosecutors say Anthony's girlfriend reported to a Centennial High School staff member that Anthony was engaging in stalking behavior, to include but not limited to driving by her home and refusing to allow her to end their relationship.
Now, that statement that a lot of people are pointing out, excuse me, that's rather shaky. So there's evidence that I think the Workorski dude or whatever went out to see the school official that she gave the statement to, but they kept it. They kept what happened, the conversation, to themselves. And his girlfriend never conceded to this. Okay? So, right now, again, I'm not about to make no excuse for nobody. We about to expose all this, but we do need to bring out facts of the case. Okay, what actually happened. So, the Karmelo Anthony's girlfriend, where they're saying, he stalked her and whatever it is that they're saying she said, she was in the courtroom with the mom in them, hugging them and everything. And then, so remember, that was supposed to be, I think they said the day before the incident happened, R.I.P. to Austin, the day before the incident happened, she's supposed to had made that statement about him stalking her, right? But then, right after the incident happened, she posted this. See? Karmelo Anthony, this post says Karmelo Anthony stalked her, yet this is what she chose to post right after he was found guilty of unaliving Austin, right? So all of that, he stalked her and she was scared for her life and all that, and they're supposed to be reportedly still together now. That's why she was in the courtroom with the parents and stuff, right? So yeah, it's like, I don't know what to do with that part, right? But we just need to bring out, right? So she posting this and she's still with him. So, but we got to understand as teenagers, you break up, you get back together and all that type of stuff. So, whatever. All right. So let's continue. Yeah, that don't add up at all. Okay. So let's continue. All right. So let's share screen. Bang. I knew they was going to shadow ban this because everybody's getting shadow banned with this case. So I'm like, okay. I kind of didn't want to do it. I should have just tricked them and did another topic and just brought it out. But it is what it is. We'll take this black eye tonight, right? We'll take this black eye. All right, let's continue. So that's what I realized. They blocking everybody. So I'm not taking it too personal, right? And they already, what's the name, my views. So our last live stream, we got, soon as we finished, we had 33,000 views, right? That was 3 days ago. Today I wake up, it says 32,000 views. I said, boy, I'm like, boy, what can you do, guys, right? I'm like, who I'm going to complain to, right? I sure enough ain't about to reach out to YouTube and be like, what is this? What is this? I wish I was white for a minute. I wish we could turn white for when we need to. I would be like, what is this? YouTube, what is this? What in the Jiminy Dickens is y'all doing here? How dare you? How can it be? It was 33,000 views and going up when we finished the live stream, and 3 days later now it's 32,000 views. How do you lose 1,000 views? What in the Jiminy Crickets is going on here? But when you black, it'll get worse. When you black, you learn to shut your mouth and kind of like just take it on the chin, because you make it worse for yourself. I've been and reached out to them. Next thing you know, my channel next thing they're like, oh, you want to complain, you niglet? You want to complain? Right? So I'm like, nah, blacks, we know less is more. It's like, yeah, you shut your mouth right? And just keep on chucking on, right? It is what it is. It's chalking on up to the other stuff they've been doing to you your whole life, right? I was trying to find, I know I screenshotted it. I was trying to find my screenshot so I could show y'all. Because I said, I'm a screenshot and show you. It's like now all of a sudden, y'all could go to the channel. It says 32,000 views for the thing. I'm like, it was 33 when we finished, on its way to 34 and all that. 35, but whatever. All right, so anyway, let me continue. I can't find the screenshot. I was going to find it, but let's continue. So that's why I knew they was going to shadow ban this one tonight anyway, because with the Karmelo, I'm guessing they not liking us talking about the Karmelo case. They was like, even big channels is getting smaller views. I'm like, dang, ain't nobody trying. They ain't like really almost letting nobody capitalize, in their viewership and let the people see, you know what I mean? But I guess who they choosing to let give views on this case. All right, let's continue. So I guess we're gonna stay. We ain't even get 100 yet, did we, Hakiyama? We ain't never had these. We ain't never had these numbers. They practically got us invisible on the YouTube. All right, but we still gonna do it. We gonna expose. They ain't even letting the trolls come. Trolly trolls, where you at, trolly trolls? All right, let's get back. All right, so here we go. So they was talking about, right, the girlfriend and stalking. All right, let's go.
Allow her to end their relationship. And engaging in stalking, prosecutors say Anthony's girlfriend reported to a Centennial High School staff member that Anthony was engaging in stalking behavior, to include but not limited to driving by her home and refusing to allow her to end their relationship. Also, in the 75-page filing, prosecutors say Anthony had previously been accused of stealing his girlfriend's phone, and in October 2024, wrote a to-do list for his girlfriend about how to deal with, quote, weirdos, which included the line, say some slick like my boyfriend kill people. There are also text messages where he admits on at least 2 occasions to punching girls in the face.
All right, so here we go. Okay, so I'm not a favor to men. I just want y'all to know, all right? We are a real ministry and we unbiased, all right? So I would be a liar and I would be a deceiver if I didn't hold Karmelo accountable just as well as the Metcalfs accountable, okay? So these are Karmelo's text messages and stuff from his phone, what the prosecution have. So when the defendant, the DA and the prosecutor made this gentleman agreement crap, right? They kind of held all of this evidence out to do whatever it is they was going to do. But honestly, I know in my heart that this would have went worse for Karmelo if it would have, because it was still self-defense, because no matter what he said, no matter what he'd done in his past, even Austin and them, if 6 people come and accost a person and grab him and they jumped him, that was self-defense, no matter what, okay? Whether it was reversed. It was 6 black dudes jumped on a young white dude, even though they had text messages of him, talking about, I want to analyze everybody in the world and I want to, he was a psychopath. It still doesn't wipe out that they attacked, okay, unprovoked, someone that was minding their business, did not do right. So that's why I said, basically, now I see that they was both kind of troubled, because this, all right. So Karmelo's chat, his text thread said, and I said the name Vicky and she tried to start hitting me and I was running till she pulled my hair. She started hitting me, so I punched her in the face. Ooh, okay. Okay, Mello. Okay. Not as innocent as we thought, right? And this one, now that one you can, but yeah, that KILL, these kids throw that around. But anyway, all right, so anyway, let's continue.
I'm slick, like my boyfriend kill people. There are also text messages where he admits on at least 2 occasions to punching girls in the face. Prosecutors also found text messages from 2021 between Anthony and another student about robbing someone of $300. There are also text messages where Anthony talks about a fight and punching someone so hard he had to stop fighting. In 2023, prosecutors say Anthony told a friend he was going to vandalize someone's house in Austin, saying, quote, "I just feel like it. I got a grudge." In 2021, Anthony told a friend he had been suspended from school for 3 days for fighting, saying, quote, "They said next time I do some, I get recommended for expulsion." In a text conversation with a friend in 2023, prosecutors have messages from Anthony where he wrote, "I'ma shoot the school up tomorrow with my blick," but later sends messages saying, "I would never actually do that."
Okay, so this crazy work. Okay? It's crazy. Yeah, they call us a gang in a minute. We ain't even got to be doing nothing. They call us a gang. Now, he said he gonna shoot the school up with his blicky, right? But then he said, "No, I would never do that." Right? He probably is smart enough to realize I just sent that over text. You know what I mean? So again, it was interesting for me to see the other content creators, because I went to look and see how y'all gonna handle this. Are y'all gonna call this out as well? Or you're just gonna, nah, that's unrighteous, bro. And I seen most of them, they did. They made all type of excuses for this. And they just hawked on the Austins crashing out. We clearly know that them boys is got devil possession and them boys is serving the devil. They don't, but I see devil possession here too. You heard? That part. Now, we would be unrighteous if we didn't call out everything that we're seeing. Okay? Now, that's why I said they just ran up on the wrong one. You see what I mean? This looked like two crash outs, two thugs, two disturbed. It was one person and six boys. So that's not even equal. I wish those six boys would have ran up on six thugs with Karmelo. Oh, we'd have had a whole different outcome then. It would have been a whole shout to Isn't She Lovely? It would have been a whole different outcome if they would have ran up on six thugs like Karmelo, five of his thug friends, and them six of their thug friends. Y'all go and see what, let the devil do. We want them all to repent. But you know what I mean? So again, but really bullies, they run up, they need numbers. You know what I mean? Bullies don't, So anyway, let's continue. So, yeah, this boy looked like he has some issues. Yep. I'm going to call it out. I don't care what nobody say. I ain't got to like me. I'm going to call it out, whatever it is. That boy talking about he going to shoot up the school. What you, boy? Boy, I wish I would. And sometimes the parents, you don't know what your kids be doing and stuff, right? I remember my little son, he was outside, but I didn't know my daughter had to tell me. I'm like, what? Why are you telling me this stuff? Well, Dad, I'm like, come on, bro. You got to tell me how I'm supposed to know what he doing. But my son wasn't doing this crazy stuff. Talking about shooting up schools and stuff. It's just he was fighting, right? He was fighting and he would get kicked out of school. They'll put him in another school. And then the people from that school would try to jump him. And he would go in. He would fight. And he would bring in a knife with him to school, but they was trying to jump him. And then I was wondering why he keep getting kicked out of the schools, right? And I'm like, why? Boy, and I know he fighting, but they never told me that every time he would go to the school, because he was from Hempstead, Strong Island, Parkside, that when he go to this other school, the people, he's in the wrong, like you put him in the wrong neighborhood. You get what I'm saying? So he's a new person in school and so they going to set it on him. And he wasn't no punk. So but my son was a good kid. He fought bullies. He was a good kid. He make friends. He will take up for you. He will fight for anybody harming anybody, innocent and stuff. So I knew that since he was a little boy. But, I didn't understand till my daughter told me, like, why didn't you tell me this stuff? And I tell him, why don't you tell me? I don't need you to fight my battles. Oh my goodness. These kids, bro. I'm like, boy, I don't need you. I can handle see, that's the problem. You sit up here, you can handle yourself. What you got a dad for? That's what I can go there and take care of. I can go down there. I can go to the school. I go down because I was that outside parent, that black parent. I go to the school. I'm like, who messed with my baby? Who messed with my son? Let me tell you something. Because I'm gonna look at the kids. Okay, who you? I go find your parents. You understand? Because I had a name in the hood, right? I don't care where you at. I go find your parents. You understand? And then I take this up with your parents. We're gonna handle this. You know what I mean? Because your parents, because usually bullies, their parents were thugs, and I was outside when I was in my sin and transgression. So, but I'm saying it because a lot of the times the parents don't know fully what the kids is doing, right? So you can't always blame the parents for everything, because sometimes we do the best we can and we really don't know. Because a lot of times kids will act innocent around you too. That's why you got to really discern. I knew my little man wasn't innocent, but I knew he was a fighter. But I thought, he was just fighting. I didn't know that they was trying to jump him every time he would go to the new school. They would set it on him. And I'm like, what? And then one of my little homies that was older than him, he found out that was my son, and he said it too. He's like, that's your son? That little nigga about it. He's like, they was jumping him up on terrace. I'm like, what? What is going on? I had to find myself. What is wrong with you, bro? You got a name in the hood. All you got to do is tell me. And I'll go over there and find out. I talk to the elder in terrace and tell him, yo, tell your sons, this my son. He got a green light because his little girlfriend was on a rival neighborhood. You know what I mean? All right, shout out to everybody coming in the building in a rival neighborhood. You know what I mean? So it's just, but anyway, let me stop talking personal. Let's get back. All right, so Karmelo got issues. My son wasn't doing this, talking all that punching girls in the stomach. Nah. See, that's what I'm saying. That's a different level. That's a devil possessed. Your child is trouble. Your child you got issues. Punching girls and in the face and nah. All right, so anyway, let's continue. So Karmelo wasn't innocent, huh? Let's go.
In a text conversation with a friend in 2023, prosecutors have messages from Anthony where he wrote, "I'm a shoot the school up tomorrow with my blick," but later sends messages saying, "I would never actually do that." In a 2024 text thread, prosecutors say Anthony admitted to carrying a firearm, telling a friend before a party that he would have the gun in my pocket. There are other message threads where Anthony also mentions carrying a gun.
So they got the pictures of young Karmelo with the blicky. So this is some real damning evidence, bro. That's why I was like, okay, you can't, as real adults and wanting to know spirit and the truth and want actual justice, it doesn't mean he wasn't railroaded. It doesn't mean he wasn't defending himself, because he was. Those thugs ran up on another thug. That's what I see. Those little Metcalf thugs, R.I.P. to Austin, they ran, and they boys, they ran up on another thug who wasn't having it. You understand? That's what happened. That's what happened. And if you leave people alone, that's why you leave people alone. He might have been 130 pounds, 5'6", and y'all are 6 foot 200 and stuff. But apparently he was about that life. Okay? Didn't know it. All right? But we're not going to screw him like he was just some innocent, because he wasn't. This was clash of the thugs. That's what happens. That's why righteousness will cover you. That's why when I was a thug and I was outside, I was ready for all that smoke. And I knew what come with that. Life sentences, life in prison, sentences in prison, and death. That's the outcome of it when I was in my sin of transgression. And I ended up getting life. You understand? Praise the Most High. He gave me a second chance at my life. So they end up giving me 25 to life. So I lived, I've been in and out of prison and jail and through this shooting and all that when I'm in my sin and transgression. Praise the Most High now for repentance and righteousness. That's what protects you and covers you. So these were two thugs outside, and apparently they ran up on the wrong one. They went to bully the wrong one. All right, let's continue. So, wow, I was shocked. I'm like, here I am. Like, Karmelo was just a good, right? He was just a good boy, and he was a good old boy. And I'm like, okay, he might have been a good person. We don't know that, but He had issues, okay? Serious issues. All right, let's continue.
Thread, prosecutors say Anthony admitted to carrying a firearm, telling a friend before a party that he would have the gun in my pocket. There are other message threads where Anthony also mentions carrying a gun. After numerous suspensions for fighting while attending school in Louisiana, there are messages between Anthony and his girlfriend after he moved to Frisco. In one message thread, she suggests he should sit for a while, and he replied, "Yeah, and punch people, maybe run sometimes. I have to. It's like a priority for me."
So he a thug. He a fighter. He said punch people and run sometimes. All right, let's continue.
"I like punching people. When I get mad, I see red. When I get mad, I black out. When I get mad, I can't control myself."
Now, everybody, ain't this the same thing that Austin said from the other, when they exposed the Austin information? He said, "I can't control myself," right? Didn't he say that? He said, "I didn't even know what I said." And look, Karmelo said the same exact thing. So this looked to me like the devil. You know how the devil plays chess? The devil's in these boys, and he put this together. Yeah, that's the same spirit. And you're right. Somebody said Hunter, right? Because Hunter was even worse than Austin. Because the mama said that, right? Hunter was, and remember, Hunter was the one that put it on him. And then he said, Austin always step up and fight for me, help me fight my battles, right? So they were jumping another thug. They ran up on the wrong one. That's just what it is. They ran up on the wrong one. He says, when I get mad, Karmelo said, I black out. When I get mad, I can't control myself. All right, let's continue.
"I black out. When I get mad, I can't control myself." Prosecutors also produced messages where Anthony admits to getting high and drinking alcohol and even talking about selling drugs to get guns. In 2024, prosecutors say...
So now they got, I think they said 75 pages of his stuff that was supposed to come out today, but they didn't release it. So I was looking to have the 75 pages for y'all tonight, but they didn't release it yet, right? So he said, when I used to smoke, I was more calm. I understand that part. I get that. So he was smoking. He had a blicky. He was carrying guns. He was beating up whoever, punch a girl in the face. Everybody can get it. I'm like, yo, this was a thug. All right, let's continue.
Prosecutors also produced messages where Anthony admits to getting high and drinking alcohol and even talking about selling drugs to get guns. In 2024, prosecutors say Anthony even attempted to assault a teacher, saying, "I put my hands and face and everything." Also in 2024, messages obtained by prosecutors suggest Anthony tried to bring a weapon into the State Fair of Texas, asking a friend if the State Fair got metal detectors. When he was told yes, his friend responded, "You got the poker? Yeah, I might have to toss it."
Yo, they really thugs. Anybody who know, I'm sorry, but this is straight thug behavior. He like, you got the poker? He like, I can't get the blicky in, right? I'm telling you, this the conversations, bro. I used to be outside. Facts. And I took guns into the state fair, into the carnival. We call it in New York, the carnival. One time we got caught. This when I was about 18, 19. And we got caught at the carnival, or leaving the carnival with the gun and everything. Because, I used to wear all that jewels. So, you had to have a gun. It's just, when you outside in that thug life and all those, it's dangerous. You see what I mean? We had it for protection. I ain't have it to harm nobody, but to protect mine. They ain't no, don't start none, won't be none. You understand that FAFO life? You see, that's what Karmelo was living. And unfortunately, I guess that's what the boys were living, and they cross paths and they mess with the wrong one. So he said, I can't get the blicky in the carnival, in the fair. You got the poker? Yeah, I got the poker. I'm like, oh, that boy outside. Yeah, he definitely outside. All right, let's continue. And RIP to young Austin. See, this is why you teach your children and you try to raise them. You don't mess with people, man. You don't mess with people. Leave people alone. Treat everybody with respect. You defend yourself if you have to, but you don't start and provoke stuff because you never know who you're messing with.
suggests Anthony tried to bring a weapon into the State Fair of Texas, asking a friend if the State Fair got metal detectors. When he was told yes, his friend responded, "You got the poker?" "Yeah, I might have to toss it," replied Anthony. Prosecutors say Anthony admitted to stealing a watch and earbuds in separate burglaries in Collin County, and also to bringing a weapon onto a Frisco school campus, saying this about his...
Bro, they got so much stuff in this phone. I'm like, bro, they just hit the jackpot with the phone. That's why I said, now y'all see why the defense attorney would be like, yeah, I don't think I need to let this evidence loose. Now y'all see what I mean? I'm like, now listen clearly, like Marawa, y'all said, they're in a small Texas town, right? It's going to be all white jury. Metcalf, young Austin, was unalived. He lost his life, right? It doesn't matter that they're going to show that he was a racist, KKK toting thug too. Only thing they're going to see is this boy history. And he's sitting there, he's alive. The other one's gone. Oh, they would have fried him. They would have fried him. Now, the only thing that's working in his behalf is that the case, the mistrial, is actually working in his behalf. Because if the judicial system would have handled it the way they're supposed to, then you could have let the wheels of justice do what it's supposed to do. But no, they did what they always do, and they contaminate the case. And because of that, 9 times out of 10, this is like clearly mistrial stuff going on, right? So, but he also still was defending himself. Okay? Still, come on, Trina. He was all way outside. See, one thing I'm not going to do, I'm going to call a spade a spade. And if anything, anybody should respect this ministry and channel. For those like, okay, one thing I can say about Unc in the ministry is they're going to call it like they see it. They're going to call it out no matter what it is. So I said, this ain't biased. We ain't racist. We righteous. You understand? That part. So we're going to call out unrighteous. You're going to miss me. I don't give a crap if you black. If you're unrighteous, you're unrighteous. You understand? We're going to call out black devils, white devils, Hispanic devils, whatever devils. We're going to call out black iggers, white iggers. We're going to call out all the foolishness. All right? That's what we're called to be and do. And that's why I started looking at some of these other channels, and they were very biased. They act like they smoothed over all of this. And that's unrighteous. I'm good with that. That's unrighteous. Nah. You stand 10 toes down in righteousness, right? Unbiasedly, in justice, in spirit, and in truth. Because that same thing will be held against you. You heard? Accountability. Nah, this is a little thug. Now, they just ran up on the wrong thug. Some thugs ran up on the thug, and he was on the same time they was on. Y'all hear me? He told them, remember now, everybody, remember when he was crying, he said, I told him don't put his hands on me. I told him don't put, now that hits a little different. Everybody, listen clearly. Now, Stephanie, Karmelo is not unrighteous. So Stephanie, this is righteous behavior, Stephanie? And I know I'm probably going to lose some subscribers, but it don't matter to me because I'm in righteousness and spirit and the truth. Sorry, did I do something wrong, Hakiana?
No, she said, no, Karmelo is not unrighteous at all. Anthony is the liar, piece of garbage.
Who is Anthony? I'm lost.
Yeah, because it's Karmelo Anthony. I'm not sure if she's talking about Austin.
Okay, so Stephanie, Karmelo's name is Karmelo Anthony. So that's his name. So the other one is Austin. I think she might be a little confused. And they are both unrighteous. I'm sorry. So it is what it is. Because I can guarantee you, if he was at your door with a blicky, punched your daughter in the face and had a gun, you wouldn't say that was righteous if it was your daughter he punched in the face. You understand? I don't care if it was my child. This is unrighteousness. This is devil possession just as much as others. And you can see from the long length of it, right? Now they talking about robbery, right? He said he got a good watch. They talking about drugs. They talking about blickies and guns and knives. It's, yeah, this is the truth. We have to face reality. Keep it 100. Come on, Trina. Other than that, that's dangerous. That means you're dangerous. When you make excuse for devil behavior, that same thing will come and harm you. The Bible says the same measure that you measure out will be measured against you. You understand? It'll come to you. Next, you know, it come to your home and he's like, yeah, well, no, let's call this out. Karmelo is unrighteous just as well. Now, they both needed repentance. They both needed some help. There's some spiritual stuff going on here. There's dark stuff going on here. Facts. All right, let's continue.
If the state fair got metal detectors. When he was told yes, his friend responded, "You got the poker?" "Yeah, I might have to toss it," replied Anthony. Prosecutors say Anthony admitted to stealing a watch and earbuds in separate burglaries in Collin County, and also to bringing a weapon onto a Frisco school campus, saying this about his girlfriend: "She went in my bag to get my computer, and I said no, and she still went in it and grabbed it, and my gun and my knife and some other stuff fell out."
So he talked about his girl. She went in his bag. He told her don't go in the bag, and his gun and knife fell out the bag. It's cool. So this is thug. I'm like, come on, bro. I'm from the hood. I know thugs. I was a thug. I repent for my sins and transgression. I did the time for all the crimes I committed. Now I'm a righteous man. You can't tell me I don't know thug. You can't tell me I don't know devil behavior. Yes. Austin was on Austin and his brother and the other 6 who jumped him. All right, so Stephanie, let me try to help you understand, Stephanie. We're not saying that he couldn't defend himself, Stephanie. I said those thugs ran up on another thug, okay? And they ran up on somebody and they effed around and found out. They ran up on somebody who was on the same energy, same time they was on, right? He was about that thug of life and he was ready for him. Because that means he was ready for anybody. As you see his threads with his friends, he can't get the gun in the fair. You got the poker, his boy, yeah, I got that. So he was on when he was outside. They ran up on the wrong one. So that meant he ain't going nowhere and he ain't strapped, either with a knife or a gun to protect himself. I'm not saying he went out to try to harm them. They ran up on him. So it was still self-defense, Stephanie. But what the point I'm trying to make, Steph, is he's still unrighteous. Do you understand? If you really cared for this young man, then you would see he has spiritual problems. He would need help. He has issues. He's punching girls in the face, ready to punch out teachers, robbing people, pulling guns. He's doing, he's on his way to the prison or to the grave. And look where he's at. Do you see what I'm saying? Everybody pay attention. I knew when I was living that life that my outcome was the grave or prison, and I was ready for it. So that's why when they caught me, I ain't snitch on nobody. I did my time. I took it on my back and I went in and that's it. I did it. Praise the Most High. He gave me a second chance at my life. So I got a second chance. I didn't have to spend the rest of my life. And now you see, I use my life now to serve him because I understand how fragile life is. Do y'all hear me? I never forget every day that I wake up that he gave me a second chance. So my life is not my own. It belongs to my Father because I'm still supposed to be doing about 17 years right now. But it would have been more time added on because I know I would have been in there having to stab somebody up to survive because I'm only 6'1", 220. I'm not 6'7", 350 where I ain't got to worry about nobody really. You know what I mean? Being 6'1", 220, somebody might try me, and I'm not one to hide that. I'm a survivor. So I wasn't planning on ever coming home. You get it? So that's why every day of my life, I serve my Father and I never forget. Every time I go in the refrigerator, every time I open my front door and I get to see the fresh air and the birds, I understand that that wasn't guaranteed to me, because I remember being in the cage and I knew that my life was gone. And I was used to be in the cage and go outside into the yard and I walk around with the big fences and the barbed wire. And I'm like, I'll never see, and you can't see anything. You can see the sky, but you can't see the streets. You can't see anything. So the things, I don't take this life for granted. It's very fragile. But unless you really don't experience that, praise the Most High for those that won't ever experience that. If you're blessed to have a life that you never had to get in that amount of trouble or never had that life, then you're blessed and you don't want it. So it's fragile. That's why I reach the youth. That's why I teach the youth. So Sister Stephanie, I would teach that Karmelo has a problem. Yes, if I could have reached Austin and his son, his brother, and his thug boys, I would have said they got a problem. You understand? I'm not, and then I would have found out, oh, you racist? So I would say, oh, so y'all hate me? They probably say, oh, no, we don't hate you, Mr. Unk, right? Because I had that type of personality. I mentored the at-risk youth. I put in the work. When I came home and I did it in prison. They used to take me to the juvenile part of the prison. This is part of my time. The jail. This is part of my time. When I was in there, I became a man in the Most High, and I could reach the kids, the youth, because of my testimony, my story. They would listen to me. So they would take me into the juvenile parts of the prison to speak and to minister to the Jew. And they would receive me because I lived the life that they wanted to be. They want to be thugs and everything, right? So you have to reach the youth. You understand? So I would have tried to reach them young boys. You know what they probably said? Well, not you, you cool. I'm like, nah, that stuff you raised, your daddy raising, right? I would have been calling them out. Then I'll probably tell the counselors and stuff, these brothers, they headed to the Aryan Brotherhood. They on the KKK skin. Now, if you can't get that out of them, some people are one with it in their spirit, and you have to discern that. That is genealogical, meaning it's passed down biologically in their DNA. That they got, they could be coming from the serpent seed type of thing, and you can't stop that out. Then you got to receive, know who they is, and say, all right, these boys dangerous, right? And I'm gonna put out you got to watch these boys, but I got to try to reach this dude. Now I'll try to reach Karmelo. Now, okay. So what about what do you want? What's going on in your life? Why are you so unhappy? What's happening? What's going on? You need to speak to me. You don't have to speak to somebody, because I know the road that you're going down where it's going to lead. Karmelo. It's going to lead to prison or death. Austin or Hunter, it's going to lead to prison or death. And look where it led, guys. One is dead and one is in prison. You see, Stephanie? Now, again, it doesn't mean you're right. Karmelo was innocent in this case, in this instance, because he was minding his own business and they brought it to him, right? But it doesn't mean he wasn't possessed and troubled, as we see from this history, because I didn't know this. Okay, but so we can't wash away this history, because this, and honestly, guys, the way that we live, honestly, we attract. That's a law of attraction. That's really true. It's like, it's the law of reciprocity. How you say that? Reciprocal. I can't say reciprocity. I don't know, right? It's reciprocal. It pulls, right? Your free will, with your own will, the life you live, you attract that same energy to you. Yeah, you do. That's why I knew that when I lived it. That's why I always used to try to do good and right and not bully people, to try to balance out the darkness I was doing when I used to sell drugs. I did time for all the crimes I committed, okay? It's like, it's reciprocal laws, it's spiritual laws of the heavens, of the Shamayam. This is facts, bro. I don't give a crap if you don't believe in the Bible or none of that. This is spiritual. You're spiritual beings animating the physical body. So you got to understand the spirit realm, because you got principalities, spirits, and devils trying to make you, antagonize you, and provoke you to do things, to put you in a certain energy, to attract things and get stuff, bad stuff, reciprocated into your life. You understand? That's why you got to balance it out with good and righteousness. That's why the best thing you can have is righteousness, morality, and every accountability. It'll protect you from the dark things that it's like a shield, a faith, a shield of righteousness around you. The Most High said, righteousness is what you seek, and all things that should be added unto you. The name of the Most High is a strong tower. The righteous run into it and are safe. Okay? All right. Now, Stephanie, bro, you crashing out right now, Stephanie. Oh, it's okay. She probably might be a little on the spectrum. It's all right. All right, we understand, Stephanie. She said that's what you should be talking. Did you just log in or something? we did Austin, Stephanie. You got to rewind. We did the Metcalf. Maybe you came in when we was doing on the Karmelo part. Okay, so you got to rewind, and you can see that we did the Austins. He was signing KKK, kill Iggers, and hail the little mustache dude, and he wants to kill all black, right? We did them. So now we on the Karmelo part, all right? So we're not gonna not do him, we're doing both. All right, so talk about the evil also, how he was drawing the Nair and hidden teeth. Yeah, we did it. Okay, so that's the part, guys. So everybody, y'all gotta understand that when you jump into a live stream, let me explain. Because, the world, we're all different levels of the spectrum, right? We're all on different levels of the spectrum. When you jump into a live stream, right? And a person, they're on one thing, you don't know whether they address what you're talking about already. So you can kind of look, look foolish if you don't. A wise person, be very wise and make sure that you're not speaking that you do not know not of. So we already did it, Steph. You got to rewind, okay? Just rewind and you could play the whole Austin part. All right? All right. So we had to do the Karmelo part too. We're doing the completion. All right. So let's continue.
And some other stuff fell out. There are numerous unreleased photos and videos of Anthony holding firearms. And
now look, guys, this is what's continued in his phone. So again, now it'd be different if it was just one piece, maybe a short text message. Maybe he said, I got a gun or, one. But this is like, I'm like, bro, Karmelo was outside. No, I'm quite sure he handling jail all right because he's got the mentality. But anyway, let's continue. All right, where's the sound? What happened? What did they do? Hold on.
Your sound you're muted. The thing is muted on the side.
Oh, they did it. I didn't. All right, hold on. Let me go to the. Thank you, Haki.
On the video.
I know. Hold on. They did it. Hide the preview. Where you see it's muted at? On the.
It's muted right on the little YouTube thingy where you're playing it.
Okay, let me go back to it. Hold on. Let me go back to the. I didn't even do it. Let me go. So here, where? Oh, so maybe I. Okay, thank you. Thank you for finding it. Maybe my thing clicked it when I tried to click this. Thank you.
In it and grabbed it. Go school camp.
All right, hold on. Let me get up to where he was at. So anyway, so Karmelo
a weapon onto
outside.
a Frisco school campus, saying this about his girlfriend. She went in my bag to get my computer, and I said no. And she still went in it and grabbed it. And my gun and my knife and some other stuff fell out. There are numerous unreleased photos and videos of Anthony holding firearms and making threats. And
now that one killed me. Nah, bro. I'm like, that can't be true, bro. I'm like, this can't be true. I can't wait till they do the 75 pieces of evidence, right? That's coming out. So guys, this is supposed to be the stuff from his phone. So yeah, I'm shocked. So I know Stephanie's shocked. I'm shocked too, Steph. It's okay, Steph. I understand. We did Austin. Okay, you just got to rewind. All right? So now we're on the Karmelo, right? And I'm shocked. Okay? So honestly, when I saw this picture, I was like, huh? He got the whole, ain't that the Malcolm X picture? This the whole Malcolm X. What's that saying Malcolm X said when he was by the window? He was by the, right? I'm like, and dude, he got like, is he throwing up the sign with his hands? Now this looked like more than one finger. That's why I'm like, what's going on? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm like, how many fingers is this going? Right? So let me zoom in. Because I'm like, hold on, man. I don't know, bro. I don't know. But they're saying this was what was in his phone, right? This is, and his lawyer has this stuff. Carmelo's lawyer. So that's why they was like, we don't want his history coming out, but whatever. I screenshotted it. So let me find it. Let's see if we can zoom into that a little closer. But I know there it go. I know I screenshotted it. All right. So double click it, right? It's this one. Double click. There we go. So let me come back to y'all. So let's get a better look at that. All right. So come back to y'all. So let me stop share, right? Stop share, share screen, window. Yeah. All right. So that's the one with him with the handgun, right? And that's this one. I don't know what that is. I don't know, bro. I don't know. This real. I don't want it to be true anyway, but this is real suspect. Because I don't know, that hand looked like a Freddy Krueger hand or something. Like, what's going on with this hand? But it's really grainy, so we don't know if these are the fingers. And yeah, they got that grainy black and white, right? But where you get this thing from? I'm like, boy, I'm shocked. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do, right? That's why I'm like, me too. I'm hoping it's fake. But the crazy thing is, all the other stuff, it's a lot of things that need to go away in this. We didn't see about 20 pieces, and they got 75 pages from his cell phones. You know what I mean? All his Facebook, his cell phones and all that, right? So I don't know about this one, bro. This look crazy work. Oh, I don't know. That looks crazy. So anyway, yeah, I hope it's all a mess. I hope none of it's true, but it is what it is. We got to face reality, but that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to make sure. So that this suspect right here, I don't know what all this is. What in the AI slop is y'all got going on here? Okay. All right. So anyway, I just wanted to make that a little bigger so we can see, right? So that gives, I know some people are like, well, that gives me some hope because if that one's fake, maybe the whole thing is is out of order, right? All right. So let's continue.
Authorities found a note on Anthony's and videos and grabbed it, and my gun and my knife and some other stuff.
See, but this we got to make sense of this too, right? So all these text messages and all that stuff is like, but anyway, let's continue.
She still went in it and grabbed it, and my gun and my knife and some other stuff fell out. There are numerous unreleased photos and videos of Anthony holding firearms and making threats, and authorities found a note on Anthony's phone with a long list of disturbing racial tropes and slurs about blacks, whites, and Hispanics. In one message thread, prosecutors say Anthony wrote, "I hate gay people." Prosecutors say Anthony repeatedly threatened to murder his girlfriend in text messages, some of them saying, "How many bullets you want coming out of your chest?" and "I'm going to get you," expletive. He also threatened her with a knife in one message and told her in another, "When I stab somebody, I'm going to lick their blood off the blade."
I mean, this is too much. This is too much. This is too much. It's still self-defense, but this boy, this pass outside. Now, understand something, guys. Let me explain something to you. I got a daughter. Okay. Kelly, I'm not surprised she's still with him. You know what I mean? Because, the girls, they like the bad boys that excite, you know what I mean? And even the crazies, right? Remember, they was going to marry, what's his name? Ted Bundy and stuff. They marry you in jail, serial killers. So I'm not shocked at all. Sister Tree, who said it? Hold on. Sister Kelly. No, my sisters, y'all know I love y'all. Y'all know I do, but y'all know I don't play with nobody. I don't play with the sisters. Now, y'all know doggone well sisters know that sisters, they be ringing that crazy bell a lot too. And any sister that know, they like, yeah, yeah, right? So I understand sisters. Sisters crazy is all outdoors. You know what I mean? They'll go in there and marry a serial killer. I'm like, what? They be lined up too. It be about 100 of them right and left. I'm like, what is wrong? He's cute. Sisters, he cute. I'm like, what do you mean he cute? Yo, guys, it'll be a whole serial killer sitting up there. He didn't unalive people and ate them and everything, right? He did all this, and all the sisters be like, but he kind of cute though. Like, half the sisters. Now, shout out to the righteous sisters who like, nah, I ain't on that time. But most of them, they be on that time. I'm just telling you the truth, okay? I know I lived it, you know what I mean? So they be like, but he kind of good. Like, girl, he kind of cute, right? Like, what do you mean cute, bro? This dude is a Charles Manson little brother, and you talking about he cute, but he's still cute, right? It's just a real talk. Anybody tell you, somebody lying to you, they tell you wrong, all right? Yeah, they line up, all of them, even the Kyle Melendez brothers and any of these killers, they don't care. They be like, he kind of cute. I'm like, cute? Boy, Hasatan ain't nothing to play with. So anyway, let's continue. So I ain't surprised. She probably like, I hate you. That's when, y'all know, that's when they be like, I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. And next thing you know, you crying and smashing, right? I love you, right? You breaking up and this and that, toxic relationships. Come on, somebody talk to me. Y'all ain't been outside. I'm from the hood. I done been in plenty toxic relationships. They trying to kill me and everything. Wake up, they standing over you with a knife, looking over you all crazy. I didn't have to go. That's why I ain't with my baby mamas and stuff, right? I'm sorry, I'm just keeping it 110. They know, I ain't hiding nothing. Go to Uncle Yahshua 25 Life Testimony TV and see some of the stories. You understand? Come on, I done been there and woke up and this crazy girl standing over me with a knife looking at me all psycho. What the love, the thin line between love and hate, that is psycho stuff. That's that, nah, bro, that's that thug life, that toxic relationships. You know what I mean? Cursing each other out, you be half killing each other. And you in love. They be like, we in love and she, we in love in this beer. Like, we's all in love in this beer. I'm like, boy, that thug love is toxic as all I do. They had a thug wedding. Fighting. You know what a thug wedding is? They fighting on their way up to the preacher. Because he looked at her best friend who was a bridesmaid. She didn't, come on, crazy, somebody talk to me. Y'all know what I'm talking about. She didn't look at him. He didn't look at her bridesmaid too long, her sister, right? And that's, she just smacked him in the face, walking up to y'all on y'all way up to the preacher. And she's like, oh, don't you embarrass me. And this is my day. You get your butt up here. And he like, I wasn't doing nothing. Yes, you was. I saw you looking, and the church is looking like, what kind of marriage? They fighting on the way up to talking about I do. And you better say I do when he ask you, that's his sister. When he say I do, you better hurry up and say I do. I don't even want you to blink. Don't even think about it. Shout out to Sister Nia in the building. Okay? That's what I'm talking about. Yo, Leslie, I had to leave that one. I left her. I'm like, girl, I'm out of here. You think it's okay, but you will never see me again. Facts. And I'm going to have to blicky every time you come by. You understand? I'm going to have to put the boys on you, the goons. She come in by my house, the neighborhood, anywhere. You know what I mean? So anyway, but this real life, when you out there living that devil life, that's outside life. Y'all don't want to live that life. No, it's not fun. It's fun in sin. A sin is fun, but you have no peace. You see, you have no shalom. You have no real joy. I had a lot of money, I had all the wealth, had everything, but I never had safety or peace. I was always watching my back and driving back streets and cameras on my houses and carrying 2 guns and worrying about the feds coming, the police coming, stick-up kids coming. It was never no peace. I would find my peace, but it was, you're psychopath. You got to be crazy to live the life. It's a double life, Hasatan. And a lot of us, I didn't know. I didn't have nobody to teach me anything different. I grew up in the projects. It's just what I knew. It was the survival, and this just was the life. So I understand the crash outs. That's why as a minister, I try to reach them and because I can understand their mentality and what right? So I could have reached someone like Karmelo. I maybe could have reached Austin and his brother if allowed. But a lot of the influence, of cultural influence, sometimes you can't reach people, right? So, but you got to know which ones you can. So anyway, let's continue. So now this boy talking about when I stab someone, I'm going to lick their blood off. Leslie, he definitely watching a movie, because black people won't do stuff like this. See, that's this other generation, right? This is some old, what they call that video game they be playing? The one with the, I don't know the name of these games that look like it's real life and they shooting people and stuff and doing stuff. So I'm licking the blood off a blade and, oh boy. See that right there, that right there let me know that you doing too much. What you watching? Because we don't do that. We don't do all that. Yeah, Call of Duty, that's the one I was talking about, right? He told me when I stab somebody, I'm going to lick their blood off the blade. Oh, boy, you in trouble. Yeah, the Call of Duty or GTA. No, GTA, that's the one. GTA, the Grand Theft, yeah, the one where they in the street, yeah, they be punching, they pull people out the car and punch them. I'm like, it makes these kids numb to violence, right? It makes them, you see what I mean? Yeah. No, we don't talk like that. We don't, that's this other generation with video games and violence and all that type of stuff. They raised on that stuff. I remember with my son, I didn't let them play the game. I didn't let them do it. I shut it down. Because I remember because I used to have, when I was outside, right, I was a prolific drug dealer. I repent. I did time for all the crimes I committed. So we had a lot of money, right? My kids, we were what you would call rich, not wealthy, but we was up in the millions and stuff, right? So my kids had the best of everything. So I would buy, they would have the Xbox. I got pictures I can show you. They got an Xbox and they got 7 to 8 TVs and got each of the video games playing, right? They were kind of spoiled. That is spoiled. But I was just trying to give them good stuff that I didn't have, but I did balance it out. But anyway, what point I was trying to make, I was going somewhere and I think I just forgot it. But anyway, it's, I did just forget it. I was talking about something with the video games. So, I set them up because I would okay, as long as they can stay home, I know they're safer than being outside. So I would give them everything in the home, right? We had a beautiful house. They had everything. I remember when the big screen first came out. That's when the big thing used to stand up. I'm talking about the 90s. The 90s, right? The big TV that was wide, the big crazy Dumbo thing, right? I paid like 5 G's for that TV when it first came out, right? The big crazy one. So before that, we had all these big 20 inches. I had like 10 of them. I got the pictures. Y'all seen on 25 Life. And I got the picture. You can see my son and my daughter. They were like 7, 8 years old. And you can see the PlayStation and the other one, Nintendo. Or not PlayStations, Nintendo and something. Because it's the late 90s, right? And so I would give them all the stuff in the house because it was, I would rather them stay home and have all the things and like to be home than be out, right? Because you're safe in the house. So one time I came home and because they in the living room and they be playing and I see on the screen, I'm like, what is this? And they killing and then look, I said, what is that? I thought, no, what is this? So I said, okay, I need to pay attention. See, that's why a lot of the times it's because the parents, we really don't know what's really happening. You know what I mean? Because they're like, yeah, I want this video game, Dad. You're like, all right, here, you can buy, you got your grades good, you did something good, because, I would punish them, you can't get nothing, this, or you do good, I'll reward you, right? So I'm like, okay, you could pick out 4 games, right? All right, let me get this. Now, I don't know what's on the games, right? So I don't know that they got this like GTA where it's like real life and they like stabbing people and unaliving people and it's like, it looks real. And it's like, I would never let you play that. I would never let those spirits come through that video game and inhabit your mental and your spiritual possession. I would never let you become one with that, playing it all the time, all day, every day. I would never do that. But again, as parents, we get busy and sometimes we don't know. And these this serpent seed world, they introduce all these devices to our children. They put it through the TV shows they watching and stuff, even the little ones with the little cartoons, right? They got all type of devils in the cartoons and all type of graping and Baphomet and, you know, sex stuff all in the cartoons. And you don't know. You just put them in front of the TV. You're like, Cocomelon, right? So y'all know I had babies. I done been through it all. I mean, I done been through Barney, right? I love you, right? I done been through Barney, Cocomelon. I done been through all of it, right? You know what I mean? I done had some, you know, I had some kids, right? I raised children. So I'm telling you, you gotta pay attention. So I remember when I seen that, I said, what? Because, you know, I'm doing stuff and I went past and I said, hold on, what did I just see? So I went in there, I said, what is you watching? I thought they was watching something on TV. They're no, Dad, I ain't watching on TV. This is my video game. And he studied. I said, but what is that? And he snatched an old lady out the car and he like boom, boom, boom. And then a blood just moved. Oh, took a knife and chop her head off, boom, and steal the car. Oh, what is this? I'm like, what in the world is that? Oh, this the game, Dad. This. I'm like, no. Where you get that from? He's like, you bought it. What do you mean I bought it? You bought it. Like, I did not buy that. Yes, you did. And my daughter, Star, she always tells you, she's like, yes, you did, Daddy. I said, oh my goodness, what is Star? Because Star, my daughter, she was the one more responsible. My son, my son liked to be outside, right? But he was a good kid. He won't harm nobody. He ain't talking about licking bloods off blades and stuff, right? So my daughter, she'll tell me everything, right? She's like, yes, you did, Daddy. I was like, when the last time, remember the other time, last such and such, you took us to the such and such, and when Rashawn, he did good and everything, and you bought the 3 video games, that was one of the games. I told him that if he catch you, that you catch him, but she would never snitch on him, right? Right? But you know, I'm like, I say, Star, you got to tell me. You know, she already know the code. She's like, well, Dad, we don't snitch here. I'm like, oh my goodness, but you got to help me govern your brother, sis. Right? I still have to tell Star, you got to help me because we got to protect your brother. You know, your brother is like about it, right? Somebody do him wrong, he's gonna, you know, so we gotta monitor him. So I need help. You know what I mean? So anyway, all right, so let's continue. Now this boy talking about licking the blood off a knife. Oh, no. Yeah, this boy got issues. That's what I'm saying, Sister Steph. I hope Stephanie's still here. I hope I didn't offend her, right? So look at what he's talking about. How many bullets he's telling his girlfriend how many bullets you want coming out your chest, boy. That's that Call of Duty GTA stuff here. I'm like, come on, what? I will whoop his butt. I'm old school, everybody. Yeah, I'm an elder. I'll beat the brakes off you. I don't care. Call the po-po, ho. I'll tell him in a minute. Call the po-po. Matter of fact, you ain't gonna have no fingers to call him. Matter of fact, it's my phone. Touch the phone if you want to. I wish you would. You're gonna be calling him. Oh yeah, I go to jail for moms. I'm not scared of no po-po. I'm like, bro, you done lost your mind. I will beat the brakes off you. I'm an old school dad. The Bible says, spoil the child, spare the rod, spoil the child. Now, I'm not abusive. I'm not abusing, but I'm not playing with them. I ain't playing with you. I wish I would. Hey, this boy took my how many bullets you want coming out your chest. I'd be like, who you talking to? You know how you overhear? I said, who is that on the phone? First of all, who you telling that to? And you saying it on the phone. Talking about how many bullets you... See, I'm always wise. Boy, you idiot Jews. These kids don't know. You are sitting up there saying this over the phone and everything's being recorded. The serpent seed records everything. You know what I'm saying? And they be writing this stuff. That's why it's coming back to bite them now. You see? Because he writing this all stuff on text messages and stuff. And now it's evidence against you. I wish I would. His little boy talking about how many bullets you want coming out your chest. Who you talking to? It's a rat. I can see my daughter now. Oh, she like, my Sean in trouble. I can see her now. She probably be on the phone with her girlfriends. My brother in trouble. My dad mad. He talking about he gonna put some bullets in chest. And I can hear my daughter now. Wait till he find out he talking to his girlfriend. Ooh. See, now you really tripping. Because now you got a real problem. You talking to a girl? Boy, I'm going to beat you back in your mama's stomach. Somebody done told you wrong. I beat the black off you. That's what we raised up. That's what we was raised. To our other nations of people, it's just a black thing. Sit down, you might not understand. Y'all got your cultural things we do. Our cultural thing we do, we'll beat the black off you. I'll beat the black off you right back in your mama belly. Somebody done told you wrong. You a girl? Who you talking to? Oh, you are done for. You are grounded. Give me the phone. Give me this. Everything. Those Jordans, everything is going back in the closet. Everything. You are done. Bro, you done for about 6 months. You done for. Oh, you going to get some act right. And he be pissed too. My little son used to get a punishment for a whole year because he was bad. He's stuck in the house. I'm like, and it's funny, like he's stuck in the house for like almost a whole year, right? And then you end up feeling bad for him, right? Because he looked like a sad puppy. Right? Because I gotta take my daughter and her friends, right? And I take them around, and he walk around the house like a sad puppy, right? And my mama, you know, the woman they taught to feel, especially their son, you know, he looked like her too, right? Little pretty boy. My son Rashawn, my oldest son. Right? So, you know, they love, you know, the women, they love their boy, you know. So I'm like, you ain't getting out of this. So, you know, my baby mama, that was Pam. Pam, she like, well, he's been under punishment for 8 months. I don't care, it'd be 8 months more. You know what I mean? And he walk around like this. Because he go from here. Now, we had a big house. He could go from his room to the living room. He could go here. He could go there. Right? He lucky he ain't grew up where I lived in the projects. Bro, ain't too many rooms you can go in the projects. You got that hallway. We got that skinny hallway. You go to the bathroom, from my room to the little kitchen. But I had a whole house, right? He had his whole upstairs. He had the whole upstairs. It was like a 2-bedroom apartment up there. That boy spoiled. Somebody told you wrong. I grew up in the project. That boy got an upstairs, his own bathroom, and I could have rented that out as a 2-bedroom apartment. He had the whole top floor. It's New York. This is New York, 3-story house. Okay, basement, everything. He had the whole top floor. Boy, please. So he walk around. He walk around sad. I ain't feeling sorry for you, right? Because you get that boy. If he'd have did this, I'd have found out he said this to a girl. That boy would have been on punishment for 5 years. Somebody told you wrong. You made punishment till you 18. You get out of my house. And I'm coming to get you from school. We picking you up. We coming to get you. Your mama pick you, right? No, but you can go with me somewhere. I can get you out the house every now and then because you can't be abusive. You know what I mean? You got to give balance, right? I'll let you come out with me a little bit, but you ain't going nowhere. You're going to your football practice. You're going home. You're going to this. You're going like, that's it. So anyway, let me continue. See, that's why it takes a village to raise children, guys, because you need others to look. That's why I used to tell my daughter, I'm like, Star, you got to help me with him because I can't have you. I understand you don't want to snitch. You know, y'all got that rose sister code. I get it. But we got to look out for him. You know what I mean? Because when you're young like that, you don't know what's best for you. When you're a teenager, you're still developing. Your brain ain't fully developed. You understand? And then these things going on out in the streets, you know, I don't know what's going on in your school. I don't know what time these little kids on. I didn't even know they was doing gang stuff. Come find out he's some baby blood. I'm like, what? Here you go again, my daughter. So I'm like, what is this? So the school, right? So I go to school and they talking about, yeah, well, he's part of some baby blood. I said, that boy ain't no blood, nothing. That boy don't know about no gang. Well, you talk, see this stuff they do in school. I know this boy at home. He ain't going nowhere to be with no gang. Now they didn't gang up in school. They call themselves some baby bloods. I said, what? So I'm like, no. So then, so here it go. I come home from the school, right? Now he done got himself suspended, fighting and stuff, right? So I come home, I bring him home. Now you in trouble again. He'll always stay in punishment, right? You done for. So you might as well take your clothes off, get upstairs, do your homework. It's a wrap. I don't want to hear nothing from you for about a couple of months, right? So I go, here go the Star, come in, right? So I'm like, Star, all right, now here you go, let it out. What is some baby blood? Oh, Dad, you don't know? I'm like, no, I don't know. Come on, Star, what are you talking about? He in school, The little thugs from Parkside. I said, but he ain't from Parkside. Now, Parkside is my projects where I grew up. He grew up in a nice middle class. I had a rich neighborhood, basically upper middle class neighborhood, right? He didn't grow up in the projects. But I guess you can take the thug out of the hood, but you can't, it's in his DNA. He didn't connect it with Parkside because that's my gene. So he done made his own connection with the thugs from Parkside. So he Parkside till he die and all that. And then my hood, Parkside, didn't turn blood because that next generation, you know what I mean? I'm too old. We wasn't bloods. I was a nation of gods and earths, right? We were righteous. So them young kids. So now this boy, now they're the youngsters. He didn't connect when in school. Now he baby blood and he repping Parkside. And the boy ain't never lived on Parkside day in his life. I'm like, what is going on? So she said, so Star said, oh, Dad, you want to see? She said, go upstairs in his room and go look by his bed. Now, his whole upstairs was wood grain, right? It's a beautiful thing. So it's like the house, I think, was built in the 20s, but the Hispanic people owned it. They refurbished the whole thing. So it's brand new, made over a beautiful old house, but everything's brand new. But they left the wood grain, all the wood, not wood paneling, real oak wood was the walls on the top floor. Like it's a 2-bedroom with, I could have put a kitchen and I could have rented it out, but I just gave him as his room. And it's all wood, like old oak wood. So by his bunk beds, right? He had this big bunk bed. She said, go by his bunk bed and look at the wall. So on the wall where he lay down to go to sleep, he didn't etch in the wall. He got blood, baby blood. I said, first of all, you destroying all the wood in this house. Oh my goodness, these kids will give you a heart attack. I swear, kids will give you a heart attack. Kids will drive you crazy, bro. When you really raise some children, I said, boy, did you know what you're doing to the value of my house? Is you crazy? I'm like, I go look, and he done scratched all type of bloody this and blood, baby blood this. And that's when I found all my insures under his bed. So I used to drink the insures, like, you know, the chocolate and vanilla insures, like Boost and insure. So it was the Boost. Boost is the red ones, those drinks, right? Because I was hustling. I repent for all the crimes I did, and I did the time for the crimes I committed. And so some of my customers worked in the hospital, so they would give me cases of Boost, right? So I would have cases of it. I go to find out this boy been drinking all my Boost, and he got all the hole under his bed, the bunk bed. It's all Boost because he hiding it. Because I told him stop drinking all my Boost. Because every time I go down to look for the Boost, I have it cold in the freezer, right? Because I'm about to run out. I grab 2 Boosts and it's gone. I'm like, boy, stop drinking all my Boost. I go upstairs when I find out he drawing all that blood crap in the wall in the wood. I find out. I'm looking around. See, this elder, I'm a parent. Now I'm looking around, right? So I'm like, what else is going on up here, right? Because once they do something, you know it's some mess going on, right? So I'm like, what else is going on? So I look up under the bed, and all I see, as far as I can see, is a sea of red things. And I said, what is this under this bed? And I reach under there, and it's a Boost. And I touch, and it's Boost, empty Boost things. So I go spool all these hundreds of Boost things. We call him the Black Viking because that boy, these kids, boy, I said, boy, I'm gonna kill you. You drinking all my Boost. I'm like, boy, he got like 100 cans of empty Boost thing under the bed. I'm like, boy, you gonna have some type of roaches in here, man. Ants all in my house. So anyway, let me get back to Karmelo. All right, this fits because when you're raising children, bro, it's a full-time job, and it takes a village. That's why it takes a village. You understand? Because kids are a mess. You got to remember when we was a mess, some of us were good. Like my daughter, she's good. She ain't really do no mess, right? But you get some kids, you know, my son was a mess. You know what I mean? My other son, Benito, he good, right? My other kids, they were basically good. It was just Rashawn was the mess. He was the mess, right? A good-hearted kid. He wouldn't do no stuff like, but I wish I would have caught him talking about how many bullets you want coming out your. Who are you talking to? First of all, you saying this on the phone. Did you write that? And finally, you talking to his girlfriend? Oh, you done for. Boy, they fall. I'd be like, y'all take me now. Right? I didn't know the Most High is y'all back then. Right? I didn't even believe in God. I'd be like, boy, they might as well lock me up right now. Right? Because I'm going to jail, messing boy. All right, so anyway, let's continue.
Prosecutors say Anthony repeatedly threatened to murder his girlfriend in text messages.
Go ahead, Akyam.
Aja did say his attorney said, he received therapy for anger and his family then relocated.
And then, yeah, from, I know that, I think that's coming out when he was in Louisiana. And then they put him in young juvenile therapy stuff, and then they relocated to try to give him, but he just took the thug with him. But it's okay, you got to watch him. You know what I mean? That's why you got to really monitor your kids, bro. Because you could take them out of the hood, but a lot of times you can't take the hood out of them. Facts. And then I'm gonna continue with it. And then my son used to walk to the project, so he found his way to Parkside, my project. I didn't know. Here come my daughter again. He in trouble. So I'm like, what? How is he? She said, well, Dad, every time when you let him out, he walked to the project. It's like an hour and a half walk. To walk, no, not an hour, probably like an hour. And he would walk all the way to the projects when I'm thinking he out in his middle class neighborhood playing with the little good kids in the middle class. Well, just because you're middle class don't mean you good kids, right? That don't mean nothing, okay? But I'm thinking he's playing with these kids. He didn't walk his little butt to the projects. Now he really establishing himself. But anyway, end up getting himself locked up too. Yeah, he did. That's the outcome of the stuff. And so that's why as parents, we try to protect the kids from themselves. Right? And that's why it takes a village. You understand? But praise the Most High. All right, let's continue. So now this is Karmelo Thread, and he's saying this to his girlfriend.
Anthony wrote, I hate gay people. Prosecutors say
this part he's saying to his girlfriend.
Anthony repeatedly threatened to murder his girlfriend in text messages.
But did y'all see that? He said, I'm shooting her. Look at this one. I'm shooting her. How?
Anthony repeatedly threatened to murder his girlfriend in text messages, some of them saying, how many bullets you want coming out of your chest, and I'm going to get you expletive.
I wish I would seen Star Boyfriend. Oh, I would have lost my mind. Oh, it's a wrap. I'm going to see you too, little boy. Oh yeah, I was outside. I'm going to his house because I know who his mama is, who his daddy is. They gonna know me. All right, and if they from another hood and they don't, they'll find out then. They're going to ask somebody they know me, right? My name ring bells. I was one of those in the hood, you know what I mean? Right? So I'm going to see the little boy. That little boy told me, you going to do what? First of all, it's over, little boy. I don't want to see you near my baby girl again. And listen, mama or daddy or uncles, whoever that is, keep this little boy away from my baby. Girl, this one is over with this dude. Talking about you going to shoot her. And that stuff you don't let slide, guys. That's dangerous stuff. That's why I'm talking about Sister Stephanie. This ain't righteous. This unrighteous, no matter how you call it. This ain't got nothing to do with Austin and them, and RP to him and them trying to bully him. And they, that happened the way it happened. We ain't excusing that. That was self-defense. That happened. But we're talking about the mind state of this young man. That he was headed in this direction. He was headed to the grave or to the prison house.
How many bullets you want coming out of your chest? Some of them saying, how many bullets you want coming out of your chest, and I'm going to get you expletive. He also threatened her with a knife in one message and told her in another, when I stab somebody, I'm going to lick their blood off the blade. Prosecutors and defense attorneys were able to develop these character reports from a combination of school records, police reports, and cell phone extractions. The hearing is expected to end sometime tomorrow. It will resume at 9 a.m. We know that the first defense witness will be the other trial defense attorney, Toby Shook.
Wow. Let me see. They ain't let us get to 200? My goodness. This is the worst shadow ban ever. It's going to hurt my metrics. But we're going to still expose it. So there we go, Sister Stephanie. This part right here, they was talking about the Metcalf, right? And that they was, saying that they're going to unalive all black people, right? So all these people, these are all devil possessions going on in these people. But Karmelo is not innocent at all. Now, he's innocent. Well, it was self-defense for the case, right? That was self-defense. Those boys was beating him, jumping him, and they could have harmed him. They could have unalived him. I don't care what nobody said. Get out your feelings. That was self-defense. But this boy was troubled. This boy, wow. I was like, okay, we got to address that tonight, right? So Willie D sat down with the parents. Y'all might have seen it, right? Now let's hear what the parents got to say.
So we just wrapped up the first hearing for the motion for a new trial. So how do you think it went?
It's mixed feelings.
Yeah, this was self-defense, Sister Kelly, and that's why he kept saying, I told him don't touch me. I told him don't put his hands on me. Now that hits different. You know why? Because I used to be outside. I know outside energy. Outside energy, he's crying because he's still a child, right? But what he's saying is, I told you don't touch me, because he's about it. Now, I was thinking he was just an innocent, good kid that just defended himself. He wasn't an innocent, good kid, but he was innocent of this because they approached him. They attacked him. He was defending himself. But when he kept crying, now I understand when he kept saying, I told them don't touch me. That means, see, that now it hits different when I understand his background and his history. Now I understand that meant like I told him because I'm about it. If he'd had a gun, he would have blasted him. Facts. If he had a gun, he would have blasted him. He's like, I told him don't put your hands on me. That's when you grow up in the, I don't know how he grew up. Well, I guess when he was in Louisiana, he was in the hood. So, but that hood energy, yes, that's that don't touch me. Just leave me alone. Don't start none, won't be none. He had that FAFO energy. And they found out. That's why you can't leave people alone. You gotta leave people alone.
Yeah.
Everything we noticed a lot of things about the boys that wasn't sent out to the public. You agree? Mm-hmm. Based on what was told, the narrative, it hurt us, man. It just made us. It's right now. It's still so much at that time.
Yeah, it was a lot. Mm-hmm. It's a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, so the dad is saying they found out a lot about the boys, their character in the case, and it hurt them. But if I was Willie D, I would have actually asked them, what about Karmelo's text messages? You see, a good interview, you're gonna ask the tough questions, right? So yes, we learn about the Metcalfs and their devil possession and their sins. But what about these messages? I would have definitely asked, what about these messages?
Damn, the dude had a penchant for fighting, for violence.
Yes.
Very, very
never
violent.
Put out there.
Yeah, like smacking on his friends or so-called friends, smacking on
wordings he was using,
choking his own mama.
Yeah, that threw me off. I mean, your mama? I said,
yeah. So the evidence came out that Austin allegedly choked his mama and stuff too, right? So, and they said they allegedly might have broke their dad's arm. But again, it's one thing that he's interviewing them and they're just talking about what they did. That's why I said this is very disingenuous to not ask the questions. So what about these texts? I would be like, what's up with Karmelo's text? Because we're talking about they were violent And they did, but the text said he punched the girl in the face, and this is stuff in his phone. You know, do you know about that? You know, what's going on with that? That's what really should be asked. You know, you could discuss what the other boys, what they've done in their history, but I would really like to know how they will address what was in Karmelo's phone.
Man, you got to be different. Your mama? I said, man, you got to be different.
Threatening to slap his dad and he don't do nothing. This kid right here, like he was a real problem. When I heard all that stuff, I'm talking about a treasure trove of incidents captured on his phone. It ain't like this is not third-hand knowledge. This is him recording himself in most cases, or passing along text messages.
Yes, and it was very shocking. Like I said, right now, it's so much to take in because it's like, man, what? Yeah. I mean, somebody to do that, and how that picture was painted, like it was the perfect angel. I'm just still, like I said, I'm going to shock this to mom.
Yeah.
And you took your mom.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nia, this interview is after the text, because all that came out on day 2, and this is after that. So all the text info came out from the prosecution and the defense. They both let their bag of history out, which they made the gentleman agreement that they wouldn't come out in court. Right? Now y'all see why I said if this information would have came out, Karmelo would have been done. That 35 probably would have ended up being, a murder one thing. Because, even though I know that they were self-defense because those boys attacked him, right? It doesn't matter what his history said, but y'all know he's going to be in that small town with that jury. They would have hung him high. Facts. They would have, yeah. So I guess what's the lawyer name that we was all mad with? I forgot his lawyer. I think he did good by keeping that evidence out. I'm not saying I don't know him personally. I don't know if he's righteous or not, but I know one thing. I would have definitely, if I was his defense lawyer, I would have definitely I would have been like, no, not Roach. Roach is the judge. His lawyer, Howard, Karmelo's lawyer, the white guy, because we was all like, why he didn't let him take the stand and why he didn't show his character and why he didn't, you know what I mean? No, Howard. And I'm like, listen, by any means, don't let none of this history come out. And so what happened was these two lawyers, which is still a conflict of interest, the Metcalf's lawyer, they like, listen, we don't want their history coming out. And Karmelo's lawyer, like, we don't want his history coming out. So they made a gentleman's agreement. We just gonna squash all the history and just, right? So, but again, some could say, well, if he could have took the stand, he could probably made him see his side. But remember, this ain't a jury of his peers. So, y'all need to think that one very clearly through, okay? So if he would have took that stand and they would have been able to cross-examine him, the gentleman agreement would have went out the window, right? And if that lawyer would have pulled up his history and asked him that come on, bro. They'd have gave that boy got life. You understand? So at this point, now a mistrial definitely looks in the cards, all right? Because they fumbled this case. Now, if that wasn't the case, and they didn't fumble the case, and they did everything according to the books, and they gave him 35, up for parole in 17, his life ain't over. See, his life wouldn't have been over. So that meant Howard would have kind of did good. Knowing this history, yeah, I would have been like, yeah, we need to get you. We're going to try to get you manslaughter. We're going to try to get you, but we need to get you as low as we can get you. Because if this ever come out, your history, you're done, bro. You're done. It's not like, shout out to Creedell. It's not like you. All right, so anyway, a white person, when you're black, we held to a different standard in the court of law.
How hard was it to hear them in there talking, with the prosecutor, Worski, speaking publicly about your son, saying things that you know that are not true?
It was very hard. It was very hard.
Yeah.
It was very hard.
Yeah. So, and as a father, I saw your reaction many, many times. You know, and you it was like you wanted to say something. How hard was it not to say something?
Man, it's hard, man. God is real. That's what I can tell you, man. It was hard.
Yeah.
Based on, the temperature we have right now, like I said, it's like, man, the things that was revealed, the mindset of these kids, of them, that's what they do.
Yeah.
My kid could have been
right.
That's what hurts more than anything. Man, as a father, it's like, man, what do you, as a black father, well, how can you have a conversation with your son? What can you really tell your son?
Yeah. Your new attorneys,
Remarkable.
led by Russell Wilson, knocked it out the park.
Yes.
I mean, knocked it out the park.
Yeah.
How satisfied is it to know that you have the type of representation that you have?
I mean, it's a blessing.
Yeah.
It really is a blessing.
Being God is real. Like I tell them, man, y'all heaven sent. Man, we was a family that was lied. We was thinking about they lied on us. We bought cars. We spent the money. We did all this thing. And think about it, they doing the same thing in Nolan.
Yeah.
Protect their jobs. It's if people don't see it's like they have a playbook.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this was going on? All right, it's the play. And everybody know. I got a famous lady tell me this, Tita, I call her Tita. Tita said, man, they know how to stay on task. They know. They stay on code.
Right.
They stay on code like this.
No, Trina, he's the oldest. He got a little sister that's probably 3 years younger than him, and then another little brother and little sister. So they got a beautiful family. They very well taken care of. So I guess I think Karmelo took the life from when they was in Louisiana, right? Because remember, before I guess they got a good job and moved into a nice suburb. He probably grew up in the hood. So, he grew up, once you grow up in that energy, it doesn't just leave. So it takes a lot of monitoring you. Monitoring, because, my son didn't even grow up in the hood and he still had that energy. Just, I guess, genetic from me. Sometimes it's passed down. It's just spiritual, generational curses, I guess, of spirits. So he inherited my outside energy and he never lived in the hood a day in his life. Because when my son was born, I was already doing well, in my, in money wise. Okay. And so he always grew up in a nice house and a nice everything. He never had to want and lack, but still had that outside energy. So let's continue.
Same things happened with them. Same thing. They went to their job, they lied about them, saying they blow the money, they this and that. Like, wow.
How do you navigate through those insults and lies? They're people saying all these untruths. People just saying things that to be a flat out lie. How do you navigate through that and try to maintain some sense of sanity? When you want to just explode.
Man, talking to God, this woman here, me and her, we vent. Like I said, I feel like with the little emojis in there, I cry, you cry. Man, we do more than anything. Like, so we lean on each other right now. I lean on family. Yeah. It's a very hard. This just hard period.
Yeah.
Like, it's both sides. It's definitely, but it's hard. Like I said, even with the lies. I mean, we was lied on. Mm-hmm. We was lied on, and it's just like, like I said, it's the same play. It was the same play. And if people don't see the play, is that telling you we can't win for losing?
Well, I'm guessing they're saying he was lied on. So I'm guessing they're saying what the Wasowski, what the prosecutor was saying, I'm guessing they're saying it's not true. So we'll see, because I was trying to find today, because they got the 75-page report of the prosecutor got the stuff from the phone. So these are the phone records. So we'll see as this go forward if they dispute the phone records and like they got it from his phone. So are you saying that if they falsified the phone, which I'm not saying they couldn't, because I don't put nothing past this system in America. But yeah, so I guess that's what they're basically saying, like they're lying on him. And if that's the case, then that'll be I would feel better that he's not that troubled, right? Because that's a very troubled if he made those text messages and was living that life, that's a very troubled young man to be saying that to his girlfriend and punching girls in the face and just all that's very troubled.
Right. Like you would think about it, was the exact same place. They went after their family, went after their job, so they purchased it. They said we did it too. We can't work. Our reputations are ruined. Like with my situation, it's like it's hard. It's hard.
Yeah, that's the playbook. You're right. That's what they do. They, create chaos and then play the victim.
The case of Karmelo Anthony seemed pretty cut and dried early on. I mean, of course, there was this overlay of race because he was black and the other kids were white. But once you got into the facts, it seemed to be a pretty straight line analysis of a kid who decided to stab someone that he was in a disagreement with to death. The person he was disagreeing with.
He was not in no disagreement. All right, I'm not about to watch. I'm sorry, I can't. So the difference is, you see how I'm not about to watch him. I was, but I can't. So as soon as he came out talking about he was in a disagreement, 6 boys try to jump him, put their foot, hands, everything on him, snatching his bag, and you're talking about a disagreement. They're gonna go and say he shoved. One person shoved. Nah, sorry, we're not doing that. So I was gonna play it, but I'm not. Because it don't, once you hear the first narrative come out, then you already know that it's a biased agenda. You understand? All right, so I'm not even, because I was going to go because his dad talking. So what I was going to do, this is the interview. All this is brand new. All this is today. But the dad is up here. Look. This old crash out. Right? So he has an Austin Metcalf fund foundation and all this stuff. And it's like, bro, you raised a little racist serial killer, RIP. And if all those messages that Karmelo wrote, he was another little devil-possessed a thug on his way, you know what I mean, to be in prison or jail too, if those text messages are correct. So it's just 2 thugs. So you can miss me when now all of a sudden you want to have a whole non-profit fund like he was some good. Oh, please. All right? Yeah. Sorry. We call it out on all sides, right? So listen to the dad.
It's another procedural trial hearing, just like yesterday for the judge. Today is for, talk about the retrial, if they're going to grant that or not. Yeah, information did come out. I'll be honest, as a father, I was disappointed, very disappointed in seeing those things. But at the end of the day, it's really about the facts of the case, because I have to relive this all over again. And no matter what the outcome of this is, my son's never coming home. So
I understand, and I think you've been incredibly strong in how you have stood up and what you've talked about and what you've said. And when you say it was disappointing, are you disappointed in what you heard, or are you disappointed that you heard it at all and that it's part of this situation?
Just disappointed as a father. I mean, we all want our children to be, the best they can be. And obviously we all fall short, but, to see that information that I had never actually seen before, but
You're alive from the leg of fire. This is why they shadow banning this live stream, right? Sorry. So you never knew that they was writing KKK and racist. when you got up there and said, how you like this? He's a watermelon felon and all this. And you just spewed all type of racism, and your seeds are spewing the same. Sorry, we don't believe you. Okay? Sorry. Oh, you're so shocked. Oh my goodness, I can't believe that they don't like black people.
I knew at some of the incidents, we had dealt with it at home, but I'm just saying, I'm just very disappointed in what I saw from my sons. And it still doesn't change the facts of the case. And that's what, and this foundation, because I'll be honest, when I left today, I was very angry when I left court. Well, one of the things I'm teaching with this foundation is impulse control, and de-escalation, and to regulate your emotions. Well, it took me 15 minutes today driving home to get my.
So he has a foundation to teach impulse control and regulating your. Wow. I know, Zaziya. You're talking about, I'm angry, but maybe you should have taught that to your sons. Impulse control and all of that, so that they went and attacked and bullying these people. Okay? But it is what it is, right? Yeah, you're shocked that they act just like you, right? So like I said, we called out Karmelo's stuff. We calling out everybody's stuff. All right?
Emotions in check. I can understand how people can make a split-second decision, and it can be the wrong one. And it can put someone in a grave or someone in a cell. And that's why this foundation is why I started it, the Austin Metcalf Foundation. So we don't have situations like this. So people don't feel like I feel today. Because I'm telling you as a parent, you don't ever want to feel this pain. And nor would I wish this upon my worst enemy. And to sit there and watch my son be dragged through the mud again today, the same stuff that was said for 14
No, that wasn't him, Hakyama, with the Igor parade. That was Jake Lang, the crash out.
months. If you want to try to assassinate character, do what you think is right. But at the end of the day, the facts are very simple. He stabbed an unarmed child to death. And that's it. End of story.
That ain't just it. End of story. 6 unarmed, big young men tried to jump that young man, and he had a knife, and he defended himself. That's the case. Facts. Point blank, period. I don't care what y'all say. You can't get around that. But that's what they're doing. And now, in this case, they're conveniently leaving out the fact that it was 6 of them that approached them, and it was Hunter who approached them. Hunter was the one bullying them. Then Austin stepped up. Then they snatched his back. So this was a jumping. But they keep trying to make it seem like, oh, just one person came up. It was a one-on-one. He pushed them, and he didn't have a weapon, and he stabbed. No. If that was the case, if it was just him and Austin pushed them, and Austin did what he did, I still can't say that wouldn't be self-defense, because Austin was 6 foot, 200 pounds. He's 5'6", 130. So this big boy is accosting this man and grab his bag and doing whatever. Even then, that could still be self-defense. That's why you don't mess, you leave people alone. You don't bother people. You don't harass people. You don't, because you never know who you're messing with. You never know what mind state they in, or what they're dealing with, or what they have. You know? So you go about messing with somebody in a Starbucks or something, and you just want to, be a Billy Bad Butt, and you think you can just smack the person around or whatever, and that person could have a gun. You see? And now all of a sudden, you put your hands on them and they come out. Now you're like, don't, boom, boom, boom. So you don't mess with people. You don't mess with people. Yeah, 400 pounds combined. And then the other ones, they were the big boys club. So they were all close to 200 pounds. And there was 6 of them. We showed it on the other one. They all walking, streamlined into the tent, going to get them. You know, they was walking like, you know, they was on there. They was going, they knew they charged right to them. Okay? But they leaving that part out. They leaving that part out. All right.
Excuse me?
That's why you don't mess with people. Go ahead, Akiyama.
We have a handful of questions when you're ready.
Yes. I'm going to show some and then we're going to do the question. Let me show y'all this. I'm going to show y'all because, you know, you got people that they try to act like there is no racism and stuff like that. You want me to show y'all something? This is right now, right? Watch this. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. Share this tab instead. Y'all see this? This what's happening right now. Y'all know what y'all looking at? An LSU campus, they're walking around dragging a black baby by the neck on a college campus. See? Look, I'm showing it again. This is what we do. Look, in the hallway, in the school, dragging a black baby by the neck. And this is the thing. See, look. And that's a different girl from the other one that was inside. See? So it's getting worse. So that's why when these crash outs come, I thought they was going to let us a little through the shadow ban and we was going to get all the trolls. We got a few, but it is what it is, right? So we got boar, we got the we got the pig, we got the boar. Look what the pig wrote. Everybody, look what the boar wrote. God put blacks on this earth to serve the white man. When blacks get out of line, that's when they are handled. Oh, boar, boar's head. Oh, little pigly. Oh, piggly wiggly. We know that you envy us. We know life must be rough. It must be a rough existence to just envy and be so jealous of a people so much that you have no rest for the weary. Oh, little boar, little piggly wiggly. Poor little piggly wiggly. Okay? We know. Look what Piggly Wiggly wrote, guys. Look. He said, that should be a real baby dragged around by the rope. Oh, Piggly Wiggly. We know life has been rough. Did somebody take your girlfriend? Did she like a black guy? Piggly Wiggly. Guess what, boar? I got one for you. Watch this. I'm going to help him out, guys. Hey, boar, did you know this? I don't think you knew this, boar. Watch this, boar. I got something that might make things a little better for you. Here, I'm going to help him out. Let's help boar out, guys. Watch this. Stop share. Share screen. Boy, tell your friends to come on. Well, Google your friends. Tell them to come on. I got something to say. I'm trying to help us out. You see this right here, boy? You see that, boy? R.I.P. That's the young man and his girlfriend. See? Good wife folk. Shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters. We handling this pig right here, right? This boar. Shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters. We ain't talking about y'all. Now listen to this, boy. This will get your little panties in the bunch. You see him? See, that's what you talking about, boy, right? You got his girlfriend, right? But you know what happened, boy? After Austin was unalived, you know what his brother did? His brother went and started dating his girlfriend. Immediately. The mother said he stayed a whole month at her house. The minute his brother was gone. sleeping in her house. See? But boy, but wait, it gets worse, boy. That ain't it. Guess what happened, boy? Poor Hunter. Feel sad for Hunter. Hunter started dating his brother's girlfriend the minute he was unalive. And guess what? She broke up with him, boy. She broke up with him, Piggly. And guess who she's dating? Oh, say it ain't so, boy's head. Say it ain't so. Yeah, boy's head. I know boy's head. She went black, boy's head. So, you know that they was writing KKK and unalive all the blackity blacks like you, boy. They just jealous. So you know that he must have been talking to her about all the blacks and like, I don't hate these niggers and hate these this. While secretly, she was on the side like, she was on the side doing the pop, lock, and drop it. She was on the side doing the whip and nay-nay. You know how they be doing these dances? See, boy, there you go, boy. See, that's why you're hurting, boy. That's why you got this That's why you got this face, boy. We understand. We understand you're hurt. We got it. But that's who she's dating now. You see her? It's a sad day, boy. A sad day in Texas. I was going to say Mississippi, but that ain't Mississippi. Yeah. That's what she did. She just flipped on. She got tired of hearing. See, boy, this is the thing. She got tired of hearing him envy someone else, boy. Listen, boy, they don't care. They don't want you back. That's the problem, boy. The white sisters want the white brothers who have their own authority, who are not obsessed with another man. You see, boy, I'm trying to help you, boy. Everybody listen. Let me put what he said. Listen clearly, boy. Boy said, when you go black, the white man, they don't want you, boy. Now, they'll want the white brother who my righteous white brothers, you know, they'll want the ones who stand, who ain't obsessed, who we not taking up all the space in their head. No woman wants a man, shout out to Raheem over there, shout out to Ra over there on Facebook. Love you, Ra. They don't want, listen guys, boy, I'm trying to help you. They don't want your tink. No woman wants a man who's jealous and envious of another man. Because all you do is complain. And women don't like that. You push them to the other side, boy. I'm trying to help you, boy. I'm trying to help you because I understand that that you know, it's like I don't understand. Honestly, I take that back because we're not created that way where we're so weak that all we do is obsess over another man. It's kind of feminist. It's what they call that. It's what they call it. It's kind of feminine. That's the word. Very feminine, not kinda. Okay. So, welcome to the channel, Carpe Diem. All right. So that's the thing, boy. We're trying to help you. So, boy, I don't hate you. I don't know you, boy. Right? I don't know. You might be a pretty cool guy. Maybe somebody did something to you in your past. Maybe somebody took your girlfriend, you know? Maybe she might like the dude like Hunter's, you know? Maybe she liked this dude, right? And maybe you got the cry face, but it's okay. You know, it's okay. Tink, tink, you'll be all right. You just gotta get your masculinity back and stop being obsessed with another culture Okay? We don't think of you, boy. Honestly, we don't go around thinking how much we hate you and we hate this and you ain't this and this. It's sad. It's really weak. It's really weak. Okay, boy? So that's why you're losing your woman. You get it? Because the woman is going to go after the thing that you envy. Women in their DNA, they want the highest odds of successful breeding. Do you understand? So if you display feministic weak characteristics and you show that this is what you envy, then you're actually pushing them towards what you envy. Do you not understand that? I'm trying to teach you as an elder from a man, real manhood, okay? Who never had a problem with his woman trying to leave him and do all that type of stuff. You understand? They see your weakness. They see what you envy and you making them desire that thing. You see? That's it. All right? So you're not showing the pics of that black man being in prison and just he's with her right now while you at home with your thumb in your butt. That part. So take your thumb out your butt, go wash the lotion off your hands, and sit down and let men teach you how to be a man. Okay? You're too obsessed. You're too focused on somebody else. How can you even take care of your own life when you're so obsessed and focusing on somebody else? Okay, boy? It's okay. All right. All right. What is going on with Carpe Diem? Somebody talking, I ain't see what's going on with the communication with Carpe Diem. All right? What's happening? Carpe Diem, welcome.
He came in sideways.
What did he say?
Let me pull it up for you. Hold on.
I'm not a youngster, Carpe Diem. How old are you? 65, 70? All right? So I don't know who you're talking to. So don't talk out of ignorance. I don't know who you're talking to. Maybe you're talking to other people. Let me see what he's talking about first.
Okay, I'm gonna put it on the screen for you.
I can't really see the screen. Read it.
He
I can't see
said,
the screen.
Black Snake moan, I got jungle fever, she got jungle fever. We just got jungle fever. Play that vibe.
That's hilarious. I know, they got jungle fever. A lot of the kids got jungle fever. I agree, Carpe Diem, right? These kids is mixing and matching. They just smash, right? Because, the cultures, they doing all these dances and TikToks and stuff, right? So they TikToking and dancing and all that. So I agree with you, Carpe Diem. They got that jungle fever, right? So, all right, guys. So, that's why I say I don't know where it went left with Carpe Diem. All right, so welcome to the channel, Carpe Diem. All right. So yes, so I agree. And it's because a lot of the culture, and this is what I'm trying to tell that crash out Boer dude. It's because the more that you envy the black culture, what you think your daughters are going to be envying. Come on, Carpe Diem. I'm trying to teach them too. I'm an elder, Carpe Diem. You know what I mean? Born in the 60s. So you might have me by a little bit, but I'm an elder. You understand? So I just look young because I take care of my temple. But now listen clearly. This is what I'm trying to tell the Boer dude. That same thing that energy you got around your child, your little baby girl, and you trying to make her hate Iggers how you hate Iggers, you're making her desire Iggers, the Iggers or the so-called black righteous or whatever, right? And the more that you try to make her hate, the more she's going to want the thing that you're trying to keep from her. Do you not know that? Tink, tink. It's like, it's like you don't get it. And the culture, you understand? It's the culture, all right? Now, watch this. Watch this, Carpe Diem. Let me show him something. This right here, what's his name? Boar's head. This is the problem right here, right? This is the problem. Watch this. Akiamo, let me see what's showing. There you go. Stop share. Share screen. This is the problem. This is where your problem lies, brother.
Now, as you can see in this video, it is a sorority. I think it's Kappa Kappa, no black people, Kappa Psi.
You see that? See, Carpe Diem, this is the problem. This is it right here. This is Boar's Head's future generation. These are their daughters. And what are they doing? You see? I didn't tell them to do this. I didn't teach them this. This is your whole, see, that's why Boar's Head, that's why he's sitting over there pouting. That's why he like, wham, wham. That's why we need a wham lamps for Boar's Head, because I'm trying to teach you, Boar's Head, how to get your manhood back so that your woman would come back and they would respect you. Because my righteous white brothers and white, I'm gonna say sisters, my righteous white sisters, they're not gonna want to be with you because you're too jelly belly and envious of another people's culture. And a lot of them like the culture. They like the food. They like the swag. They like the music. They like the dance. They see you secretly singing The Temptations and Otis Redding. They secretly see you singing Marvin Gaye. You in the living room with your Budweiser talking about, baby, I got sick this morning. It's on inside of me. And baby, I got pay for that longer. It's getting stronger and stronger. In your box drawers, telling your wife, and when I get that feeling, you come here, girl, I'm going to give you a sexual healing, right? They see you sitting up there singing all the black tunes, but then you sitting up there hating and they can't understand it. It's confusion. Do you understand? But what you don't understand is you're ushering in your own demise. You're making them desire the thing that you hate. Carpe Diem, ain't I trying to help them? Yo, Carpe Diem. See, we elders. I'm trying to help them, but you can lead them to the water, but you can't make them drink. You understand? These are some fruit, literally seeds that if you, right? I'm trying my best to help him, but he don't want to listen because he's too jealous. And that's what your kids are seeing. And the kids are inquisitive, right? They're curious. So they're like, why? What is so special about them? Everybody, come on, guys. Come on. To any of the racist white brothers and sisters, y'all need to be taking notes and take this down. Y'all could reverse it to the point where your wife won't get tired of you complaining and your children. See, it really happens with the children because you could have a wife and she could be one on you too. I don't care. I hate the Negras. I hate Negras and I hate the Negras and their mamas and the Negras, right? Your wife could be a whole Karen. So then y'all could rock out in your misery. But your kids is sick. See, kids go to school. Kids got that, you'll get the one or two kids who will be very dark and racist, right? But the majority, they're going to be doing this. Look, Boris, you see them? How you think they learn to move like that? Remember, they used to couldn't dance before. Remember, they used to do this dance. I can't do it. The Carlton, I got to learn how to do the Carlton dance so I can do it on the live stream. I can't do it. I forgot. I used to could do it. Y'all know the Carlton. Now they whipping and nay dropping and picking and popping and locking and they doing everything. I gotta learn how to do the Carlton again so I can do it, right? Oh no, now they popping, locking, dropping, and they look at them. They just going in. See, look, that's where the jealous is. Look at their faces. So you got to stop being so envious. You're going to lose them. They're going to desire the thing that you envy. It's your seeds. It's genetic.
Boy,
Listen, I understand.
You see? And then they playing that music. They literally like the thugs, right? That's, kids. They pull up on the block.
Get the rough,
Look.
The routine is very black. The music's very black.
man, somebody get the rough, blah, la, 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 la. Man, somebody get some help, pull up on the block.
Listen, I understand. That's the music of our time. I totally get it.
Doesn't drive
I
you
totally get
crazy. Okay? That's the point I'm trying to make, bro. So this is why I can see why you mad, but you ain't got to be mad at me, Boris. Boy, I ain't do it to you. I don't even listen to this music. No, the Serpent Seed took over our hip hop music. Now they over there. It is what it is. The young culture, right? Right? They over there pulling up to the block and make it pop, 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 and they be dropping and popping and right. So it's like, yeah, thank you. Look how your baby's dressed in college. You see, that's what I'm talking about. So it's like, come on, bro. I see what you're mad at. But this is you're projecting. I don't hate you. I don't even know you. You ain't do nothing to me. I ain't do nothing to you. Right? I can help you get your babies in order. Put some clothes on. Okay? But everybody, it ain't just them. It's everybody. We did this before. Hold on. What's this? Look, Boris. It ain't so you ain't got to feel bad. Look.
Trying to act like they're black nowadays.
What's up, y'all?
Everyone.
Now Southside community, yeah, roots, young culture. That's how we connect to Mother Nature.
See, boy, this is why you don't be jealous, boy. The world they love us and then they hate us. It's a gift and a curse. Everybody wants to take the culture, take the lingo, take the food, take everything, but then they still hate us, right? So you see my white brother, listen what he said.
Everyone's trying to act like they're black nowadays.
What's up, y'all?
Everyone.
Now Southside community, yeah, roots, young culture. That's how we connect to Mother Nature. Now Southside community, yeah, roots, young culture. That's how we connect to Mother Nature.
Right? So it's like every nation. So here, look, Boris.
Mother Nature.
So you know what I would tell this young Asian man? Don't follow the negative of our people. I would say, I know you want to embrace the culture, but don't embrace the negativity of the culture. Embrace the righteous. See, this is what we're trying to point out, Boris said. So this is why you're so jealous, because you can't create this influence. But the reason why is because you're too focused on the wrong things. You focus on hate. You're focused on envy. You're focused on jealousy. These are all devils. Do you get it? I know we're broke, right? We're broke. I know. I get it. Michael Jackson is broke. Michael Jordan is broke. All these rich people are broke. All these billionaires, all these millionaires. We're broke. I know. Everybody's broke. Okay? You know what I mean? I was broke when I bought my Bentley and my 12 houses and my nightclub. I was broke when I started my construction company, my real estate development company. I get it, Bora. I know. All blacks on welfare, right? I was on welfare in one of my 12 houses when I gave low-income houses to people and put families into Section 8 housing, white poor families, black poor families, and anybody who I could help. I know, boy. You see how much you see this is what your women are. This is why they don't respect you, because your ignorance. It's like you're jealous. You don't care about reality. You see? Yes, we're on welfare, right? All of us are poor. We have no fathers. I'm sitting up here telling a story about raising my children and talking about my son and all of it. And nobody has a father. I know, bro. It's just really embarrassing at this point. Okay? It's not okay. It's not okay. And it's a lie. I know you're going to say we do all the crimes, right? I know Chicago, guess what, guys? Got him, right? We do all the crimes, but guess what? That's a lie too. You know why? Watch this. Y'all know, I got him, guys. Got him. Hold on. Where is it? I thought it was this one. Did I label it wrong? Oh, there we go. Yeah. Here we go. I got him. So I know what you're going to go next. We're all criminals and we all do crime. But guess what? That's another lie, brother. All right? Here we go. Share this tab instead. I thought it was going to be more trolls, so I was kind of ready for them, guys. But they shadow banning us, right? So watch this, Boris, Boris head. I know you're like, blacks commit all the crimes. Boris head, this is why black people commit the most crimes. You have inherited lies, Boris head. Watch this. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Learn, Boris head. You're going to learn today.
Began issuing termination papers to multiple police officials who have been under investigation for allegedly manipulating crime stats. News 4 confirmed 2 commanders and a captain have been told they will be fired.
That investigation stems from a story that News 4 first reported on last July after Commander Michael Pulliam was relieved of his command in the 3rd District by then Chief of Police Pamela Smith. Pulliam was accused of manipulating crime data, an allegation that he denied.
Boris head, everybody, Boris head said, we won't accept the truth, but I'm showing the truth. Right? Well, I swear these things, it's so sad. This got to be a sad existence that everything is a lie, Boris head. They lied to you. Listen, watch this. We're going to show you. Watch the news tell you. They were stacking the stats. Here we go. Police departments. Let's go.
News 4's Paul Wagner joins us now live from outside of police headquarters with the latest on the story. Paul?
Well, Anna and Erica, News 4 can confirm that Michael Pulliam was told today by Internal Affairs in the police department that he would be terminated for the actions that he had allegedly taken part in over the last previous year.
Oh. It gets worse.
It was also confirmed that the 2nd District Commander, Tatiana Savoy, was also told today that she would be terminated. Those 2 are just 2 of a number of officials that we understand have been told that they would either be terminated or they would face other forms of discipline. It was back in July that News 4 first reported that then Chief of Police Pamela Smith had placed 3rd District Commander Michael Pulliam on leave.
You see his face? That's how Boris' face looked. That's Boris Head's face right now, right? Listen, Boris Head, I'm showing you receipts that all these statistics that y'all keep quoting, they are manufactured. You see? So this black lady, Boris Head, listen clearly, the one who you said don't have no jobs, she is the chief of police, right? Yeah, she ain't got no job and she this and this, right? She exposed them for stacking the stats. False stats. That's where you get your statistics from. Let's continue. Now look at his face. That's your face right now. We call that the stink face. That's what we call that, the stinky face. All right, let's continue.
News 4 first reported that then Chief of Police Pamela Smith had placed 3rd District Commander Michael Pulliam on leave and accused him of changing crime data, lowering the classification of crime.
So, a black captain in D.C. finds out that the officers in her precinct, in her department, are manipulating the crime data in the computers so that when you go search the crime stats, it shows something completely different than what is actually the real thing. A certain demographic, when they get arrested, he goes in the system and finds their classification, and he lowers their crime stats. Whatever crime they've committed, if it's a felony, he brings it down to a like he keeps, and then they're working with the DA clearly, because the DA will eventually drop those charges to a lesser charge, right? And then She fired him for that.
So the chief of police fired him. She comes in, this black woman chief of police, and she finds out that they've been stacking the police statistics reporting, lowering again. Now here we go. Remember, everything is coming to light now. So what do you think they've been doing for the last 50, 100 years? Do you understand? Let's go. Watch how this play out, guys. Watch how this play out.
She fired him for that. And then remember, when she brought it up, accused him of doing that shit, fired him, and then Trump now sent in troops to go take over the precinct, the department, sent troops to take over the department because of that. Now, let's check this out.
Report aired. President Trump, in the weeks after, held a news conference at the White House and announced the federal...
So, the chief black woman of police went in and exposed them and fired them. And Trump stepped in. I know. Get out your feelings. Let's just listen to what happens. Just what happened.
Takeover of the police department. Trump said in the weeks after...
Sent troops to take over the department because of that. Now, let's check this out.
Report aired. President Trump, in the weeks after, held a news conference at the White House and announced the federal takeover of the police department. Trump said he was doing it in part because of, quote, phony crime numbers.
So Trump sent the feds in to take over the Washington, the DC Police Department because they were making phony crime numbers. Fake stats, everybody. Yes, got him. Y'all know the Most High be having me find stuff. Got him, and I'll be putting it right on the side as a bullet in the spiritual gun, ammunition for when these crash outs come here with all this statistic crap. Let's continue.
Sent troops to take over the department because of that. Now, let's check this out.
Report aired. President Trump, in the weeks after, held a news conference at the White House and announced the federal takeover of the police department. Trump said he was doing it in part because of, quote, phony crime numbers. In our report, Union President Greg Pemberton leveled his own allegations, saying manipulating crime stats in the police department was widespread and that officials on a regular basis were downgrading serious violent crimes.
Manipulating crime stats is widespread. You think? When a lot of them are the KKK? Come on, bros. Come on. Somebody told me you're wrong. Let the Most High expose everything in these last end times. Everything is coming out. Even their leader calling them out. You heard?
The lesser crimes so that it would not show up in the Department of Crime Stats. In the weeks that followed, the Department of Justice and the House Oversight Committee announced it would launch investigations as well. When those reports came out, they were highly critical of Chief Pamela Smith. The DOJ report said Smith's leadership created a coercive culture of fear, while the report from the House Oversight Committee said the chief created a toxic management culture. Chief Smith then stepped down in December.
And guess what, Boar's Head? Your fellow devils, they got her out of there. Everybody, that's why I said, watch how this play out. Right? They got her out of there. See, Boar's Head, he doesn't have a high intelligence quotient, so he can't understand, guys. So he says, you mean fake stats to make the city look better than it was doing? Why? Because of all that black crime in DC. See, Boar's Head, that's a very sad thing. We understand that you lack a certain degree of intelligence. Let us explain, Boar's Head, what this means. we gotta be slow and be still. Little Borsey. The fake stats mean that they are saying that the crimes that are committed, that the blacks are doing more of the crimes and the whites are not. They've faked it, Boar's Head. I know that might be hard for you to grasp because you're like, better it was doing. Why? Because all the black crime. That means it wasn't all the black crime, Boar's Head. It meant that the whites were doing even more or just as much crime, but they stacked the statistics against the blacks to make it look like the blacks were doing more of the crime, Boar's Head. Oh, little Borsey. Little Borsey. Hopefully I slowed that down enough, right? That you might can get it. Yes, little tink tink. Okay, little Borsey. All right, let's continue.
But defended her handling of the way crime stats said the chief created a coercive culture of fear. Those reports came out. They were highly critical of Chief Pamela Smith.
So what did they do? They ganged up on her. And they said she created a climate in the police force of toxic and all, because she exposed them. The good old boys.
The DOJ report said Smith's leadership created a coercive culture of fear, while the report from the House Oversight Committee.
So they said she created a coercive culture of fear. So these little, like Boar's Head, the unrighteous white men, they were shaking in their boots. You see? They were like, oh my goodness, we're so scared. This black woman is the chief, and she's going to tell all of our sins and transgressions and how we're doctoring and we're redlining. I mean, we're, what they call that when they, what's the name? Profiling, we're racial profiling, and we're doing all of these crimes, and it's a culture of fear. Yeah, fear of getting fired, fear of losing your power, of wickedness. You understand?
Said the chief created a toxic management culture. Chief Smith then stepped down in December, but
so her management culture is toxic. We can't have her here. And I'm glad she stepped down. And do y'all want to know why she stepped down? Because she's very smart. Because these devils are very evil and wicked. And they will unalive. Yeah, they will. They'll unalive, right? That's the problem. That's why we're trying to reach Boar's Head and trying to get him to come out of his jealousy and envy, because it leaves them savage. Where they shout to Money Mike in the building, where they want to harm the children of the Most High. You see? And they'll harm the other righteous white brothers and sisters if they stand for righteousness. Right? They're not traumatized and degraded in sin and iniquity like them, and they'll call them Igor lovers. See? So they'll try to harm our righteous white brothers and sisters who stand with us in spirit and in truth, and they'll call them Igor lovers. You see? Like they did Thaddeus Stevens and John Brown and them. Yeah, they will. So they because all they serve is violence. But then you see the captain, he wants to say, we are violent. We are this and we do crime, when all they do is grape and molest and unalive, and they just savage. You understand? And it's like, and jealous and weak. It's like, what man thinks of other people? I would never understand that. How do you spend your day with me taking up space in your mind when I'm not even thinking of you? That should be the most embarrassing thing in the world. You are a non-factor, Boar's Head. You do not exist. You're only here now because you here spreading your hate and your envy. You here, trying to, I don't mess with guys. You here trying to slob, and we don't do that here. You're going to have to take that Baphomet stuff somewhere else. Okay? So that's the thing. And your woman don't want you. Your other brothers and sisters, the righteous ones, they rebuke you too. So you're actually, you're actually declining. And that's a real sad thing, because with acceptance, you can proliferate. I mean, you're destroying yourself. All right, let's continue. So the sister had to step down.
toxic management culture. Chief Smith then stepped down in December, but defended her handling of the way crime stats were reported.
So even the chief of the union president for DC police had to come out and admit that that tampering of crime stats is widespread. It happens all over, right? And then the police chief, who's a black woman, was investigated, and they said that she created a culture of fear. You know what culture she created? She told them that shit y'all doing is not gonna fly under my leadership. The toxic culture that they're talking about, she basically said, y'all gonna do your jobs. What you swore to do, that's what you're gonna do. We're not doing any of that extra bullshit anymore. That's the toxic culture. She came in and said, I need you to do your jobs. I need you to stop lying. I need you to stop manipulating the crime stats. And they said it created a culture of fear, and everyone snitched on her because, again, white cops. So they forced the black woman to step down because the black woman went in there trying to fix things. She's the one that, so the only reason this is happening, the only reason these firings are happening is because a police chief, a big police chief, a black woman blew the whistle. If she kept quiet about this, we would never know. And this is why black men and black men always have the highest crime stats, because white cops, not only do they let white men walk away, not only do they refuse to arrest white men, when they do arrest them for those crimes, there are other white men that go in the system and change the data.
So, Boris, we know you come here to spew your hate, your racism, to threaten with violence, right? But you talk about some crime. So the crazy thing, guys, these crash outs are crazy, right? So he come here talking about real crime, and he's threatening, talking about he got guns and he got more of this. We don't care, Tink Tink. Ain't nobody scared of you and your little wee guns. We got spiritual warfare, Boar's Head. We got the Most High, creator of all things. You understand? So your little pew-pews, your little, you know what I mean? No weapon formed against me can prosper, Boar's Head. Yes, Carpe Diem, don't feed into him. That's what he wants. Remember, Carpe Diem, that's what the devil wants. It wants to provoke you to feed into his energy. So it wants you to lower yourself. We're not lowering ourselves for this crash out. We're trying to reach him, but he doesn't want to be reached. So that's the Captain Saberho. Don't save him. He don't want to be saved. Don't save him. He don't want to be saved. So guess what, Boar's Head? If I sing that, your daughters will start going, don't save him. You don't want to be saved. They start rocking out. I'll be like, calm down, girls. Right? That's why you're so jealous. Instead of getting with the program, Boar's Head, it's better to get down. We invite everybody to the cookout, Boar's Head. All right? We invite everybody to the cookout. It's better. We can invite you to the cookout. The food tastes really good. We know you like the food. We know you secretly on the side, eating the food, listening to the music. You probably jerking off to Pam Grier, Coffee Brown. I know you is. You over there in the bathroom with your lotion. Sorry, guys, a little PG-13, right? Because I know what they do. You over there in the bathroom talking about, yo, guys, he in the bathroom with his phone, sit up on the thing, talking about something. I knew you'd take a look at the mirror. I know you're like, what are you singing? I know you're like, what is that? And they said, maybe I can look in the eyes and the warmth of your embrace. Maybe you can look at a window and maybe the face. I'm trying to sing Halo. And then the Halo, you in there singing Beyonce. I know. See, you don't fool me, little Boar's Head. You in there, got your phone playing, singing Halo. And the Halo. Sorry, guys. I know y'all like, oh, you just butchered the mess out of Halo. All right? He's singing Jaheim because we're fabulous. See, that's the other side, right? He up there singing Benance, right? Or he over there he over there singing, take that, take that, take that. He over there singing Diddy, one or the other. So don't get it twisted. So don't miss me, Boar's Head. I know you listen to your ZZ Top. I know you listening to the good old boys music too. But I know you be in the cut. Your wife done caught you in the bathroom doing the Carlton dance. I gotta get the Carlton dance. I forgot how they do it. I gotta get the Carlton dance. Matter of fact, I'm gonna get a clip of it too. All right? So that's it, Boar's Head. I'm so glad we had this time together. Too bad you couldn't bring your no, I'm not. I'm having fun, Isaiah. I'm not being distracted. This is called fun. I mean, this is fun. You see, I'm laughing. It's not distraction. They have no power and authority here. I could just ignore them and move on and stuff. But sometimes you enjoy, we're having fun with these clowns. But it also helps others. You know what I mean? What I mean is from some of the wisdom that comes out as I'm exposing this devil, it'll bring some wisdom to others, right? So let me show y'all this. There's spirits that takes over, okay? And these spirits are alive and well and breathing. And it's in a lot of the, it's a curse, is a cultural thing that is passed down. And you have to break the generational ties of it. But it's hard to do when we can't reach them with wisdom because they're too emotional. You see what I mean? The reason why I can't really reach this Boar's Head because he's too in his feelings. He feels that he's so much less than, and it's not really, it's like the devils in him are convicting him against himself. So it's like they created their own prison in their mind. This has to be a mental prison to envy a people so much. The people who've been squashed, who everything been taken from, who everything been robbed, who at the lowest of everything, and you have everything. The world is at your fingertips. You can be anything you want. There is nothing against you. Everything is on your side. You have privilege. So it got to be the most demeaning thing that with all my privilege, with everything that I can do on my side, I can't have that. That's a spoiled child. I can't be that. Well, you can't have everything, Ting Ting. That's called gluttony. That's called greed. You can't have everything. Everything ain't yours. Okay? Let me see.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
We have a super sticker from Jimmy Boy.
Shout out to Jimmy Boy. Thank you so much. Did he say anything?
He said, "Hello, fellow Jews. I'm an Ashkenaz white Jew." And then he also gave another one.
And then what he said? Shout out to the Ashkenaz. Shout out to you. If you're a righteous Ashkenazi, well, shout to the That's interesting. I'm glad to meet one. What else did he say?
He said, "Donation to your synagogue. God bless you all."
Well, thank you. May the Most High bless you as well. And welcome and welcome to the ministry, brother. We welcome you, the remnant of every nation, kindred, and tongue that are righteous. So I count that very special to find an Ashkenazi righteous brother that can receive his other brothers in the name of the Most High. You understand? From the tribe of Judah. You heard? Peace and blessings to our Ashkenazi brother. Wow. Wow, that's powerful. That's powerful. I receive. Right? I remember we said that a long time. Remember I said that, guys? I said that, yeah. I said one day we're gonna meet the remnant of the Ashkenazi who receive, because I know they're out there, right? Remember, because I had old videos, remember years ago with some of them over in the land, and they received. They understood who we were, and they understood, praise the Most High. So welcome to the house. Welcome to the house, King. Peace and
Jimmy
blessings.
also said one more thing.
Go ahead. What did he say?
He said, I just hear peace and love all around. I like this.
Thank you, because that's our Father, right, Jimmy? That's how you know the difference between the children of the Most High who have lowered themselves and becoming one with the Father, right? Because you can see the righteousness, the morality, the love, the kindness, respect of the Father in them, and you know them by their fruits. That's the whole thing we're looking for. You understand? So I don't give a crap what color you is, whatever it is. I don't care if you natural branch, if you converted, if you grafted in, if whatever. I'm looking for the attributes of righteousness of my Father in you. If I could see my Father's righteousness in you, then you are my brother or sister. Okay? Spiritual circumcision of the Most High. The Bible says at the end they will become what? Children of the Most High. You heard? All right. Peace and blessings, Brother Jimmy. Welcome to the house, King. All right. Now, I was looking for this clip. I know I grabbed it. I got a special clip. I'm going to do that before I do this, right? I grabbed it.
Oh, and we also have a prayer request when you're ready for it.
And you have some questions. So give me some questions really quick. And I'm going to do the prayer request while I find my other clip, because I know I got it.
Okay. This first one is from B. Oh, wait, you answered this already. Sorry.
Oh, B. I ain't know B. He probably sleep by now. Go ahead.
The next one is from Leslie.
No, you could do B question.
Oh, B said, does he have a history of violence against animals?
Oh, yeah, I answered it on the thing.
Yeah. Next one is from Leslie. Leslie asks, he's a bit problematic. Did they move because of that? Talking about Karmelo.
Yeah, I think they moved because he was getting into trouble, a lot of trouble in the hood. And so they moved him to a better neighborhood. But the problem is you go from one problem to another. You see what I mean? So just because I know the world will try to make us think because you go into a white neighborhood or a middle class, or it doesn't mean that it's always going to be better, because each place got its own set of problems, right? So the problem is a lot will move into they moved into a white neighborhood. And now when your kids go to school, they get in a racism that they wasn't used to, right? So when they went to the black school, they had the thugs and the iggers, right? The ignorance of the blacks, and they had to deal with that. But they didn't have to deal with a racism hate. You know what I mean? Of them hating you, looking at you like you're not human and stuff. Like, that's a different level, right? A generational devil that just hates you because of nothing. It's like, it's a different energy. So it's a different level of trauma too, because a lot of them get put into schools and the teachers have secret racism. Shout out to the righteous white brothers and sisters, teachers and all that who don't partake in that. But in the generality, so they take on a different level of transgressions against them. And so they have so it'll play out differently, right? So it's like, dag, I left one problem and got a whole nother set of problems. And most of the time you won't even know that your child is going through it because you put them in the school and you're not there, and the children adopt and they, and so, yeah, that's definitely why they was leaving the hood. It's a good thing, but sometimes it's not always better. It's just a thing. You just have to monitor You have to monitor it very carefully when you got children and you putting them in a school, that's not of their culture, that's not dominated by their nationality. And some other cultures have a lot of prejudices, right? You got to remember the curses and stuff like that. Go ahead, Akiama.
The next one is from TikTok. He says he's holding a gun and wants to bring one to the fairgrounds, but where is his violent past they had written on the lower third?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it'll come out with they got 75 pages. So once that stuff comes out, it might come out tomorrow. I guess they'll have more of it. And then I guess hopefully his parents come out and say, whether that's his actual phone records or not. And as the case unfolds, you know what I mean? Because now it's, they got to the 24th.
Excuse me.
As the case unfolds, you know what I mean? Because now it's, go ahead, tell me. They got to the 24th.
Excuse me.
Oh, he got a delay.
Somebody has a problem on mine. Somebody seems to have a problem on mine with Hakiyama's voice. Problem on mine.
Oh, Tommy, y'all don't like that. You got the elder upset. Elder, like, I bet you if I can catch you, y'all just kick him out. If anybody says any disrespect to the woman, you just get him out. That's a whole nother level of wickedness. Just get him out. All right. So don't even wait. All right. So that's a high level devil. He's not high level. It's actually low level because he stoops down to disrespecting the woman. You see what I mean? So he's the worst of the devil. He's the lowest. It's not a high level. He's a bottom feeder. You see what I mean? That's the lowest. So yeah, just get him out. We don't tolerate that at all. All right? People, you can agree to disagree. We can play around like us in Boar's Head. But when they start attacking women and children, you just get them out. You understand? That's the Most High. The Most High's men, we don't tolerate no disrespect to women and children at all. All right. Praise the Most High. All right. So thank you, Elder. Just get them out right away. I don't play that at all. I don't play that at all. Not in this house. The Most High don't play. All right. All right. So let me continue. Go ahead. What was the next question, Hakim? I'm still trying to find my video, guys. I know I got it. Because I got an exclusive video. I just probably don't know what I named it.
This next one is from Is That Right or Not? He says, or she, I'm sorry. Did the girlfriend say those texts were real? Was she in the court today?
Yeah, she was. I don't know if she was there today. She was there yesterday with the mother. So she came in hugging the mother and she was sitting there. She's there for Karmelo. So the statements from the girl is they still in a relationship, even though he's in jail. So she's not, she didn't make a statement about if the texts were real or not. But even if they was, she's still with him. People like thugs and stuff, I used to be a thug. I wouldn't say stuff like that, but but my girls would be with me through all my, thug stuff, but I wasn't like that. He has some real problems. If those texts are for real, he has some serious issues. But yeah, go ahead. What's the next one, Hakim?
That's all we have. The next one is just a prayer.
All right. So give me the why is it okay? This is messing with me. I keep clicking Premiere and it keeps showing me screenshots. Okay, move this. Let me close screenshots. There go Premiere. It's over here. Okay. That's what I'm like. So I'm looking for a video, guys. I know I downloaded it, right? Maybe I just titled it wrong. I did the baby news, Karmelo clips. That's the Nolan. Unless I put it here. Unless I put it I must have put it with this one.
I've got a couple from last week.
Go ahead.
Okay.
You can give me one. I'm trying to find
This
this.
is from Kate Pitt. Kate Pitt
There
said,
we go.
oh, you
The
found
setup. Go ahead. You can still do it. I'll answer that one while I pull it in. I got it.
Okay. Kate Pitt says, this is regarding Nolan's phone. So is the phone is locked somehow? How are the kids supposed to get into it?
Oh, we answered that. We answered that when she asked it back then. All right. So here we go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect, right? Let me come back. I don't even know what's on the screen. What's on the screen? Oh, y'all see it? Okay. That's the one I'm looking for. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. This is the history.
We have all physically seen and heard the devil. We talked to the devil. We've seen the devil laugh, cry, grimace in the most sadistic way. And this is another story of a devil crying. But she's not crying because of remorse. She's crying because she got caught. She got caught committing one of the most demonic crimes. And she got caught lying about the crime in the most heinous way. Meet Robin Howington. She shot and killed her 5-year-old daughter. And as white people have often done in the past, she came up with some mythical black character and blamed it on him.
When you made that 911 call, did you know Destiny had been shot?
Yes.
And you told them that a black male, unknown black male, entered the door and fired a shot and shot Destiny.
Yes.
Why did you tell that story to 911?
This is what we was trying to prove to Boar's head and his jealousy. You understand? That this has been going on since the slave ships dropped some of our ancestors off, and since the European came to our indigenous ancestors here and started enslaving and unaliving. This has been going on. So this is where fake stats and stuff come up at, because these are lies. All right? It's untold numbers of the so-called Black Americans' ancestors were unalived from these lies.
Because I didn't want Gavin to live with the fact that he had shot his sister for the rest of his life.
The story that an unidentified black male had shot from the door was not true, was it?
No, sir.
This is a white woman named Robin Howington, who shot and killed her 5-year-old daughter in 2019. But you know what she did when she called 911? She told them that an unidentified black man came in and shot her child. She knew that that was a lie, but she still told the police that. Now, if you're familiar with this case, then you know that this woman changed her story at least 3 different times. First, it was the black man, then it was her son, then she just didn't know what the hell was going on. But instead of her taking accountability or allowing her child to take accountability for what they had done, what did she do? She tried to blame it on the black man. Mind you, these are the same people that tell us why we always got to bring race into it. Why we making everything about race.
That part. They always accuse us of everything they are actually doing.
When this is what they do. This is not the only case that this has happened. How many Emmett Tills do we have? How many times have this happened? And you see, they'll always talk about, oh, the 13% commits 50% of crime and all this BS they try to spew.
Come on, sis. That's what I showed you. That's why I showed you the clip of the stats, that the police are stacking the stats. I've been showing you the other fake stats, right? Sabaya, shout out to Sabaya in the building. Sabaya said those tears been unalive and got cities burned down. Let me tell you something about those tears. Those tears then got cities burned down, cities, people hung, destroyed, then destroyed lineages, generations of people, then wiped out a whole generation of people from the fake tears of the lies and deceit of those devils that want to incriminate and discriminate and eviscerate and obliterate the children of the Most High who've done nothing to them. You understand? But they try to tell us that there is no racism. That's why I showed you the clip of LSU. What is LSU, guys? What college is that? Is that Louisiana State, where they dragging the black doll baby with a rope around its neck today through the college? Like, oh, la, 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 la. But they want to tell us that we are tripping. We are, thank you guys, that we are pushing race hate when we're talking about we don't receive the mess they saying about Nolan. When we're talking about, even though it's coming out that Karmelo was a thug and he had some serious issues and problems, he was still attacked and he was still defending himself. That doesn't change that point. 6 thugs tried to jump one thug, and the one thug happened to have a poker. I'm speaking what Karmelo Tech said. And so the one thug poked and ran, and the others dispersed. And it just so happened to hit his heart. If it would have just hit his arm, we wouldn't even know about the case. You see what I mean? Imagine if it would have hit his throat. That's why you got to be careful. You jumping on somebody and everything, and the young man told you over and over again, don't put your hands on me. So those tears that Saba Yah's chosen, that's Yah's chosen. That's the sword. Shout out to Saba Yah. And Tayada Saba Yah, you know what I'm talking about. Praise the Most High, his holy name, his rightful order, daughter of Yah. You know what I'm talking about. Praise his holy name and his rightful order. Saba Yah. All right? Now, praise Yah. Now, what Saba Yah is talking about, Yah's chosen, she's talking about those tears. Many of our ancestors were hung, lynched, burned, just destroyed from those fake tears. Tamaya said those are the tears of a black man's death.
But they will never tell you that over 50% of those convictions are overturned. They will knowingly sit on a stand and lie, have a black person killed or sit to jail for the rest of their lives and feel no remorse about it until the day they're on their deathbed. And then that's when they want to confess all of their sins. And that's why the conversation around jury selection is always a main topic, because black people, we don't have that low down dirty nature of convicting someone who we know is innocent. But we can't say the same about them.
Yeah, because we never do shit like that. You never hear about some black family, some black person killing some kid and then just blaming it on a random unknown white character. You notice there are thousands and thousands of black police officers. How often do we ever hear them shooting and killing some unarmed white man with his hands up, or him grabbing for his wallet or whatever?
Never. Thank you, Brother Leslie, for the donation. I humbly receive, King. Thank you so much. Sister Stephanie, you're right. Hold on, let me put it on the screen. Sister Stephanie said, the fact is this has caused black children unalived in Jamaica, Barbados, St. Lucia. Great that had to deal with the islands also get, yes, if you come to America, because they see your black skin. You understand? Our brothers and sisters from the diaspora, okay? Y'all are the children of, y'all the children of Judah too. You just don't know it, a lot of y'all, right? Because ain't nothing, that's when with those slave ships that dropped y'all off on those islands, that's all it did, just dropping the same people off on the islands. Now y'all raised different culture from the islands, but that's why in this ministry, we're from every nation. Our sister, Stephanie, our sister, Yah's chosen, that I was just talking about, Saba Yah, she's from Grenada, okay, from the Caribbean, all right? So we got people from every nation in this ministry, from all over the world, nation, kindred, and tongue. Praise the Most High, all right? Yes, I agree, Sister Stephanie, all right? All right, let's continue. So see those tears? Those tears.
whatever the case may be, and the black guy, or him grabbing, shooting, and killing thousands and thousands of black police officers. How often do we ever hear them shooting and killing some unarmed white man with his hands up, or him grabbing for his wallet, or whatever the case may be, and the black guy getting off? First of all, it never even happens. But if it did happen, rest assured, the black cop would be arrested right away, and he would go to jail. How often do we hear about one white kid hanging out with a bunch of black kids? All of a sudden, the white kid is dead, and the black medical examiner rules it as an accidental drowning or a suicide, and the case is closed, swept under the rug. You don't see it because we don't do that.
Their request for freedom, a South Carolina parole board denied Susan Smith's release roughly 30 years after she was found guilty of drowning her 2 young boys, Alex and Michael.
Susan Smith is denied parole. The vote is unanimous.
Appearing virtually, the now 53-year-old Smith expressed remorse for her actions.
I want to say how very sorry I am.
So they denied her parole after 30 years for unaliving her children, and guess who she blamed it on? A black man.
I know that what I did was so horrible. And I would give anything if I could go back and change it.
Smith first made national headlines October 1994 when she claimed a black man carjacked her vehicle with her children still inside. Authorities launched an intense 9-day search for a suspect, but ultimately she confessed to killing her sons. Her then estranged husband, David Smith, stood by her side as they pleaded for help.
I want to say to
See those tears? There go those tears. Okay? Saying a black man did it.
my babies that your mama loves you so much.
Today,
that was the fakest cry I ever heard. Did y'all see that cry? Ain't a tear. Oh my goodness. Look at this. That's the fake. That one too. Look like she's smiling. You see? That's that Erica Kirk style. Sorry, you know they're going to really get triggered at that. Sorry, not sorry.
Her sons. Her then estranged husband, David Smith, stood by her
Look,
side.
she look like she's smiling.
As they pleaded for help.
I want to say to my babies that your mama loves you so much.
She said, a little sick little devil.
Today, he spoke against her release.
This wasn't a tragic mistake. She purposely meant to end her life. He changed my life for the rest of my life that night.
The original prosecutors in the case saying the board made the right decision. Do you think she's the same woman that she was 30 years ago?
I believe Susan is the same woman she was 30 years ago when she laughed in the courtroom when the jury wasn't in and cried as soon as the jury came in.
David Smith turning the focus back to his sons and his commitment to keeping Susan in jail as she reapplies for parole every 2 years.
For 2 more years, there'll still be justice for Michael and Alex.
Kathy Park, NBC News, Columbia, South Carolina.
They have been doing this since the inception, just like they've been covering up black deaths like the Nolan Wells case. Now, this is not all white people, obviously, because you have a lot of white women that are fighting for justice for Nolan Wells.
And black and white men fighting for just. Shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters who fight for spirit and in truth. Yes, I agree. I'm glad he brought that out.
But when it comes to white people in general, they are usually the ones that are committing these crimes and committing these cover-ups. Before the emergence of social media, my favorite TV show, my favorite channel to watch was the ID channel, the Investigation Discovery channel. Now, first of all, even back then, I would always find it ironic and curious that when you watch all of these crime shows, no matter what channel it's on, 90% of the criminals are always white. But yet white people are always the ones trying to claim that black people commit the most crimes. And just like you heard the woman say in that clip, what people don't know is over 50% of exonerations are exonerations of black people accused of committing crimes. And when it comes to drug charges, despite the fact that black people only make up 14% of the population, 80% of black people are often exonerated from drug charges. And this explains why there are so many stories of cops getting caught trying to plant drugs on black people.
The drugs were there. I did not put the narcotics there.
First up, we head to Jackson County, Florida. The trial of Zachary Wester. Former sheriff's deputy was charged with 67 counts of racketeering. Wester's accused of planting drugs in a dozen vehicles during random traffic stops.
Planting drugs.
67 counts of racketeering. Shout out to Fly Eagles Fly, right? See, the system is criminal, but they call people criminals. So the judges, the lawyers, the police, the DA, the prosecutors, right? They all commit crimes, right? They falsifying evidence. They sniffing cocaine. They doing drugs. They the biggest criminals, but they always looking to put a crime on somebody. It's crazy. It's like the criminals have ran the yard. That's America. America was built on criminality. Stolen land and unaliving and murder and robbery and raping and all of it. It's the root, the foundation. But they call everybody, they call us, the regular people, criminals, right? You run a red light, they call you, you do something wrong, they call you a criminal, right? You starving and you go and you take a piece of, you ain't supposed to steal, but you do something, but they call you a criminal, lock you up when they are committing crimes day in and day out. It's crazy.
Drugs on black people.
The drugs were there. I did not put the narcotics there.
First up, we head to Jackson.
These stories of cops getting caught trying to plant drugs on black people.
The drugs were there. I did not put the narcotics there.
First up, we head to Jackson County, Florida. The trial of Zachary Wester. Former sheriff's deputy was charged with 67 counts of racketeering. Wester's accused of planting drugs in a dozen vehicles during random traffic stops.
Planting drugs on citizens for years. Planting drugs one by one, bust after bust. Okay, let's put up his mug shot. He's been caught. Put his mug shot up. Take a good look at this guy, okay?
I lived that. They did that to me. New York City in the 90s, where I lived that reality.
This is a former cop in Jacksonville, spent his whole 2-year police career planting drugs on innocent people during traffic stops. He literally became a cop just to be corrupt. You got to think about how deep this is. That means that he knew when he was applying for the job that this was an industry he could be corrupt on the inside of. He knew as a professional police officer, he could find a safe haven for his corruption. His name is Zachary Wester.
Well, most of them are corrupt. Shout out to the righteous police officers. We need more of you. But remember, the KKK and their system, they put these people into these positions, right? Politicians, the policing system, the police force officers, so they can have, right? So they can have the power and influence in those positions. Come on, Fly Eagles Fly. They know exactly who they hiring. I agree.
Years of age. He was sentenced to 12.5 years. Zachary Wester, 20, professional police officer. He could find a safe haven for his corruption. His name is Zachary Wester, 28 years of age. He was sentenced to 12.5 years for his crimes. Put his picture up again. I want people to see this, okay? All right. He actually seems like a nice guy when he talks. I mean, this guy was deadly with his charisma and, well, I'm so sorry. We're gonna have to take you to jail. And his victims are claiming, no, that's not mine. I don't know where you got that from. I'm so sorry, I gotta take you in for this. He planted it. Let me give you some background. Nearly 3 years after former North Florida deputy Zachary Wester first faced suspicions that he secretly planted drugs on innocent motorists, jurors convicted him on numerous charges in the crooked cop case. Wester was found guilty on 19 counts involving 3 of his alleged victims. He had more, by the way, but they had good evidence on those. And not guilty on 48 other counts involving the other 9 victims, not because he didn't do it, but because the evidence had to be weighed in a particular way in court, and they didn't have all of the evidence they had on these others. A jury found Wester guilty on counts involving Teresa Odom, Joshua Manuel and Stephen Van, all of whom were charged with possession of meth.
New this morning, Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt is asking multiple McCurtain County officials to step down from their jobs immediately. And he's sending in state investigators to see if anything illegal has happened. This move comes after the sheriff, a county commissioner, the jail administrator, and a sheriff's investigator were recorded by a local newspaper at a county meeting expressing frustration that they could not hang black people anymore and also openly...
Boy, this, come on, guys. This is a reality. So I'm doing this. The Most High be having me grab this information, guys, because this is current too. This is now, okay? All right? They are upset. They are literally complaining and making, what's the names? They're filing reports that how dare us not have the right to hang black people anymore. I swear you can't. If I'm just like Jake Lang, they're mad because they want to be able to say Igor, so they're having an Igor march. That was on the 19th. I mean, they must have had it already or something, unless it got shut down, right? They're having a march because they want to have the right to call black people Igors. They are complaining because they don't have the freedom to hang us anymore. Wow. See, I know someone are like, why are you laughing, Unc? Because the power of the Most High in your righteousness. I need you to understand, in your righteousness is where you have your safety. That's the Most High's bosom. He is righteousness. So my safety is in my Father, in my morality, in my decency, in my righteousness, in my discernment, in my walk. Great is he that is within me. My Father, his anointing, his covering, my faith, the shield, my armor, my breastplate. You heard? All of that, the scripture, I live the word. You become one with the word and your righteousness will cover you from all these devils. It's going to get worse. Do you understand? They opening up windows. They opening up portals. They releasing the fallen, that they unleashing. It's going to be Nephilim coming. We are ushering in the end times, the day of the Most High. They call it the day of the Lord in the Bible. So righteousness is what's going to cover you. So I don't have to worry. I'm not laughing and making light of it. I'm laughing because it has no power or authority to infect me, to make me emotional, to make me bitter, to make me anxious, to make me depressive, to instill some of these devils into me. I don't give it that power. You understand? I'm laughing at the idiocy of the matter over these devils. That's why I call them tink tinks and I call them crash outs. And I see that they are lower than. You get it? So when they come here like that boar's head dude, I'm like, bro, you're weak. You can't give them a power because life and death is in the power of the tongue. So if I act like I'm scared or if I'm triggered, I'm giving them energy. So they can't have my energy. That's spiritual warfare. I'm teaching you how I deal with spiritual warfare. You understand? Certain things is just laughable, but it doesn't mean I'm not taking it serious. You get it? I understand the devices. I understand how destructive this energy could be, what they're planning and what they want to do, but I know how this plays out. And I know that my safety is in my individual righteousness and how I treat every spirit, because we are spirits animating a physical existence. So I'm dealing with spiritual warfare. So that's why I look at people and I see the spirit inhabiting people. That's why I call them devils and stuff. You understand? Because I'm dealing with the devil that's using the person in the communities, principalities, the places. That's why we teach spiritual warfare in this ministry. So let me put that back again. Listen to what they are upset at.
the jail administrator, and a sheriff's investigator were recorded by a local newspaper at a county meeting expressing frustration that they could not hang black people anymore, and also openly.
Now, these are the professionals. You see, administrators, your wardens, your police chiefs and stuff, they're frustrated that they can't hang us. That's why that crash out come here talking about, I got guns, well, I got more guns than you. I got that than you. It's like, boy, shut up. Right? Come on, Brother Bradley. I'm like, boy, sit down and take several seats. Don't nobody care about your little guns, tink tink. You understand? You better, I'm dealing with spiritual warfare, and you telling me about your little pew-pews, your little pow-pows. Boy, I done went past pow-pow. If you would have seen me when I was in sin and transgression, you wouldn't have wanted that smoke. You heard that part. When I was outside, you wouldn't have wanted that smoke with your little pow-pows. But you definitely don't want this spiritual smoke now, who I am now, because the spiritual guns I got now ain't none of your physicality can do nothing with this spiritual oneness of the Father. You heard? This part. Now, boy, you thought I was, you might have would have thought I was tough in the streets in the world. Boy, you ain't seen nothing to the spirit, man. You heard? Weak in the spirit. Let's continue. These devils is mad they can't hang the black people no more. They sitting around just a pouty face. Poor ting-tings. You just mad you can't a quart of blood. You just want to spill some blood, huh?
Investigators to see if anything illegal has happened. This move comes after the sheriff, a county commissioner, the jail administrator, and a sheriff's investigator were recorded by a local newspaper at a county meeting expressing frustration that they could not hang black people anymore, and also openly threatening to kill two newspaper reporters.
One of the episodes I was watching that I will never forget, this one young white boy who was addicted to crime. By his own admission, he bragged about how he was just addicted to crime. He was talking about how his dad was a criminal and it just runs in the family. This is what he was saying. So he tells a story of how, I guess he was at a store. He's coming out of a store and he wants to rob somebody, right? He sees a white guy in a car and he runs up to the driver's side of the car and puts a gun straight to the white man's head in the car, right? Tells him to get out. He carjacks him. So he says the next day he's watching the news and he's on there. So he says the white man that he carjacked, he drew up a description of the guy who jacked him. But here's the funny part. The victim, he drew up a description of a black guy. And this is the white guy who jacked him. This is him telling the story. And he's telling the story and he's laughing. He said, man, I couldn't believe it when I seen they had a description of a black guy. He felt like he was untouchable after he seen that on the news. Now just think about the level of racism that was involved in this case. Or I shouldn't say involved in this case. Just think of the level of a racist that white victim had to be. This white man was so racist that he wanted to protect the white man that robbed him, that carjacked him, just to blame it on an unknown black person, hoping that some random black person would get arrested for a crime that he didn't even commit. That was the most shocking moments I seen on that TV show.
Breaking news now.
That is crazy. Sister Stephanie, you on it, Steph. She dropping it. She said if black people would understand that we can build our community in righteousness. Sister Steph, you knocked it out the park. That's the key word. In righteousness, they would find it harder. They couldn't do nothing with us because righteousness is our protection. The Most High fights on our behalf, Sister Stephanie and everybody else, when we are in his righteousness. That's why I tell you, even the way you treat your machines, your AI, everything you got, treat it righteously. If you find yourself emotionally lashing out at anything, come back and apologize and repent. Because all these things will have measures against you. I strive to live my life 24/7 in righteousness. And whenever because you know we're human, so we slip and fall. Whenever I find myself triggered or angered or unrighteous, I collect myself. If I might have offended someone or said anything, I'll apologize and repent, and I regroup and get back into righteousness. You get it? That's your superpower. Righteousness. That's the spiritual warfare thing that they will never teach us in churches. They will never teach us because that's our covering. That's the Most High's secret inner sanctum, his bosom. Righteousness. It's all through the Safariyah that they call the Bible. It's all through it. Righteousness, righteousness, for righteousness' sake, righteousness, in his righteousness, of his righteousness, 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 all through. If you look, now that I'm calling you your election, your ion, your eyesight, your mind to see, you will see it now. You know how you go through things, you know how you bought a new car and you never used to see it before, but now you own the car, you see them everywhere? That's like all things. It's into your forefront of your mind. Your mind's eye is what they call it. Once I point that out to you, you look through your scriptures, you're going to see it everywhere. And you're going to see instructions that's your covering and your protection. That's your way to the Father because he is righteousness. Praise the Most High.
Police today began issuing termination papers to multiple police officials.
Oh, I showed this part. All right. So, wow. I just can't believe they shadow banned us like this. At least they would have let us get to 300. I'm like, my goodness. Let me see which one I want to do. Do I want to do that one? Yeah, let's do this really quick. Do a little Nolan update. All right? Just a little bit. All right, let's go. Share this tab instead. R.I.P. to young Nolan Wells. A little Nolan update.
I know y'all remember this.
You have no idea who you're dealing with.
Any corruption and cover-up starts with your connections.
Ocean Springs is going to have Ocean Springs back.
And guess what town the DA lives in? Ocean Springs.
I understand the public's urgency to know what happened to Nolan, but we are not taking time for time's sake.
Do this not remind you of the Drewski skit when he was doing?
Did he just overlay Erica on there? The internet is a trick.
The DA lives in Ocean Springs.
I understand the public's urgency to know what happened to Nolan, but we are not taking time for time's sake.
Do this not remind you of the Drewski skit when he was doing Erica Kirk?
But we are not taking time for time's sake.
The Mississippi Rising Coalition recently posted this with questions on Facebook for the DA. One question, does the DA have any personal relationships with the friend's parents? And the second one, because she's involved in a lot of these local women's groups, even women's Republican groups, does she have any connection with Judge Ashley Cole? And would that be a conflict of interest? And asking if she should recuse herself from an investigation involving a child of one of her professional colleagues.
Mike, it looks like your boat's taking on water, bud.
Here are actual examples of boats in distress, sinking, taking on water, needing to be rescued and towed.
Hello, shout out to 2001 Cindy. This is what I'm talking about, okay? What happened to the boat call talking about we're sinking, we're taking on 30 feet of water, we're sinking fast, and we're all this stuff, and ain't nothing. What happened to this? That's why I'm like, when your boat is taking on water, takes it on fast. Water rushes, water and water's heavy. So it actually will start to tilt your boat down, and more it tilt, the more water comes in. You understand? And remember when they said the minute that they supposed to call themselves sinking, then they drove out further into the bay. Carpe diem. crazy work. That's something like, if y'all was thinking, the last thing you would do was go further out into the bay, into the water. You would go back towards the shore. But again, lie from the lake of fire. And play that part again.
Involving a child of one of her professional colleagues.
Mike, it looks like your boat's taking on water, bud.
Here are actual examples of boats in distress, sinking, taking on water, needing to be rescued and towed. Because I do not believe the alibi of those votes.
I pulled the records, and look what was filed today in the Nolan Wells estate case. The legal team has issued a subpoena to CETO Services International, demanding records connected to that July 4th call. This is not somebody asking nicely on Facebook. This is a court-issued demand for records, electronically stored information, and the materials identified in Exhibit A. And baby, they didn't just ask for the little audio clip everybody has been passing around. They are asking for the original native recordings, call detail records, caller identification, dial numbers, start and end times, routing, transfers, conferences, dispatcher information, messages, dispatch records, and the system Jews to preserve those communications. And here's where it gets interesting. The subpoena specifically defines the incident as a July 4th request for assistance near the west or northwest tip of Horn Island, including the report that the bilge pump had stopped working, the vessel was taking on water or sinking, the request for a tow to Fort Bayou, communications between the dispatcher and the CETO captain, a separate communication involving the vessel owner, member, relative, or grandfather, and any attempted transfer or conference with the caller. Did you hear me? They want the whole communication chain. The principal time window they identify as 2 p.m. through 8 p.m. Central Time on July 4th.
Well, about damn time. We know what's up with that CETO.
No, that's right. Well, about time. 2001 Cindy, thank you. Love you too, sis. Thank you, D. I humbly receive. Thank you so much for your donation. Exodus 18 through 18 through 26. Chapter 18, Exodus chapter 18, verse 18 through 26. Much respect to the House of the Most High Ministries. All right, salute, D. Thank you so much for your donation. I humbly receive. All right, he's correct. It's about doggone time, right? Oh yeah, we're gonna make some. That shout out to everybody in the content create that's making sure holding these administrators responsible for their actions. You know we in the end times, boy. We calling this stuff. They used to be doing this stuff and unaliving us and hanging us and doing everything and just sliding it under the rug. But everything be coming out now.
Call.
They're gonna come for my career.
You said that.
I told them, I was like, they're gonna come for my career. I don't know if it is gonna be now, in a few weeks, in a few months. I said, but I'm telling you, they are gonna come for my career. And when I say they, I'm not talking about any specific group of people, just people who don't like the fact that we are just wanting answers.
Yes.
We're just
Time out. Who? It appears that all the black people support you. Who is going to come for your job? According to the internet of what has been presented on the internet and publicly.
Anybody. It's Officer Tampon. Is he starting to really just annoy you? Like, honestly, like his voice now, his face, you know how you just get so, where you like, I can't even bro, just go away, bro. I'm like, Officer Tampon, it's just his voice now, his demeanor, because he's just so fake. It's just this, it's like, oh my goodness, I don't want to hear you no more. Go somewhere, bro. My goodness. I'm serious, bro. I'm like, oh my goodness, here he come.
She only has one complaint. She has not been fired. She only has one net of what has been presented on the internet and publicly. She only has one complaint. She has not been fired. I think her conduct should get her fired. The statement that she made at that press conference. Now, you can say whatever you want to say, but if a white person came out and said, you got to talk to your kids about hanging around black people, pretty much, the way they move in spaces where people don't look like them, If a person says something so racially charged and biased, I think that person should not be working in a setting where they have to deal with the people in which they claim that you got to be careful around. That's not reasonable. That's not practical. You are a professional. You can't.
He really think he in some type of damn gang or something like that. What in the hell do Miss Christine Wansley got to do with, like you said, you proving the young men ain't got nothing to do with Nolan Wells unaliving? This goes to show you who he's sent by. Cause her speaking about her job and being attacked, she was attacked.
You can't be telling, I raise my kids to watch out, especially if people don't look like you. That is racial. That is a racist thing to say. That is a bias and prejudice thing to say.
Everybody listen clearly. I don't care what Officer Tampon talking about. If you tell your children, be careful being around a group of people that don't look like you, is not of your nationality, that is not racist. That is awareness. That is discernment. Okay? That is advice. That is not racist. So if my righteous white brothers and sisters tell their white children, be very careful being around a whole gang of blacks, okay, by yourself, that ain't racist. Okay? I would tell them good advice. 9 times out of 10, nothing to happen to them because I know my culture of people, but spirits take over groups of people. You understand? Mobs mentality. So if a black parents tell their black child, be very careful being around a whole bunch of another nation of people and being the only one, ain't nothing racist about that. That's called wisdom. Sorry, it just is what it is. But he's race baiting. He is super coon. And it's going to bite him in the butt because Hasatan, the devil, is a liar. He doesn't reward you, he stabs you in the back at the end.
If a white lady came out and said that, I think it's wrong and I think she shouldn't have her thing to say. That is a bias and prejudice thing. I raise my kids to watch out, especially people.
Was attacked.
You can't be telling, I raise my kids to watch out, especially people don't look like you. That is racial. That is.
Watch out, everybody, especially people that don't look like you. And watch out for some of the people who do look like you. You see? Foolish. Test all spirits. And then you got to test generations, nations of people. Then you got to test neighborhoods and communities. Then you got to test institutions. Nah. Ain't none of that racist. That's wisdom. That's called awareness, discernment.
It's a racist thing to say. That is a bias and prejudice thing to say. If a white lady came out and said that, I think it's wrong and I think she shouldn't have her job.
I swear, I wish this, but we're in the age that, it is what it is. You know what I mean? They don't shadow ban him. They let Super Coon go on and do his thing. All right? I was going to show that, but I'm going to close out with this. Right? I'm going to do something else. I was going to show something else. I had another story. We'll do that another time. I want to close out with some information. Right? Let me close out with some information. I know that's right. That's called understanding history and discerning the times, Sister Stephanie. Tatum Bigsby, I know. And Bradley, I was going to do some, but I'm not sure if they're going to block it. I could have did it tonight. This has been a perfect time because they shadow banned us to death tonight. So this would have been a perfect time to do it tonight. I was going to do a Tatum Bigsby thing. All right. So it's crazy. At least they let us get to 100, Hakiyama. They didn't let us get to 2. That's insanity. That's crazy. I'm waiting to see these numbers when we finish. It's like, man, they like, we got you. I don't know. What did I do? Because you know what's funny? I would think it's the thumbnail, right? I know y'all probably like, it's probably the thumbnail, You put I'll lick his blood and KKK, right? But it's like, somebody else had I'll lick his blood on the thumbnail and they let him get 40,000 views. So I thought I was safe. I should have known better. Boy, you ain't safe. I don't know what you talk about, boy. I don't care what nobody else do. You better not do it. You understand? I need to learn that part. You need to stop thinking just because somebody else can do something that you can do it. No, that don't work like that. All right? Now, let me do this. Let me do a little bit of history. All right? I'm going to close out with this. All right? So I'm going to save, I was going to do something really powerful history, but I'm going to save it until we not shadow banned, because, to there's more people, at least 200-300, you know what I mean? To more people, because the more people that it could reach, the more people it could help. All right? So I'm going to do this now. I'm going to do this one. Let's do a little historical facts. All right? Let's go. So now I'm going to do a little historical fact because they unalived young Nolan on what we call the 4th of July's, of the lies, the 4th of lies. Okay? And we have a history with that Heli Day. Okay? That ain't our holiday. All right? The 4th of July, every year, a culture in America, they fire up the grill. 4th of July's. The barbecue. I taught on this ministry the root of barbecue, and it started first with the indigenous Americans that Columbus saw when he got here in the land that they call now Florida, which I live in now, native land. They would barbecue, they would cook our ancestors, burn them. So this is where you get this barbecue that they celebrate on the 4th of July. Then they have a thing where they shoot fireworks. And on the 4th of July, they used to put bombs inside of our so-called Black American ancestors. They would literally stick dynamite and fireworks in their rectum, in the woman's vajayjay, and blow it up. Do you know how much pain? They would love to instill the most insidious levels of pain, to stick in 80s in your vajayjay and hold you down and blow your vagina up or blow your anus wide open. They called Roman candles lighting the blacks on fire and watch them run on fire, and they would shoot fireworks at them and stuff. So this 4th of July, they call it a celebration of Independence Day. They teach us to revere the moment that the American colonies, this is what they're teaching us, that the American colonies casted off the iron chains of the British Empire. And they say, from that moment, we were forever free. That's the 4th of July. But the true history, you already know, you know the Most High gonna have old let's go, time to teach some things. The true history is that ain't the whole story. Okay? So there was a president, y'all know him, named Thomas Jefferson, right? And Thomas Jefferson, he said, we are in pursuit of the life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? All right? Y'all know this historical, these founding fathers and all that type of stuff, right? Now, when Thomas Jefferson quoted life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, he did so while he had over 300 of my black ancestors in slavery, in bondage. But they're calling this freedom. Huh? So when these colonies, which I call slaveries, enslavers, while the colonies proudly proclaim that they had the God-given right for freedom, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness and self-determination, they continued the institution of slavery. So for the so-called Black Americans, the 4th of July was never a celebration. It was actually one of the most violent days of the whole entire calendar year. They would take this 4th of July, and it was a day that they would break up the families. It was the day of the year, and it was a tradition that this was the day that they would go into their plantations and they would look to see who they want to sell off, your daughter, your son, your wife, your husband, so you'll never see them again. So the Black Americans, this 4th of July, for our ancestors that were enslaved, was the worst day of the year. Their celebrations, they would barbecue, cook the blacks, stick fireworks in them, burn them on fire. They celebrated by terrorizing our ancestors and selling them off on this day. It was the biggest day of the slave blocks for the entire year. Our ancestors who went through chattel slavery in America, they would dread that this day was coming around because they didn't know who they was going to lose to be sold off from their family or who was going to be lit on fire or destroyed. They would get drunk and go and grape, and they love graping the men and the boys. Now, the 4th of July for the Black American was never a celebration. It was the most violent reminder of America's hypocrisy. But there came a time when emancipation happened. There was a reversal. Now, once we got emancipated, the so-called Black celebrated and turned the 4th of July into a Black holiday. Everybody listen. Once the emancipation happened, the Blacks started to turn the 4th into a celebration. So, let me explain. In the antebellum South, the 4th of July was a whites-only holiday. It was there celebrating their emancipation from the British. And it was an enslaving holiday, like I said, that they selling off, making money, getting drunk, burning people, cooking them, just getting drunk. Rivers of alcohol always flowed. And the white Americans celebrated the 4th of July, their freedom, with a drunken intensity. Drunk, alcohol and spirits. For all of the Black communities in America, you would shun these celebrations. If they ever found any Blacks showing any sort of patriotism, they viewed it as a threat. And they had non-written laws that if any Blacks ever tried to show any act of patriotism or pride in the 4th of July, it will be met with instant violence. All through up north, Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Ohio, Cincinnati, white mobs with bricks, stones, sticks, guns, they attacked any Black citizens who dared to celebrate their emancipation. So when our ancestors realized and got their emancipation, their freedom, mobs of whites would terrorize, and any Blacks that tried to celebrate or form their own protective forces, state recognized from the Union, they would come and bomb and obliterate and destroy and maim our ancestors. So, what the Black American did is what we always do. Boy, I like us. I love us. I swear I love us. Yeah, I do. You know, we got our crash outs, we got everything, but every nation of people, love yourself. Rebuke the sins of your ancestors and all that, but don't have nobody hate you, make you hate yourself, because the Most High created you who you are. It was intentional. The Most High don't make mistakes. So don't have nobody hate you. You can be shamefaced against your nation of people and their transgressions, and you rebuke the sins of your ancestors and your forefathers, but don't hate yourself. Love what the Most High created in you and become righteous. You see, and call out the wickedness of your nation of people. Hold accountability. So yeah, I love us. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. We rebuke the crash outs and the iggers of our nation of people, but generally, I love us. Facts. Now, you know what our ancestors did? So, because they want to start this mess with us, we can't celebrate the 4th. We can't, you know what we did? We did our own thing. And guess what we did? Instead of celebrating the 4th, we started claiming July 5th. Oh, Black America, boy, blacker than blacks, I love us, boy. We ain't nothing to play with. So, y'all got the 4th, do y'all. July 5th, our ancestors chose to observe their freedom, okay? And we chose to celebrate on the 5th. We also chose other dates. We actually chose to take January the 1st, right? And this was what we seen. This was a historical record that was the banning of the transatlantic slave trade happened on a January 1st. So our ancestors took July 5th and we celebrated. Y'all can have the 4th. We got the 5th. Hold on. Then we took January 1st, which was the date that they banned the transatlantic slave trade, and we made that a celebration. And we took August 1st, which was the day that the British abolition of slavery happened in the West Indies. And we took August 1st and we made that a celebration. And we called each of these dates Black Independence Days. Come on, learn some history, children of y'all. Learn your history. All right? And my other nations, learn this history. We celebrated January 1st. We celebrated July 5th. We celebrated August 1st as Black Independence Days. Now, what we did, shout out the Sound of Music, we took July 4th and we use it as a day of protest, not celebration. We pivoted. Now, what happened was Frederick Douglass in 1852, he delivered a speech. And our ancestor Frederick Douglass, he said, I quote, "What to the slave is the 4th of July?" That quote rang through Black America, 1852. Frederick Douglass, he laid the bare fact, the bare chasm between America's prideful, lofty ideals and the actual bloody reality that it really was. So, after the Civil War in 1865, things started to change. A drastic shift changed. White Southerners found themselves trapped in a sort of a nightmare. When they lost the Civil War, they suffered a great military defeat and they lost their free labor. Once they lost their free labor force, the former Confederacy languished. That's why they came up with the KKK, because they was haters, like that boar's head dude who was here earlier. So what happened was, once they lost the the Civil War, they didn't see the 4th of July as a day of pride. It became a humiliating reminder of their loss and brokenness. Everybody, shout out to Run Rock. So after the Civil War and their loss and their free labor, they didn't see 4th of July to be celebrated as a day of pride. So all the white Southerners, they stopped celebrating the 4th of July. They boycotted the holiday and they turned it into a day of mourning. They stayed home. they stopped going out and they boycotted the 4th of July, and they looked at it as a solemn day of mourning. So you know what my ancestors did? The Black of the Blacks? We said, okay, since you want to throw that away, we are the creators. We take scraps and we can build a temple with the scraps. So the Black ancestors said, okay, y'all don't want the 4th of July. Y'all don't want the 4th of July no more? We'll pick that up. So Black folks took the 4th of July holiday for themselves. So from Washington, D.C., from Tennessee, from Arkansas, from Alabama, Black Americans erupted into a joy and celebration. They didn't just read the Declaration of Independence. They would read the Emancipation Proclamation and the 13th Amendment, which would outlaw slavery, and they would celebrate on the 4th. Shout out to A. Sandoval. Thank you so much, daughter of Yah. Thank you so much for the super sticker. I humbly receive for your donation. I humbly receive. Thank you, sis. So they took the holiday. Now, it was how can I say it? It was a secret. They was flexing on them, honestly, because it wasn't a quiet celebration. They did it unapologetically. They celebrated loud and proud. By 1876 in Charleston, South Carolina, you had scores and scores of Black citizens that gathered at White Point Gardens. And they had an armed Black militia that would march proudly through the streets. Now, these militias were built up of formerly enslaved men and former Union officers, the Blacks. And they would wear officer uniforms and they would lead the way of the parades. The Black woman also showed out. In Memphis, Tennessee, they had organizations called the Daughters of Zion. Listen clearly. And another organization called the Sisters of Zion. And they march through the streets. Every time we go through this history, guys, we see the children of Yahshua. Our ancestors called Kumbaya. They called themselves these things. In 1875, they elected a queen for the day. And this was an assertion of dignity and respect for a Black woman in a time when such declarations were heresy to the white world, but revolutionary to the Black former slaves. They also created dances. One of the dances they created was called the Tulu, T-U-L-U. And it was a street dance. I wanted to show you. I ain't gonna be able to find my images. Oh, crap. I wanted to show y'all the dance because I got the I got the screenshots, but it's somewhere. I won't be able to find it. I don't know where. I did this. I had this together to teach this a long time ago. So I'll find it one time and I'll show y'all in the future lesson. They had a dance called the Tulu. Y'all know us, so-called blacks. Y'all know we dancers. We make up, right? We make up dances and we make up creative things that got something to do with our freedom, or, everything is intentional. So this popular dance among the freed blacks called the Tulu, it was an actual mocking of the white high society class. Now, they did a dance and it would mock the high society romance of the white enslavers, the oppressors. And the Tulu was a dance that I got the image. They walked like this. They did like a step, right? And they stepped like this, right? And it was a high stepping. So it was mocking like high society, how they walk when they had those big old dresses on, right? So when they did the dances, they were mocking the slave masters, the oppressors, the high society. But they had no clue that it was a mockery. And so our ancestors would do this dance in the streets as they're celebrating the 4th of July, and they were actually mocking the enslavers. By 1876, the Tulu had become the city of Charleston's unofficial name for Independence Day. So in the city of Charleston, the word Tulu replaced Independence Day. So the 4th of July became the celebration of the Tulu, which was the dance that was mocking the enslavers in their face. You heard? Take that. Take that. You heard? Now, the white, shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters, we just teaching history, all right? Y'all, we all got to learn the true history. The white Southerners, plantation owners, Confederacy, enslavers, they hated every second of this. They grew the strongest resentment from seeing all of these formerly enslaved blacks celebrating their freedom. They have plenty historical records of newspapers, diaries from this time reveal that the white citizens documented that they were complaining that this holiday, the 4th of July, had become what they quoted as the most dreadful day. Listen clearly. They said, verbatim, I quote, that the 4th of July had become Iggorized. They put this in the newspapers, it's in their journals, it's in their diaries. The blacks had Iggorized the 4th of July. So come on, guys, learn some history. We took the 4th of July. And they did the Tula dance, mocking them in the streets as we celebrated. Now listen clearly. They said they Iggorized the 4th of July, and they started to call it the Black 4th of July. So remember, guys, they took it after they lost the Civil War. they was, they was in their feelings. They like, we not celebrating no more, and it's a day of mourning. So we like, well, thank you, give me that. We show you what to do with it. So they start to call it the Black 4th of July, and it became a symbol of Black joy. And then, what do you think happened? The backlash. You should know it. You should already know. Somebody should already told you. You know, though, they're like, these niggers. Damn these niggers. Damn. They're like, these niggers. The Black holiday. They was like, that's all I can stand, and I can't stand no more. So, in 1875, in Vicksburg, Mississippi, a white mob came and slaughtered a Black Republican rally because the Blacks were Republicans back then. The Dixiecrats, the Democrats, were the enslavers. And in 1875, in Vicksburg, Mississippi, they slaughtered. They unalived the Black deputy sheriff and countless amounts of our Black brothers and sisters. In 1876, another white mob in Hamburg, South Carolina, went on and started to unalive hundreds of Blacks. Jelly bellies. You know, you already know, right? Ain't nothing changed, right? Shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters who don't receive all this devil stuff. That's why I tried to tell that little, what's his name? That little tink that was here, little boar's head. I'm like, bro, hate don't look good on you, bro. I'm trying to teach you how to come out of it. Ain't no reason to be hated, right? It's not a good look on you, bro. That's why, your woman, they going to leave you. Your children, she going to be smashing Ray Ray. I'm trying to help you for her to get with Chad, but if you keep hating on, hating on Unc and stuff, she going to be checking out Ray Ray. She already trying to learn how to whip and nay-nay. She going to be checking out Ray Ray. I'm just trying to tell you. You don't want her going after Pookie, right? Stay away from Pookie and Ray Ray. Okay? All right. So Nosy Bug said, that's my home, South Carolina. Shout out to South Carolina, right? So they started to mob our ancestors. And this is a terror started to be increased. And it ended what they called at this time the Reconstruction. They tried to unalive our ancestors and burn down their businesses and their houses and their properties, and it ended what they called the Reconstruction. The white Democrats, they used violence to take back control of all the Southern governments and to reinstitute the oppression over all the Black populations. So slowly, week after week, month after month, year after year, all the colorful celebrations and street dances and the big jubilant parades were violently erased. By the 1900s, the public squares that a lot of the Black ancestors used to celebrate and party and dance, it turned into the most violent display of hangings and lynchings and burnings and massacres. And then in 1902, the white Southerners, they decided we want our holiday back. Come on, guys, learn this history. In 1902, they decided we're taking our holiday back. But they didn't just take the 4th of July to celebrate for America. They turned it into a celebration and a tool for white supremacy. They called it national reconciliation. These are terms. This is history. And this now national reconciliation 4th of July holiday was hijacked. Now, they called it a holiday to honor both the Union and the Confederate soldiers together. And so they would be seen marching down the streets in parades, right? And they like blighted the memory that the Confederate veterans had literally committed treason against America and waged war to destroy the United States. So they act like it was nothing to see here. So they swept all the atrocities that was done under the rug, and they bonded over this new holiday that they celebrated the Union and the Confederate in their whiteness. And it was a clear message sent to all of Black America that Independence Day, 4th of July, is only for white America. This is the history of the 4th of July. So if some of us feel a sort of disconnect, there's a reason for that. We did celebrate June 19th, but most don't know the history of the 4th of July's, the lies. The reason, if you feel a disconnect, which I'm going to see a lot of people do now in this 4th of July celebration, is because this holiday was beaten out of our ancestors. They destroyed us, massacred us. So the white Americans of that time didn't just reclaim the 4th of July. They spent generations using terrorism to ensure that the Black Americans understood that American patriotism was not for you. They didn't lynch our ancestors for hating this country. They lynched our ancestors for wanting to be accepted in the country, for daring to believe that the morals and ideals that they claimed this country was built of actually applied to them. So the old red, white, and blue of that 4th of July crap, they can miss me with it. They can miss me with it. Some of y'all said Juneteenth should have been December 22nd. Should have been December 20th, 22nd. Because Delaware was the last to hold out for the freedom, emancipation. So that's some historical facts. Yeah, December 22nd, right? Of the 4th of July. Shout out to Leslie. He said, I never celebrated the 4th or 1898 in Puerto Rico. Facts to the Puerto Riches. Shout out to the Puerto Riches. You heard? One day I'm going to do a breakdown of the Puerto Riches. Very deep history of what they did to our ancestors there too. You heard? Our Taino, our indigenous. You heard? That part. All right. Shout out the same old face in the building. Whew. All right. Hakim, if it wasn't no questions, we're going to close out. I'm a little tired.
We got prayer requests.
Okay, go ahead. Give me the prayer request.
The first one is from Credell. He says, please pray. Voodoo was over me, monitoring spirits. The children told me.
Yeah, rebuke that. Especially if the babies told you. Yeah, y'all send prayers over Credell to rebuke all those monitoring spirits. And you take that authority over yourself, Credell, and rebuke them. But the prayer of the righteous availeth much. So we pray spiritual warfare over you. We pray the strength of the Father. May he summon, may he smite the Father all in his will. Send the Malaiach, the angels, to cover and protect you as you rebuke any monitoring spirits. May the righteousness of that you're seeking oneness in the Most High cover you, Brother Credell. Let those spirits flee. May they be rebuked. May they run and scatter. May you return them back to sender. These devils, monitoring spirits, monitor these. That's what you tell them, Credell. Monitor these. That part, I ain't mess with none of these devils. I don't mess with spirits. I don't mess with fallen angels. I don't mess with none of them. Y'all all kick rocks. Take authority. But it's the righteousness. So I understand why you want the prayer of the righteous availeth much. Because, you know, some of us, we can be in and out of sin and transgression. So our prayer covering won't be as strong in the spirit realm. And that's a correct posture to take. Correct posture to take. Praise the Most High. So we say this prayer over you, Brother Credell, you and your household, your children over that. We say this in the name of our Messiah, who comes in the name of our Father. And we say, Aman Yah, Amen, Hallelujah, Hallelujah, Inshallah Yah, Selah. It is done, Credell. Praise the Most High. His holy name is rightful order. Go ahead, Hakim.
There's one more. They didn't ask for it, but, you know, since we're all here, I just thought more power in it. TikTok said, wow, y'all still up? I'm grateful. I love to hear brothers and sisters who love the Lord, the Most High. I can relax enough to go to bed. I have severe PTSD and on strong Ambia sleep meds.
Praise the Most High. Well, may this may the calm sereneness of this lesson, and I like when I'm really calm like this, and my tone and everything. May that soothe your sleeplessness, your restlessness. May the Most High cover you and you get a good night's rest. Praise the Most High. Welcome to welcome back, King. And yeah, we went a little long tonight, even though they ain't shadow ban us like this. I don't even know what my number's gonna be. What we gonna have, like 700 views? I'm like, is they even gonna let us reach 1,000 views? I'm like, man. This got to be, honestly, I think this was the worst that they didn't, like, almost ever. I'm like, what did they do? They really mad at me. And I thought about it, guys, when I was like, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't. I literally did. Because I seen that they was really, like, blocking the views of everybody's channel. But they was at least letting them get 5,000, 13,000, 15,000, right? These are some of the other channels that I get the same amount of views. Now, they got a lot more subscribers. Like, they got 20,000 subscribers, 50,000. my little 6,000, we still be getting 13, 15, 20,000 views, right? 30,000. The last one, we got 40,000 last couple of days ago. So here they go. They literally, and I knew it when I seen that these other channels was getting really, I was like, maybe I shouldn't, right? And that's what I think I probably should have named it something else, right? Did another thumbnail and then did the topic. But I'm tired of playing their game, bro. It's just tiring. But I didn't know they was going to be this bad. I figured, you know what I thought, Hakim? I said, they'll probably let us get to maybe 280, 300 on the live stream, right? I was like, they'll probably let us get just about 300. And I was like, you know what? It is good what it is. I figured it would be like overall, would probably be maybe 7,000 views, right? I figured like, whatever. I didn't know it was going to be like this. They outside. They like, bro, somebody told you wrong. Right? I know that's right. It's free speech until we speak freely. And I should have knew because they cut 1,000 of my views on the last. That should have been my sign right there. I'm like, why did y'all cut 1,000 of my views? I was like, that thing had 33,000. I was waiting for it to go to 34,000. I wake up and it says 32. I'm like, how did it go from 33,000 to 32? Come on, YouTube. I'm like, yeah, I'm sick and tired of it too, son, bro. I'm like, it's enough is enough, bro. Leave us alone. We don't cuss. We ain't messing with nobody. We ain't harming nobody. We receiving everybody in love and kindness and respect. You understand? It's like they'll let CNBC and MS, they let all these other people do whatever they want, right? I'm taking clips from the new, I'm taking stuff that's already out. And so my stupid butt, the reason why I put I'll lick his blood, because I thought people see that, they'd be like, oh man, right? But I didn't realize because somebody else had this thumbnail, right? Matter of fact, let me show you. And they let him get 47,000 views. So I was like, well, okay, I can take that and redo the thumbnail, and I know it's not going to be shadow banned because they let him get 47,000 views, right? I should have known better. Somebody told you wrong. Sometimes I be forgetting, who we are in the spirit realm, and just because someone else can do something, sure enough, don't mean we can do it, right? So look, let me show you. I know y'all like. So this thumbnail right here. Watch this. Stop share. And I said, okay, so he got 47,000 views, so I'm good, right? I'm like, he's one of the few to get that many views. And he got it with this thumbnail. Y'all see? It literally says, I'll lick his blood off my blade. But I guess my stupid butt, I shouldn't have put the young white man on the thing, I guess. I don't know what I did wrong, right? I guess I should have put Karmelo up there. But it's, yeah, it doesn't matter with me. They just, because they understand the spiritual warfare, they know that we're trying to save souls. So they know that this ministry, we're not just bringing the current event and the topics, we're trying to heal people. We're trying to bring save salvation. We're trying to bring salvation. We're trying to bring understanding and fruitfulness. So they'll let these people just do this all day. They don't care. Because, they just going to tell the topics, say the news and everything. They ain't doing spiritual warfare. But, so, my foolish butt, I sometimes be forgetting, right? I'm like, you can't just do what everybody else do. So he got this big and bold as you can, right? I'm like, okay. So you see what I did? I just took a little bit off. I'm like, okay, I'm trying to, because I got to play the algorithm. So I'm like, okay, do a little sensational title, people like, woo, what is that? Because, it's, everybody's doing the info. So I said, okay, so I took the I'll lick his blood. And then I took the picture, the one of Karmelo. Well, maybe it's the gun. Well, maybe I tried. Well, you can't really see it. I should have blurred it. Right? And then I took him because he looked kind of evil in the eyes in that picture. And I said, that's what he said, the KKK. And so what I did, Karmelo said, I'm going to lick his blood on the knife, allegedly. And he said the KKK unalive all blacks, allegedly. So I said, okay. And then I put the little, the little dude, and I was like, okay, that should be good. I know when they see that, they're like, oh, Shooky, Unc is going in. Karmelo, the devil in the details, dividing America, right? Maybe they ain't like that. Dividing America. Why am I trying to figure out what they didn't like, right? I know. It's just like, let it go, huh? This too shall pass. On to the next one. All right. So, well, I thank y'all for showing up, all those who was able to find us, because I know all the others like, I didn't know you was live, huh? They ain't even show me. So what they do when they shadow ban, guys, they don't give out notifications anyway. What they'll do is they'll block me from being seen in the algorithm. So because we usually get we was averaging around 15 to 20,000, right? Overall. And so right now they probably just blocked us for 15,000 people that they won't even see it. They won't even see that we live. Like we won't even show up in their feed. It don't even show up, period. So that's horrible. That's what the shadow ban is. You're not even seen. It's crazy work. Yeah, Boar was the only one that saw it. That's why I said, Boar, go get your friends. Go. I don't know how Boar see it. They let the Boar see us. I'm like, when one troll ever came? I'm like, trolls don't come alone. All right. Praise the Most High. Yeah, they let you see. So the 100 who was here, because they only let us get 100. They let y'all see it. But the other 3, 4, 5, sometimes we get up 700, sometimes we get 1,000 on the live stream. They ain't let nobody see us. So praise the Most High. A. Sanders said it was the KKK. That's probably what it was, right? Yeah, I'm like, it was something I should have put. Less is more, I should have just put I'll lick his blood and just left it alone. But anyway, yeah, they come in packs. So them trolls, I'm like, trolls don't come along. Go get your rest of your buddies. He was alone, got himself fried and fricasseed, right? I'm like, bro, you don't want to take this alone, because I'm a troll slayer, right? I'm like, bro, what's his name? Because I give him a name and everything. That's why the other brother was like, yo, Unc, they distract you. I said, I'm having fun, bro. I'm how they do in the video games? I'm a sword slayer. I'm a spirit slayer. I do that in the spirit realm. I'm like, man, I can have fun with these trolls. I'm having fun. These trolls can't do nothing with me. I'm King Kong in the spirit realm. Them trolls ain't got nothing on me. It's my righteousness. So I give him a name. What was his name? Boar's Head. Right? And boy, you gonna need help. I'm telling you, you need to go get every troll that you know to come on back, because you're gonna need a whole legion. I'm telling you right now, you're gonna need a legion, bro, because you can't handle the righteous. You can't handle me, bro. They can't handle me. I'm like, it's a done for, y'all. And I'm like, and then I'm gonna have fun. That's the crazy part. All right, guys, check this out. You know that a person can fight. Don't ever fight somebody, guys, that look like he's gonna enjoy the fight. You know what I mean? Boy, let me tell you something. When I used to be in the world of the streets, that's why I was like, you know what? Yeah, I ain't fighting you. I'm gonna shoot you. I'm gonna tell you right now. Because don't fight nobody that look like they about to enjoy it. You know those who they happy. I'm like, bro, you way too happy. Like you know, those people that just love to fight. They like, come on. They just like, oh, nah, bro. No, you ain't about to have me. You ain't about to have me all on the ground, tussling with you all in blood, and we all, no, I'm about to shoot you, bro. I repent. I ain't like that no more. But I used to be like, bro, it's a wrap. Stay away from me, bro. I ain't fighting you. You too happy. You're happy to fight. You know, it's like, that's what you look for, you know. You don't never want to play. You don't never want to mess with people who just, yeah, they happy. They skipping, you know, skipping to a fight. No, bro, you way too happy. Don't fight nobody that skipped to a fight. You're like, what is he skipping? Like, no, bro. I know people like that. They can fight too. They like to fight. They don't care. They like they like to get beat up. They be like, hit me again. You know, you be like, what? You know, you give them a strong one, strong left hook, bang. They be like, wow, blood, I love it. Hit me again. They're like, oh no, this is not happening. I am not tussling with you all day. I'm about to, I'm like, this when the knife come out of the gun. I'm telling you, I don't live that life no more, but that's just what I used to live, right? I was always smart. I could fight too, but I'm not about to sit up here, you know. I fight for defense, right? I'm not trying to keep fighting and, you know, they hit me again. And, you know, another one, the one that hit themselves. Oh, Reezy, that's another one. The one that they start off there, boom, boom, boom. You're like, oh my goodness. This dude then punched himself in the head about 3 times to start the fight. Oh, no, I'm good. I'm good. I'm like, yeah, that's all you got? Come on, Reezy. You don't want to hear that. Right? They be like, come on. Right? You're like, oh, nah, bro. Nah, I'm good. And I don't care what people think. Because I'll fight you. I'm like, listen, I shoot everybody here. That's how I used to be. I repent. I'm not like that anymore. But this is what I literally used to be. I'm like, I'll shoot all y'all right now. Nobody say nothing to me. I ain't fighting him. He didn't beat himself up about 4 times. He done punched himself all in the face. You can't beat nobody like that. They like to fight. I don't care. They be half dead and get back up. You know how you like, they keep getting up. You're like, my goodness, would you stop? Nah, bro, I'm good. You ain't about to have me. I don't like to fight. I know how to fight because I had to learn, but I don't like to fight. They hurt. Let me tell you something. Getting punched in the face hurts. See, that's what I mean. For those who be like, it don't hurt, well, then you a fighter. You one of them. I'm not a fighter. I ain't doing UFC fighting. You know? You see the UFC, I ain't doing that for money. They sit up there be getting kicked in the face, elbows. Them dudes be bare knuckle fighting and stuff. Man, you tripping. They be busting your whole thing open. It hurts. I'm telling you what I live. I done fought. It hurts. And after, it hurts worse. The worst thing about fighting is after the fight, especially the next day. I'm talking about you get things that are sore that you didn't even know you had from twisting your body. Yeah, I'm telling you, that for people who fought, you know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about you be so sore when you wake up, sometimes you can't even move. And you're like, what the? Because you twisted, grab somebody to body slam them, slam. I'm talking about real fighting. You slam them and when you fighting, when you really fighting, you go into, your adrenaline is flowing. So you're into, you do anything. You just, right? But afterward, 2 days later, the next day, 2 days later, you be so sore, bro. You like, oh my goodness. Right? You're like, oh, you in a fight. Trust me, then your things hurt, like your eye jammy if you got punched in your lip. You know what I mean? Your lip be swollen and blood, the blood inside the lip, you tasting the blood. When you in a fight, I don't like to fight. No, no. I can fight, but I don't like to. It hurts. That's just the thing I'm telling you. It hurt. That's me. I was always raw and cut. I don't like it. So that's why I always, and it's funny, I got Karmelo on there with a gun. Let me move him. I don't want to promote no gun violence. But that's why I used to always carry a gun. I was a gun toter. You ain't gonna punch me, don't punch you. Leave me alone. And then it got known. Everybody knew in the hood, don't mess with me. I don't mess with people. They don't mess with me. Because I was a gun toter. I'm good. Facts. I don't care. I can fight. My reputation already knew. I used to fight. I grew up fighting. I grew up in the projects. So I grew up fighting. Everybody know I can fight. Well, I ain't no fight no more. And then I remember I learned from Big Rambo. Big Rambo. Rambo's like 6. I did a story on my 25 to life. Rambo's like 6'5", 6'6", maybe 6'7", maybe 6'5", 6'6", about 320 pounds. But can fight. I'm talking about that big and can kick. Like, have you ever seen, I'm sorry guys, let me just enjoy this a little bit. Have you ever seen a 6'6", 6'5", 6'7", 350 pound beast that can kick you like a karate, like this. What? That's nimble. That can kick his hand and think like can fight. Oh, boy, Rambo, I need to shoot you with an elephant gun. Boy, it would never fight Bo. So I'm glad I was so popular and really a good dude. So people really like me, right? All the thugs, right? I would never fight Bo. I'm glad I never had to. That's my homie. I wish you would. Somebody told you wrong, A-Reezy. Fight Rambo, I need 2 guns. You need, because you need 1 gun and not putting Bo down. And guess what I learned from Bo? I learned this way back in the days. So Rambo, I told the story in my 25 to life. Rambo was crashing out at a White Castle. I don't know, somebody violated, they did something. And Rambo had a big bat, baseball bat. And it's White Castle parking lot after the club and all the cars, you know, the parking lot parties, all the girls. And Rambo had this white O.J. Simpson truck. This before O.J. did his thing, his Bronco. And he pulled the Bronco in and he parked it in the thing and he jumped out like walking tall with the big bat. Now this dude, Rambo, could fight. Rambo will beat you up. I don't care who you is, unless you a Rambo type of dude, right? And you're going to have to be big like him, because if you ain't that big, you ain't going to be able to beat him. He's too big to punch it, right? Unless you just, I don't know. But anyway, let's continue. So Bo jumped out, and I remember we was there and everything, and he just had this bat, and he just started to whipping. So a big 320-pound, 6'5" dude hitting you with a bat with his, and he lift weights. Yeah, and he benched 400 or 500-pound plates too. I ain't talking about big and fat. I'm talking about big, and we lift weights where I'm from. That's why, you know, we work out, because we used to go to jail where I was from. It's just, I'm from a hood that the police, we had white police, and they were like overseers, so they would lock us up for anything. Like, so we had a lot of fake stats. Like, they would just lock us up for anything. So we go to jail. We bidders. That's what they call it where I'm from. So we go to jail all the time. So a lot of us be big. We work out because you gotta stay on point. You can't be caught slipping. So he ain't no big, no disrespect to my big heavyweight. He's a big muscle, big benching 5 plates, all that, right? Hitting people with a bat. So he was hitting people and they didn't know he was coming. It was so crazy. I'm sitting there watching him, and he parked the truck in the middle of the thing and jumped out, doors wide open, everything. And he just started, I don't know what they did to him. I never found out. I think we talked about it on the story. Good, they put it up. Y'all can go watch the story there. 25 like Rambo story. Watch the phone. He just started hitting, and when he would hit them with this bat, it's like their body part would break. Whatever he would hit, it would break. Like, he would hit the arm, and you'd see the arm go and just snap it because of the weight, his strength. And he was headhunting too. Shing. I was like, what is, and they tried to run, and he was chasing. He was hitting about 20 dudes. And they couldn't do, and so afterwards, let me finish. The moral of the story was, after that, not the same night, later I seen Bo somewhere, Rambo, right? And I said, yo, Bo, what? He said, no, they violent something, right? So I said, Bo, you could have beat any of them. Like, Rambo could have beat them with his hands. And he said, Ra, I'll never forget this. He said, I ain't fighting nobody. Those days is over, Ra. I said, but Bo, you can beat half the freaking world, honestly, right? I'm like, he's one of them, he'd be a professional fighter or whatever, right? And he's like, he said, I'm not fighting nobody. If I got a bat, I'm going to hit him. If I got a knife, I'm going to stab him. If I got a gun, I'm going to shoot him. I'm not fighting nobody. And I said, now that's interesting. Now remember, I'm in the streets. This is the 90s. We're in like the mid 90s. And I said, well, that says a lot, because at this point, I'm not, like now I'm 6'1", 220. back then I was probably about 6 foot, maybe 5'11", 165. You understand? So I had cuts, but I was never a big dude. I always wished I was big. Like now I'm kind of bigger because my old age, I guess keep it on body weight now, you know. So I like my size. Now I'm 220. I'm like, yeah, I'm 220. Right? Well, big dude, they call me big man in the gym. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, I'm just telling y'all real stuff. Because I always wanted to be big. Like Bo and Big D and everybody else, right? The big dudes, right? Because they go to jail and everybody be scared of them. You know, because they big. They walk around. Yo, right? I always wanted to be big. I was like, man, I don't know what, and I could never get big. So I'm 5'11", 160 pounds, soaking wet, but I'm cut. I always worked out, so I'm strong, so I got supernatural strength. So I can bench, I was benching 3 plates, 300 pounds, and I'm only 160, right? Squatting 500 pounds. So I'm nothing to play with, but I'm not big. So you can't do nothing with a 350 pound dude that really know how to fight. So anyway, so what happened, that changed my thought because, now I'm not telling anybody to do this, just stories of my past life. And I'm like, I said, so that's interesting. If Rambo ain't gonna fight, then what do I think I'm about to do? Imagine, first of all, I wouldn't even fight Rambo because unless I have to. You get what I'm saying? If you got no choice, then you gotta fight. You know, if we locked in the cage, or I ain't got no gun, I ain't got no knife, I ain't got nothing, and he bearing down, then I'm gonna have to fight, right? And, you know, I'm gonna just hold on and bite or something. I'm gonna fight no matter what, right? So I remember I said, so if Rambo is not fighting no more, then I'm tripping. So I said, well, I'm not fighting no more. I was just like, okay, because you don't bring a knife to a gunfight, right? You don't bring a fist fight to a bat fight or something. Like, you tripping. So if some people are out there like, I'm not fighting no more, you better adapt to the time. And from that point on, could nobody, you ain't getting no fight unless you ain't getting a heady. Heady what? Fighting is over. I said, talk the ball. Because I learned from my big homie. I'm like, listen, I ain't fighting no more. Fighting was over after that. That was it. I'm like, mess with me, it's going down. Other than that, you know, now if we in jail and we ain't got nothing, not to fight. You know what I mean? We do what we got to do. But other than that, there was no fighting no more. So, anyway, just sharing I know some of y'all like the stories, the true life stories. So, shout out to Christian 3698 in the building. And anyway, now we can close out.
Wait.
Go ahead. What you say?
I got 2 questions.
Go ahead.
Okay, the first one is from Yash Chosen. She says, also, can you do a breakdown of the Devil's Punch Bowl, please?
Oh, Devil's Punch Bowl. That's a good one. So I think I got that already done too. I just need to bring, I'm laughing at Debbie. Debbie said, Pastor reminds me of myself, said goodbye like 20 minutes ago and still talking. I know, right? Right? Welcome to the house, Sister Debbie and Christian 369. But yeah, the Devil's Punch Bowl. Yeah, I got you. Let me write it down, matter of fact, so I can remember too. Where am I gonna write it? I gotta write somewhere where I can see it. Devil's Punch Bowl. I think I got something already done. Someone, because I got so much lessons already done. Yeah, I had a special one tonight. Y'all would have loved it. But I was prepared. I thought they was going to shadow me. I didn't know they was going to do us this dirty. But I had some, so I'm going to save it. Maybe Friday, if they let us get at least 200 people, 300, then I'll do it on Friday. That's a great lesson. So, Leslie said, that's universal. I wonder what y'all talking about. So praise the Most High. We're not promoting violence or nothing of that. Oh, he said, did someone ever attempt to stab Rambo? I'm quite sure he might have got shot, maybe stabbed, maybe. Most people, I don't know, honestly. I can ask him because he's on Facebook too. That's good, Chris. I can ask him, but Rambo Christian was the type of individual in the hood that the big homie, the big but can fight. So he was like, you really don't want a problem with him. And he's a Scorpio too, right? Quick temper, like you don't want this Rambo to snap. Like, it's better to be on his good side. And he got a good side. He's like a Debo, but not a bully. So he got a good side. You do not want to, I don't really think, he might have been shot, because, you got beef. He might have been stabbed. I need to ask him that, but So he's also a New York State prison system legend. So what I'm saying is, I'm not promoting this. In the New York State prison system, he's a legend. He's one of those names that ring bells. So, that says a lot if you understand prison politics. That, ain't nobody with no problem with Rambo. It's better not to have a problem. It's better to be on his good side. Yeah, Scorpios are a mess. And I understand about astrology, but a lot of the stuff is factual stuff about astrology. That's why in that clip, y'all remember that clip I showed of that movie? And she said, Scorpios be getting flack, but it's actually legitimate flack, right? Like it's actually legitimate because there are things, characteristics, depending on what you call it, what time of the year you were born. You know what I mean? What time of the year you were born in, that these characteristics are actually what could I say? They actually show up in your ways and actions and deeds. So one time I broke down astrology, astronomy. These are sciences. The Anunnaki fallen angel used these sciences to serve, to make them gods. But these things do apply. So the reason why I don't say I'm a Scorpio, because I'm not identifying with that thing. But being born in early November falls me under this astrological time. There are times and seasons, and these seasons and times denote certain characteristical traits in individuals. So yes, those astrology and astronomy things, those are factual, right? And so you can kind of read a person's energy through that knowing. So yes, but we don't claim that I'm a Scorpio because you're naming yourself this spirit, this entity. But yes, but I understand. So yes, I used to call, because was what they would call a Scorpio. So that's why I had that energy, that fight, everything in that fight you wrong me, it's like you go from 0 to 100. It's just like it's a crazy energy, right? But it's factual. You know what I mean? It's like, so they get a lot of, Scorpios get a lot of flack, but it's actually, it's actually validated fact, a flack, right? For those who know, you know what I mean? So that's why in the clip, I'm looking for the clip now, there it go. So this clip right here, and then we're gonna close out. So that's this right here, when we showed it on the last one.
I still got one more for you too.
All right, I got you. So let me show you this clip really quick so y'all can know what I'm talking about. So that's another thing to learn. So I would know like, oh, he a Scorpio? Oh, okay, that meant it's really turned up. Like it's like it can go really bad. Like it can go really left field. Like, you know what I mean? It's not going to be a easy thing. It's not going to be a walk in the park. You know what I mean? Because that energy, it's that Scorpio energy, bro. It's like, here we go. Share this tab instead. So this clip right here, when I showed it on the other live stream, right? Here we go. Copyright disclaimers on effect. We don't own rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. This part from the Scary Movie.
No, motherfucker, I'm black. All caps. No cap, but caps. Bitch, spit them pearls back out. I want your shit.
You know, it might help if you met me outside.
What's your sign? You must be a Scorpio.
How'd you know?
I'm here. Can you see me? I'm waving.
The person I'm looking at.
You see? So she said, what's your sign? You must be a Scorpio. So she's talking about that energy. So So Scorpios get that flat. And I used to call it, got my stinger under control. So that's why I used to call, because Scorpios can be toxic too if they don't get their stinger under control, right? Because we love really hard. We're really loyal, like pit bulls, but then it can breed into, like we harbor a lot of, we can fall into jealousy real easy. So there's a lot of bad characteristic traits, like each so-called birth sign, depending on the months you're born in. And I understand, I broke down astrology, astronomy, right? And astrology and astronomy before. So these, just like they have the 12 astrological, remember the 12 gates, the 12s, right? So everything, remember, Hasatan takes the Most High's creation and perverts it and makes sin and transgression. But it's rooted in the truth of the Most High, but you have to be able to discern between the serpents, right? So I've done that before in a lesson. I'm doing that because I know somebody new will find this and be like, oh, you believe in astronomy? No. I understand the sciences. I understand what it really means in the spirit realm. So I understand the cycles and the mayads. That's the moeds, the Most High's timing, and the ebbs and flows of the tides, and the moon and the waters, the mayams, right? So, excuse me. Anyway, so that's why when she said something about, oh, you must be a Scorpio, and I used to say I'm a Scorpio, like when I would, because sometimes if you would try to date someone and they find out you're Scorpio, they get scared, right? Oh, Scorpios are very, we're very dominating, very, we love very hard, can be very jealous, and got some very bad traits. You know what I mean? But if you are a Scorpio, we're very protective. So like in all things, you have good and bad, right? The balance, the kalalaya, the completion. So if you can find someone born in that time, you have to very discern whether they have their emotions under control, whether they understand their flaws in their makeup. And I call it your stinger, right? Like the scorpion has a stinger and that's what he kills with. I used to say I got my stinger under control, which I had to get under control because that's that aggression. If someone wrongs you, I used to flip out. I'm talking about not good. You know what I mean? Lose it. Like, bro, it's not good. And then I used to feel embarrassed of myself, later of your behavior, right? And I'm like, I don't like that about me. And that's how I learned to get it together, right? And then I said, now, and then I got it together and I learned, I called it, got my stinger under control. And, but each sign you have your, like lion, Leos, we're very, the Leo and the Scorpio are the most like aggressive of the signs, right? They're like, you got to be very careful dating one of those two. And if those two get together, it's a mess. It's a hot, you don't want to. So these things actually are factual, right? But you don't make it into a sorcery or witchcraft. But you got to understand, we studied the stars and the signs and all of that stuff is spiritual warfare. Even the falling, that's how the pyramids and stuff, all that stuff, ley lines, all that stuff got to do with the times and the stars. And that's how we told time, celestial. Those are celestial bodies. And so, yeah, so it's like understanding, even like Geminis. Oh my goodness. Some of them, right? If you don't get your other face together, because Geminis are like two people in there. This stuff is fact. I'll tell you from an elder, bro. And I know in biblical, I know what it means. I've done the studies and the everything, okay? The 12 celestial, I understand the tribes, the 12 tribes, all of the gates, I understand it, right? So it's like if you were calling yourself to marry a Gemini, you better make sure that you can handle that other one in there. Okay? Look, Bradley said, leave my twin self alone. I see, you know what I'm talking about. You better handle that other one in there. It's two of them in there, bro. Somebody told you wrong. You know what I mean? If this is Scorpio, you better make sure his stinger, you make sure you got your stinger under control. If you got this one, right? So, you know, you got the Rams, you got different ones that you got to, you know, there's only very few ones that are really balanced. Okay? One that are really done. Yes, study so you could be more discerning. That's the key. Okay? So that you gotta what's the name? So that you can understand, you know, even individuals. So even in ministry, even your children, right? So let's say you got a baby girl and she's I don't know. Y'all might know which one of the signs that they call the ones that are really emotional. Is that a Pisces or it's one that are really sensitive? Right? And if Cancer, that's what it is. And if your baby girl is one of them, you can, like as a dad, you can break her. She could be crying all the time, right? So you got to understand, okay, my baby girl is a Cancer. Thank you, guys. Thank you. It's like my baby girl is a Cancer. So I got to be a little more gentle with her. You see? So I'm not identifying, saying she's a Cancer, but I'm understanding she was born in this time of the year. And these emotional, spiritual things, everything has a spiritual effect with the tides that she was born. And these things are for real. It's in your flesh and your spirit, man. So it's just discerning. It's just discerning. So, yeah, you got to know this. So what if you marry your wife, right? And then she's a Cancer and you might be a Scorpio and we're very abrasive. You understand? So we like raw, like that's why I'm so raw. Y'all see my energy? I'm straight Scorpio. And then remember, each what they call sign, you have two sides to it too. So everything has a kalalaya. So if a Scorpio, you'll have me, I'm the out front Scorpio, aggressive. Everything is on the front. You can see it. People are like, oh, I bet you a Scorpio. I used to have people say, I bet you a Scorpio, right? But then my little brother, he a Scorpio too, but he the opposite. He's quiet. You'll never know unless you cross him. You understand? So it's like that. So every sign even has because the Most High created everything in Kalalaya. So everything has a equal opposite. You know what I mean? So each of those signs have that. So again, you need to learn that balance as well. You understand? So because you can get with a quiet Scorpio and not even realize, you know what I mean? And then you be in trouble when they get upset. Or charged or angered, you know what I mean? So again, it's just discerning the time that a person was born, that the month that they were born in. You understand? And these things they be like spot on too. They be spot on. Some of the characteristics of it, they be spot on, bro. For real. I remember when I first found out, I was like, boy, they reading me to a T. I'm like, bro, that is definitely me. You know what I mean? I'm like, and now I work on myself. So you got to work on yourself. So Nia said, I have a twin brother, so I don't have two sides, LOL. So, and discern. So even when you're raising your children, right? So imagine you raising a little boy and he a Scorpio. You need to know, and he might have that energy. You know what I mean? So you got to discern that, like, okay, this other one might be this one, so this one might be a little more sensitive. This one might be this, and a girl Scorpio. Oh my goodness, boy! Y'all know ain't nothing more nothing more powerful than a woman. Let me explain that. This ain't matriarchal. Let me explain a little bit. The most powerful thing that the Most High created, the most dangerous thing. That's what I should say. The most dangerous thing the Most High created in his earthly creations is the woman. Do you understand that? That's why Hasatan know he went to get the woman. Because if you get the woman, you get the nation. The women got the power because the men, we want the woman. That's our other half, our completion, our rib, right? So Hasatan goes and his job is to infest the woman, to make the woman devils to serve him. And thus, the men, we kind of screwed, right? Because now we don't got our woman, and then the family breaks up the family unit. So the most dangerous thing is the woman. That's the most power. You know what I mean? Because when you get your woman, what even nation states know that. It's like when you destroy the woman from the village, the whole village, the whole thing collapses. Okay? So Hasatan knows that. Now the man is the strongest, but the man is the strongest to cover the woman. The man, remember, Adam left the Most High for Eve. He was walking with Adam in the cool of the day. That part kills me. The cool of the day. Every time I think of that, that's what I think. I'm so stupid. He walked with Adam in the cool of the day. That was the homie. He was walking with Yah, walking and kicking it and talking. Come on, guys. That's somebody that sold you out. You done sold me out for a chick. Won't they sell you out for a chicken? You know, you'd be like, that was my homie. I ain't seen him in 6 months. That means he done got him a sugar booger. You understand? Oh yeah, we'll shut it down. You get the right chick. You know what I mean? And then the right chick will drive you crazy too. That's why you got to choose wisely and choose correctly. You understand? Hasatan, Adam lost his mind, got us all in this mess. The reason why we all messed up in this dark second world, because Adam nose was open over Eve. How you like? He left the most. Boy, that's what I'm trying to tell you. The power. Now y'all understand what I'm talking about? The power of the woman will make somebody leave the Most High. Oh, that's some dangerous stuff right there. Boy, that's some dangerous coochie. No, I'm just joking with the coochie part. I'm just joking. But that's some dangerous stuff right there. You understand? So I know where the true power lies. That's why the Most High said, for your curse, you have to submit to the man. He needs to cover you because the Most High know. He's like, y'all like, this is dynamite right here. This will blow up in your face right here. You need to cover this woman. And if she don't cover, then she be uncovered and I got her. You know what I mean? She going to get judged by me. But when she in her righteous cover, she going to be covered by a righteous man. And you accountable to me and she accountable to me. And y'all be all right in your righteousness. And for those who don't, found they help me, didn't find it, then y'all going to have an elder, righteous elder, that's going to cover the daughters. Because the daughters always have to be covered. Shout out to Akiana in the UK. The daughters always have to be covered. You know why? Because the fallen angel, Hasatan, is always pursuing the daughters. That's why a lot of sisters cover the crown of their heads. It's the entrance, the spirits. You understand? Gotta be covered. That's why they took the men out of the homes. That's why they do all that. You heard? And that's why us who got that spirit, I cover. I'm like a pit bull. That's a Scorpio stuff. Don't mess with mine. Don't be sniffing around my sisters, my mom. Well, I ain't have a mama. My sisters, my loved ones. Nobody, my cousin. Now I'm like that with the ministry. Don't come sniffing around. I'm gonna check you. Who you? Who you sniffing around? You want to be introduced to one of the daughters in the ministry? You're gonna go about this the right way. Don't come with no mess. I ain't playing. No, I never play. I'm pit bull over mine. I take care, right? So the Most High ain't changed none of that. That's how I am over the ministry. Oh, you like somebody in the ministry? Okay. Well, then you gotta do this the right way. You heard? There's a courtship. There's procedure. There's protocol. She's covered. They're covered. They ain't just open out there willy-nilly. That's what happened in the world. They got the daughters just open willy-nilly, taking the creative center of the Most High and exploiting it, and thus infesting them with all the spirits of everybody they sleep with. So now they become a legion of devils. So they can't take their rightful position as the nurturer of earth. Mama Earth, the nurturer. You see? The womb that we come in through the mayam, through the water. They lose the power. And Hasatan used it to destroy. And now the men are lost because they don't have, right? Then they have them raise the babies, so they raise the effeminate men. See? So then it's a repetitive cycle of Baphometic individuals being raised, all unruly. So the girls are in the masculine, the men are in the feminine, and everything is out of Yah's natural order. It's Hasatan. From the beginning, he's the first Diddy, first Epstein, the first rainbow dude. Hasatan is rainbow, everybody. Hasatan want to smash the other side, the forbidden. That's what Bethel meant. That's the act. Praise the Most High. All right, praise Yah. Yep. Build a kingdom or destroy it, all with a smile. All the power of every kingdom was destroyed. Come on, Nosy Bug, by what? Yeah, he stole the rainbow, right? Praise the Most High. It's the power. That's why I don't play with women at all. When the Most High released me in 2021, I went right to the women first. For those you want to go back it's in the video section. Go back to 2021, the first videos, and watch me. I used to be in my car teaching. And I told the men, I said, I'm coming back to y'all later. Give me a minute. Give me about a month. I got to handle the sisters first. And I know men didn't understand that first. Like, dang, I got y'all in a minute because y'all can chill out. I said, men, y'all take a seat. I got these sisters for a minute. All right, sisters, let's go. I was raw, uncut with no chaser. You heard? You had some in their feelings, everything. They got checked really quick, find out, oh, he don't. Well, yeah, you suck your teeth all you want. Suck them till they fall off. I don't care. I come to call out spirit and the truth. I need to teach you who you are, whose you are, and what's coming against you and what you are to do about it, sisters. That part. I wasn't playing. I didn't care. They learned really quick in the comment section. They used to come. They used to be all in their feelings. I remember one saying, you ain't, I'll never forget this sister saying, you ain't Stephen Darby. Who you think? I said, well, nobody care about no Stephen Darby. Girl, bye. Somebody told you wrong. I'm like, boy, you don't know who I am, boy. I've been teaching this word. The Most High had me in the fire, the furnace of affliction for these last 10 years. And you sitting there talking about some Stephen Darby. The devil's a lie. Let me tell you something, right? And later they come back. Now they know You see that energy? Oh, yeah. Now they know. Oh, that's right? Yeah. You met at the beginning, but you thought I was new. I ain't new. I've been sitting here in the cut waiting for the Most High to release me like a rabid pit bull. I was sitting there like a lion on a chain. I'm like, come on, y'all, let me out. In 2021, he said, go. That's when I came out with the movie Curses, and they shadow banned me right from there. That was the start of my demise. So I had to work it on out. But as we started to grow, bro, I wasn't playing. And those who could receive, them sisters loved it. The sisters who could receive, it was like, this is what I'm talking about. They were like, we've been lied to too much. That's what people love. They love the truth. They like, we've been lied to so much. Praise the Most High. Give it to me raw. They were the old dirty bastard. Oh, baby, I like it raw. Right? The men too. Brothers and sisters, young and old. They was like, who is this brother? I remember they used to be like, who is this brother? Who is this? I'm like, I was in the car, Ubering. I swear, I'm telling y'all, I used to be in the car, working Uber, teaching the lessons. Go back to the old videos. The first ones on the channel. You gotta click the video section, go back. It's gonna say 2021 and watch those first set of videos. Each one, I'm in the car. You're gonna see, and I'm Ubering, making money while I'm teaching the lessons. Facts. Going in. That part. Working and doing the Most High's work and getting my dollar bills. And I was telling the boy, I was hustling like a water to a well from New York City, hustling this. I was in Orlando, Florida with the Disney World, getting that airport money. I was hustling that thing. I would make like $700 a day. I was not playing. I would pull over, and sometimes I'll be at night. Remember, it goes at daytime. And then I'll be like, I'm going to finish this when I get home. That's teaching his word while I'm working. Okay? So that's why when people knew and they find this, they have no idea. I'm like, if you only knew who this house is, and the journey and the election. That's why the election is so on such a high level, is because of the lowering myself and the obedience of serving the Father and serving and teaching his children for so many years nonstop. I'm one with it and I live it. It's something lived out. And that's what the people can feel, and that's what they like. Because everybody lies. They all in it for money. They all in it for this. They in it for that. They in it for that. They ain't in it for just for you, for your salvation. They ain't in it for your soul, for you. The servants, they're in it for you. They lower themselves to serve you. It's for you, not for them, because they love their father, and their father instructs them to save you, to help you, because you are their father, my father, you are his children, and he loves his children. So he told me, save my children, teach my children, serve my children. And I love him, so I'm going to do what pleases my father. You see how this works? And in that process of serving you, you appreciate me, and then you'll see your father in me, and then you will love me. And then I will love you, and now we become one as children of the Father. Ayad, one. That's what the Bible is about. That's all it's about. Say my children. That's all y'all says. That's why I do this day in, day out, no matter sleep, no matter nothing. Teach my children. Teach my children. I be tired. I get up. I might only have 15 minutes of sleep. Tonight, what I had? I got two hours. Praise y'all for that. Maybe like an hour and a half, because I was in and out of the 2 hours. And so sometimes I'll get up and I'll be so tired. And I'll just say, time to make the donuts. That's what I call spiritual donuts, feed my children. I remember, because I'm an old elder. Back in the days, we have a commercial called Time to Make the Donuts, a Dunkin' Donut commercial, right? And they get up. So that's what I do, for those who don't know. I get up on the side of that bed. I'm exhausted. I'm tired. I said, okay, time to make the donuts. That means time to teach his children. That's it. Whether it's one or none. Remember the last live stream when they tried to attack it, I couldn't go live? We ended up getting 40,000 views. Now here we are. I'm on time. They ain't gonna let us get 1,000 tonight. I don't even know if they're gonna let us crack 1,000 the way it looked. But praise the Most High, we had 100. We got 100. I don't know how many here right now. 78. That's 78 souls. The Most High's children. It is what it is. I would have loved for it to be 200 at this time. It's usually about 200 still, like middle hundreds. But 78 will take it, right? It is what it is. If it's just one soul. But that's the work of the righteous. It is selfless. It is for others. It is for the Most High's children. Yeah, I get rest, a Sandoval. So when he allows it. So like tonight, so the next rest, hopefully I get some, if I can get maybe 5-6 hours tonight, that'd be good. So I got the Bible study tonight, right? Tuesday, right? And then after Wednesday, then I'll crash out, Most High willing. So I might be able to get 10, 12 hours. So I get recovery. And so what I do when that happens, I say, I thank Yah for rest and recovery, because that's what it is, healing. My temple is recovering for the days I wasn't able to get enough rest. So yeah, I try, and the daughters of Yah make sure that I eat well. So they take care of my food, praise Yah for that gift. So I eat good, straight from the garden. I don't eat no matter of flesh and blood. And yeah, now I got the standing desk, so I'm not hurting my body as I'm not sitting. You know, the ministry supplied that, praise the Most High, right? So the Most High provides for those to do his will. This is kingdom work, you feel me? And it's selfless, it just is what it is. That's why I hate the shadow ban. I don't care about views, I don't care. I hate because these are souls. I hate that they blocking us from reaching the Most High's children who can receive these instructions, this righteousness. So I got to fight against those forces because they want to stop the Most High's children from receiving his food, his fruit. That's what I hate. I don't like it. That's why I'm like, just leave us alone and let us do it honestly. You understand? Honestly. But it's their game. Praise the Most High. Yeah, we overwork. That's me. I worked myself. Like the other lesson, I had no sleep. I think it was like 2 weeks ago. The Most High stays me spiritually through it, but it's not good. It's still, it damages you. You know what I mean? Yeah, but I couldn't get sleep. So I worked for about 10 to 15 hours on that study about 2 weeks ago. And then by the time we were supposed to go live at 9, I wasn't able to get a nap. And it was like 9:15, so I had to go in the bathroom, try to brush my teeth, try to wash my face really fast, and then run in here. So it's about 9:25. So that's what y'all don't know. Y'all think he just lazy. I'm not lazy or late. I'm working up until we go live. You know what I mean? It's like I don't have enough time. It's crazy. So that's what happened tonight. It happens every time. So those times where I get no sleep, right? So tonight I shut it down at 1 or 2 p.m., something like that. 3 p.m., something. I shut it down. And then I think it was 2 p.m. And I'm like, okay, I need to get at least 2 hours. So then I got back up. It must have been 3. I got back up at 5 p.m. So then I had to work on this lesson tonight. Continue to work from yesterday. So from 5 to 9 p.m., I was sitting here at 5 p.m. I know y'all like, you sitting at 5 p.m. so you could start at 9. I'm still working and downloading and editing to get the lesson. Like, y'all don't realize that. And then I'm like, okay, so I finished all the clips and everything at 9, I think it was like 9:07, right? So if you see, sometimes I'll say the start time will be 9 p.m. and then I'll push it back to 9:10. It's because I'm working. So then I finished tonight's lesson at about 9:07 p.m. But then I got to go in there. I got to brush my teeth. And get, so that's why I started at like 9:20 something. Because I run in there, brush my teeth, do this, wipe my face, try to, put on a shirt because I have a tank top on, a regular, white beat on, and then try to come back and start. And then teach. Listen, guys, for another 6-7 hours straight, when I was already working for about 3, 4, 5 hours sometime, right before I started, and then another 11 hours before I took the little nap. So sometime if I don't take that little nap, then I could go that whole time and I won't have no sleep. And then I'll go wash up and do the whole study and haven't been up since yesterday. But I don't call it burdensome. It is too much. So now you see why when they shadow ban it, that's why it hurts me. I'm not seeking views and all that stuff. It's like when you do the labor, you want the food. It's like, imagine laboring to make all this food and you laboring for 20 hours and you're doing all this to make all this food. You make all this food and you got food to feed the children. And they block anybody from coming to eat. You see? That's what hurts. That hurts. And I got to battle spiritually because when the devils know that something hurts you, they try to use it to continue to hurt you. See? So it's like, oh, now I got to battle this spiritually because now they know they got a way to harm me. You see? Because ain't too many ways they can harm me. I'm kind of no joke, right? But they found that's what devils do. They found the entrance. Yeah, we know we can get them like that. So it's like, I've been, a battle. That's why I be like, that's why when I start, y'all see, I know you're like, why you say that? I'm like, I don't know how much they're going to shadow ban, if they're going to, right? It's because I put all this work to feed his children, and you would like all the children to have the gifts, the food. And it's unfair for them to manipulate it. It'd be different if our lesson wasn't good and the food and nobody wanted to come back, then that's so be it. I mean, we need to get better with our cooking. But when the food is this good, it's some of the best out there, for them to artificially block, not let the children know that are hungry. The children are hungry for the food, and you got it, you labored to make it for them, and they don't even let them know. It's horrible, bro. So anyway, just letting you know a little bit of my spiritual warfare. So yeah, all the work, I don't call it burdensome, because the Bible says, the Most High says, do not call it a burden. I call it work for my Father, and I'll do anything for him. So it doesn't matter what labor. And he'll give me rest when I'm able, and he gives me the discernment to remember. So I'll go to, like now I didn't go. I was supposed to go to the gym when, I lose my days. What's today? Today's Monday, right? Yeah. Yeah. And I was supposed to go Saturday, and I wasn't able. Then I was supposed to go yesterday, and I wasn't able.
It's the Shabbat.
Oh, it's the Shabbat. I'm sorry, guys. Now y'all see? Now y'all see? That's because I don't even know, because they go so fast. Thank you, guys. See? Shabbat Shalom, everybody. That's Shabbat is the seventh day. The Sabbath day, Shalom, is peace and blessings of the Most High. So Shabbat Shalom is peace and blessings of the Most High to a set apart holy day. That's what Shabbat Shalom means. The Most High's name is in it. So that right there lets you know, I just work. I do the kingdom work, and I don't even be knowing, bro. Like, it's just like, but I'm like right now, see, there you go. It's just did it again. I'm thinking tomorrow is the 2. Oh, so tomorrow I get rest. There you go, Sandra. Here I am. See? So tomorrow, y'all willing, when I finish this, right? Hopefully they cooking something. I don't smell. Oh, boy, I swear I make myself laugh. You got to make yourself laugh, guys. Learn what I'm doing. I'm an elder. Learn. I swear, use my center the way I am. Just look and copy it, because I make myself laugh. If you ain't got nobody to give you joy, give yourself joy. Make yourself laugh. I'm sorry, bro. I lived alone for a long time, and I'm not about to be all bitter and unhappy. No, man, please. If you can't enjoy yourself, if you don't like yourself, who you think gonna like you? Some people don't like themselves, right? They miserable, right? Miserable people, right? No, bro, find some joy. So anyway, I make myself laugh, right? Y'all see it all the time. So that just made me laugh. So what I was laughing at is I was saying, I don't smell nothing cooking, right? I don't smell no spices. I'm like, is they cooking something? I know whoever's in there, I know, oh my goodness, here he is, right? So usually it'll happen, praise the Most High. They're gonna be cooking something, right? So then after I finish this lesson, then I'm gonna sit down, right? 'Cause I've been standing the whole time. I'm gonna put my foot up, right? Because I know my legs, I'm like, oh my goodness, right? And then they're gonna make the food. Hopefully it's finished already. I don't smell nothing cooking, y'all. I don't smell no spices or nothing. I don't smell no curry. I don't smell nothing, right? So anyway, right? But I know they got me. They take care of me. So whatever they make, then I'm gonna eat. And then now it's Saturday. Now I know it's Saturday, so I can, hopefully y'all allow me to get some rest. And what I mean by that, I don't always be able to get rest, even if I'm tired. Sometimes I'll wake up and can't go back to sleep. Then sometimes he'll allow me and I'll get 13 hours. I hope that's what I can get tomorrow. If I can get anything over 10 is yes. And so when I get anything over 10, I'm thankful anyway. But I always be like, thank you, y'all, for the rest and recovery, because I know that my body is recovering, the recovery. And so I try to get recovery to A. Sandoval and the rest of y'all who care about my health. And then for when the lessons start again. So it starts back Monday. So now this is how fast, this is why I don't remember what the dates is. So right now, you see, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, right? So once we close this out, I'm gonna sit down. By the time I go to sleep, who knows? It's gonna be like 6 in the morning, 7 in the morning, something like that, right? Then hopefully I can get like 13 hours or something, right? Then it's going to be late when I wake up. But guess what, guys? It's already about to be Sunday. And guess what I do on Sunday? I got to prepare the lesson for the live stream Monday. So it's like I just finished this study. I need y'all to understand. It's like I didn't, it's literally, I just finished this study and now I'm preparing 15 hours sitting here to work on the other study. And then I do the Monday live and then I go to sleep and I do the Tuesday Bible study. And then I have that Wednesday to try to crash. But then after I crash for that whole 13 hours, it's Thursday. And Thursday, I got to prepare for the Friday Bible study again. So it's just like, it doesn't stop. It's just, I get a crash on the Wednesday and on the Saturday, y'all willing. And then I prepare for the next study. So I never stop working. That crash is to recover for all I did for the whole week. So it is what it is, right? And I'm like, this is insane, y'all. And that's why I cut down. Remember, I used to have another day. We used to do the 25 to life. Oh my God, that's when I was getting no sleep. That was really bad. I was never, ever getting sleep. So praise the Most High that he made me stop doing the 25 to life, even though I loved doing it. And we used to have fun telling my life stories. So that's why now I guess he's blending me starting to tell some of them on this Bible study. So, but I miss our 25 to life story. We used to go live every Monday, and then we used to do Wednesday and Friday. So we was live Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then the Tuesday Bible study. I never had a break. It was too much. And I did that for like 3-4 years straight. And so I keep my water, right, in the glass jar, and this distilled water. I eat from the ground, and I keep righteousness, a positive spirit. I laugh. Laughter is key. Laughter is everything. I laugh. I like to laugh, right? I like to laugh. Joy. Joy is healing to the soul. It's of the Most High, and they want to steal your joy. So you got to find your joy. I was going to play a clip, but I'll save it. I was going to play this funny clip. I'll save it. I was about to say, I'll play this clip. It's so funny to me. And I'm stupid. Yeah, I'm like, y'all want to see it? I know they're going to be like, so praise y'all for laughter. Ish and giggles. You know what I mean? And, you can't be all uptight. That stress. That stress is a unaliver. It KILLS's. So the joy and the laughter, you got to find it where you can get it. And don't take things too serious. Like, be lighthearted. Your burden is light. You see, people who are that heavy, they carry a heavy burden. And I carry a lot on my shoulders, but you will never, if you see me outside of the Bible studies and the lessons, you would think I didn't have a lot on my shoulder. Because the way, yes, you got to balance it out, Sound of Music. Because you see, I'm a deep person, right? I'm a thinker, I'm a teacher and all that. But I balance it out with laughter all the time. I laugh all the time and smile. And so you would think like my burden is light, but it's my weight now. I don't call it a burden, but my load is light. But it's not, it's heavy. I'm carrying so many souls, right? With almost 100 of us in the ministry and all the souls, and some of you that I'm covering worldwide, and all of the spiritual warfare, all of the work, the ayadah. It's a heavy load, but I won't let it wear me down. I can't. That's why you see I enjoy myself on the studies, right? Laugh, smile, right? So we do the range of actions, And I know that makes it enjoyable as well. Who wants to watch something that's all boring and drab and dreary and praise the Most High? So, yeah, I think this is that new Scream show. I think they got a new one with the black people, right? Yeah, they play it. Then.
You see me? I'm waving.
The person I'm looking at's not waving. Heck, they're just staring at me.
Well, stare at his ass back. And don't blink. Never blink. You gotta scrunch the lips and be like, what?
You know so much about horror movies, and yet you still walked into the alley alone.
You fucking with a New York bitch. Cuckoo! Yeah!
Now, you know what's funny? Excuse the cusses. I don't like the cusses. I wish I can cut all that stuff out. You know what's funny about this clip that I love is when she said, cuckoo, and they said, yeah. That's that New York thing. You hear that one, yeah? That is a New York thing, I swear. It just makes me laugh. That one distant, yeah?
You fucking with a New York bitch. Cuckoo! Yeah!
Damn, he's on some Avenger shit.
Seriously, Latin?
I ain't recognize your bird call.
All right, so that wasn't my laugh. But anyway, I just played that because of when I was talking about the Scorpio thing earlier. All right, shout out to Victorious Yaron. You said you was at the second job. Shout out to brothers working 2 jobs, you heard? And yo, Yaron, we had some, what do you call himself? We had some Piggly Wiggly, some boar's head dude coming to my black people don't work. We don't have jobs. Black people ain't got no fathers, all this stupid stuff. You're on like, I got my 2 boys and 2 jobs, right? You're on like, I got 2 sons and 2 jobs. So somebody told you wrong, Mr. Jealous Man, Piggly Wiggly, right? All in his envy. I'm like, boy, that is the most feminine thing I ever seen. Except this, got another man taking up space in your head. You know what I mean? Why is another man, another culture taking up space in your head? That is the most shameful thing in the world. But there's an obsession, you know. They're obsessed with the so-called black, but it's because that the devil in them, everybody, for those who want to know why that's a thing, we're going to end with this. Oh, how come it was a question? What was it? You had a question or something?
Yes.
All right, let me say this one thing, then we do that, then we're going to close. For those who might want to know, why does that exist? What is that? All right, let me explain what that is. The devils, right? Spirits that want to possess the children of man, the son of man, right? Children of Adam. Now, there's the seed of the serpent and the seed of man. All right? Now, the serpent's seed are Nephilim, right? They call them reptilians and all that, blue bloods and all that, right? They are descendants of the fallen. They're Nephilim. They're hybrids. Okay? They exist on this earth too. Those are powers that be, right? The 1% that want to enslave us all. Why the masses of of a lot of the white brothers and sisters, why they're so obsessed is because the devils, the spirits, inhabit, possess their temple through the legal portal, everybody listen, of the Most High choosing this nation of people to enact the judgment on his people that he chose and made a covenant with to help bring salvation to all the other remnants of his children under the curse of Adam's transgression. Listen clearly. A remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people. he chose the lineage, the nation of people, which is the total furthest opposite Kalalaya from the original black gene or germ or seed, which man come from black to black cherry to round to red to red to brown to red to red, all the way to what you would call white. It's the total opposite, the furthest at the other end of the spectrum. Now, the nation of people that he chose to enact the judgment, they have a continence. The Most High knows everything about his children's makeup. Now, I know some of my black brothers and sisters, y'all gonna be like, they are not children. No, yes, you're wrong. Some whites are not children of Adam, right? Some, just like some blacks are not children of Adam. They're Nephilim. So that's where you're wrong, okay? Because we, the so-called blacks, we give birth to white. We give birth to red hair, blonde hair, blue eyes, green eyes, white skin, the whitest skin, the whitest see-through albino where you can see the blood through the skin. Every nation comes from the original seed germ, and every variation, every mutation from the original. So the remnant of the so-called, now they're not white, that's the problem, where these people name these things Caucasian or white. These serpent seeds made up all these titles, right? So anyway, but the remnant of the so-called whites who are righteous are our descendants. They are the children of Adam and Eve. Yeah, they're the black woman's children. Sorry, not sorry. And the serpent seeds know that. Serpent seeds know everything. The 1%, the blue blood Nephilim. Now anyway, so the Most High chose this nation to enact the judgment because, I'm going somewhere, because there was attributes that this nation possessed that the Most High was using to enact the curses. Now, he said that they went far above and beyond what is morally righteous, and they would be judged for that. This is the ones who went too far. Now let me explain this part. It's the part that can confuse some. There is another people, Nephilim, who the Most High sent against us that would have no regard for the old head or the young. They would be void of empathy or compassion. They would be Nephilim, monstrous. These people are not fully human. So there is a class, this is what people mix up. There was a Nephilim beings, there was a bunch of them, black ones too. There was a group of Nephilim beings in ancient history called the tall whites. Y'all might have heard of it, right? I know most of y'all heard of it. And the tall whites were a Nephilim lineage of people. And they were extra, like Nephilim, extra big and white and really pale, like albino, and spooky, like alien type. And they were nothing to play with. You had black Nephilim. They're coming back. All that stuff is coming back at the end times. You're going to see them. The black ones too. Monsters, all type of heads. That's why ancient Kemet show all the heads and got an eagle's head and all that type of stuff. Those are Nephilim. They had black ones. Nothing to play with. Some big and giant. Some in the some in the ground dwellers, underground dwellers, right? Black ones. White ones, different variations, Nephilim. They're not fully human. cave dwellers, that's where you get your Horites, okay? And you get to, some of the Neanderthal breed of people, Nephilim. Now, some of the whites, they got that lineage tied to it. You understand? Just like some of the blacks, we mix with the Canaanites. You understand? So some of that lineage, it's the what's the name of the blood lineage? The splicing and mixing. Remember, Esau mixes seed with every nation. Horites, everybody. Not one nation that Esau mixes seed with. That's why the Most High was so upset at Esau. You understand? Dan, the tribe of Dan, mixed his seed with almost every nation. Okay? The Phoenicians, the Hellenes, the Greeks, the Romans come from so you gotta, all right, so there was a twofold thing. There was people coming to enact the curses who are not fully a people. They're Nephilim. Then there is the sheeple who will be enacting the curses, and they will be influenced and led by the Nephilim people who ain't really a people, but they would look alike. So this is where the confusion would come in, because a lot of the reptilian 1% serpent seed class would look like just regular so-called whites. Unless you look close, then you see they got reptilian eyes. That's your Hillary Clintons, these celebrities and stuff. You see them shape-shifting all on the news and stuff, right? So now they have black of this 1% too, like Obama and them. They belong to this blood lineage. So I'm telling this story. I forgot why I started it right now. But anyway, if the Most High want me to, he'll remember where I was going with it. So, thank you, Father. There you go. He wanted me to explain for y'all to think, then why do these people obsess over us so much? It's because when they got chosen, I'm talking about the regular whites who are not descend from who are not Nephilim. They are children of Adam, the regular ones. Those are the ones who ride with us. That should shock, because like our John Browns, right? Our Thaddeus Stevens, all some of the Quakers, the ones who helped us out, the ones who ride with us, who riding for Karmelo. I gotta do a pause with Karmelo. We still want justice for Karmelo, right? Absolutely, because he was unrighteously, he had unfair justices. He was defending himself. That was a self-defense case, but we need to pray for Karmelo, because he got some serious issues if those text messages on his phone are correct. So we pray for our young brother. We ain't leaving him out to dry. All right, praise the Most High. But for those who stand with us and fight for Nolan's, for his justice for him, you know what I mean? That stand with it, and for Karmelo's too. You see what I mean? Justice for Karmelo, all right? And keep praying for our young brother Karmelo. He needs our prayers. And, if you want, you could pray for Hunter too, right? These youth, because these youth are destroyed. You know what I mean? And R.I.P. to young Austin. Now, because, we were all in sin and transgression at one point, right? But, some of them be raised with the serpent. So their dad passed that real wicked evil. So that's the point I'm trying to make. You're like, why do they have this obsession? It's like we can't understand it. It's because some of the so-called whites, they inherited from them having the inaction to enact the curses through their lineage, their bloodline, their ancestors. The serpent seed, fallen angel, has found an entrance into them through their generations. So it's a possession. The serpent seed wants to possess them, to make them have a biblical hatred, to continue to enact the curses, to continue to destroy Yah's anointed, because Yah's children, when they come out of sin and transgression, they usher in the serpent's demise. Do you understand? And the serpent seed lose their kingdom. So they need to possess the so-called white masses to have a supernatural possession. That obsession is a possession. Okay? All right? Now, that obsession is a possession. Lord Naruto, he said, you do realize with Karmelo Anthony, there's a whole video showing the entirety of the interaction. Well, yeah, I've seen enough when we broke it down months ago that to me, it was self-defense. So I'm not sure what side you are working on, but I know those 6 brothers tried to jump him. They did jump him, and he defended himself, right? I wish he didn't have to use a knife. I wish the young man didn't lose his life, but I see it as self-defense. All right. Now, I ain't got no misinterpretation of nothing. I don't care about what Texas ain't nothing but another bootleg state of racist, just like New York, just like Mississippi, just like California, just like all the rest of America's stolen land. You heard? So I ain't got the, no, sorry. But I understand what you're saying, but I'm good. I'm an elder. I done seen way too much. I know self-defense. I know of 6 people. I know if you and 5 others come and try to assault me and you get something in your chest, that was self-defense. I was defending myself. I know they need to leave people alone. All right, that part. All right, let me continue so I can close out. So the reason why they have this obsession, okay, all right, we're going to ignore Lord Fuqua. Sorry, Lord Fuqua, you're too late. I ain't about to entertain you right now. You're too late. Come back. We live again Friday. No, it is Friday. We live again Monday about 9:30 Eastern Standard Time. Come on back. We can entertain you there with your little history lesson since you don't know no history. So anyway, let me continue. So yes, it's a possession, Brother Badley. That's why we can't understand it, and a lot of them don't know it. You see? And the reason why they got this possession, Bradley, is because the spirit got legal right through their generation. So they would literally have to stop the curse of the possession like we have to do. So to my righteous white brothers and sisters who take hold and they rebuke the sins of their ancestors, right? And they stop it with their generation and they raise their next generation to not have this hate that's removing, they're exercising that devil out and sending them back. They're stopping the continuation. And the serpent seed, the serpents want that to continue because as long as they can continue to possess the remnant of our righteous white brothers and sisters, to have this biblical hate and to oppress and destroy the so-called black, and keep them in poverty and lack, then the blacks will continue to be in want and poverty breeds violence, it breeds chaos. So they won't be in shalom, they won't be in peace. And so that's disruption, the author of confusion is Hasatan. It'll keep the blacks in confusion, thus keep them to curse themselves. The Bible says if we get them to curse themselves. So if they do that, so the serpent seed is the fallen, they still manipulating the regular white masses, right? And then you got the actual physical reptilian 1% serpent seed, that's the puppet master plan, right? To enslave us all. And that's why it takes the remnant, and they want the blacks, remember, they want to start the racial war so that the blacks can feel angered and triggered, and the masses of the whites can feel angered and triggered, and we going at each other, thus cursing ourselves, thus keeping this rule of the serpents on earth as long as we continue to not repent and become one in righteousness. But if the remnant of the so-called whites repent and rebuke, and the remnant of the so-called blacks repent and rebuke, and the other nations, the reason why I keep saying the whites and the blacks, because those are the two extremes. For those who want to know, if y'all want to realize, y'all like, why is it always a white and a black? Because everybody else is in the middle. Though, remember, everything works in the streams. If you cover two ends, if I'm trying to do something and I cover this extreme and that extreme, then I got the whole thing together. You see, I don't have to worry about what's in between as long as I control. It's like trying to control the beginning of the block and the end of the block. I'm controlling the entrance and the exit. So everything else in between is mine. Yes, it's polar energies. That's a good word, Bradley. So that's what they know that. So that's why it's always the white and the black. Everybody else in between, they in between the spectrum. You see? So Hasatan understands that. That's why Yah, Most High, used the polar opposites to enact the judgment on the children of Yasharel, on the covenant they made with him. But that time is up. So the righteous have to come and become one. And thus we end their rule. And the only way that they can continue to rule is to keep us at each other's head, to keep us going war with one another, and tries to never let us receive one another. You see? Thus I receive you as a righteous child of the Most High. You receive me, and now we both serving the Father in righteousness, and we both become one, fighting against them, the darkness, the serpent and his seed, thus reclaiming our true order that the Most High created us in. And that's when they call it the day of the Lord, the great Armageddon, the 1,000 years of woe. You understand? The judgment on the earth. Praise the Most High. All right. I'm closing. I said I was closing 10 hours ago. Now I'm really closing. You said, yeah, my throat is closing up too. You said there was one question that has something to do with this? You think I can answer it quickly? Is she here?
I'm here. It's from what Seal TV, they say. House of the Most High, what is your basis saying Karmelo was jumped by 6 people? His family never said that, nor did Dominique Alexander, I'm sorry.
I don't know who Dominique Alexander is, and it doesn't matter what nobody said. Our video, if you go back on our live stream, go back a month or two ago and look at our Karmelo videos. We broke down the video clip. We showed the brothers coming from outside the stadium to go into the tent. It was Hunter and his 3 boys, and then it was Austin and his 3 friends. And they all beelined unto the tent, and Karmelo was sitting down. Okay? This is the video footage, the facts. We slow it down, we show it as clear as day. Okay? Then Hunter went to him first, and then Austin went around him, and they were standing, and the others were right there. It was 6 of them. Okay, we saw them all walking beeline. They was headed like they was, their energy, they was about to set it, and they did. And then Hunter tells a story. He says, I approached them. I said what I was going to say. And then he started talking stuff. Then my brother stepped up like he always do for me. And he said something, and he started talking crazy. And then my brother snatched his bag. And then we such and such. And you see all the commotion go on, right? We showed it. You can see it slow. So there were 6 people approaching them. That's a threat. They called them, that was their crew. They call themselves the big boys. So not only do we know who the 6 was and can see it on the screen, they were known for bullying, okay? They said it on people. Now, so that's what the information is coming out about Austin them saying that they were bullies. We knew that from back then, okay? So that's all the stuff. So those, they call themselves the big boy club, right? So they were all kind of big too, right? To be for high schoolers, all right? So those 6 boys that's known for doing it, that's who approached him, okay? And he was sitting down, and they did whatever it is they're going to do. And if he was the one that actually stabbed him, that's what happened. And then he ran up and ran out. And then you see one run out the tent, and he threw something in the garbage, and the other one came and did this with the garbage and all that. So we broke down the whole case. So a lot of people now, they acting like they forgot the narrative, and it's like, oh, it was just one person. And no, it wasn't no one person. First of all, it was the two brothers. Hunter was the one who was antagonizing the whole thing. And he said, my brother stepped in like he always do, taking up for me. So now that's 2 against 1. And he grabbed them. And then the other they were right there. They were all right around him. And then you see all that commotion, but now we can't see that clearly. You think that all this commotion is going around. These boys, they jump people. So anyway, there you go. So that's self-defense, okay? If it was just 2 of them, that's self-defense. If it was just 1 of them, it's still self-defense. Nobody's supposed to put their hands on you. Ain't nobody supposed to snatch your bag, grab you, tell you to do, ain't nobody supposed to do nothing. Keep your hands to yourself. Because if you do that to the wrong person and they stab you or shoot you, then you're going to have to cry a river somewhere else. So we teach each other, don't put your hands on nobody. Okay? That's it. If they wouldn't have actually put their hands on them, nothing would have happened, honestly. They could have said, get out the tent. He's like, I ain't going nowhere. Man, get out the tent. Man, leave me alone. I ain't going nowhere. He said, just don't touch me. And they could have said, well, we're going to go tell the coach. We're going to see what the coach going to say. And guess what? None of this would have happened. So y'all going to miss me with all that other crap. Because if it was black dudes, 6 black dudes approaching young white man, it'd be a whole different energy. Y'all wouldn't be sitting up here acting like you know what you'd be calling them? A wild pack. Come on, y'all. They'd be calling them a wolf pack. They'd be like a pack of wolves of these black niggas, and they so thugs, and they want this, and there were 6 of them, and they did miss us. Sorry, not sorry. So that's how we know. Because I ain't forget, we showed it. We broke this case down like we doing the Nolan Wells case. You heard? With all the receipts, slowing it up on the screen, making it big, zooming in. We done seen it all. All right. Yeah, there would have been a gang of thugs. A gang of wild thugs and did this. It would have been all type of narratives. Now all of a sudden, it's just a one-on-one. He just pushed him. It was just a light push. And Karmelo's miss us. Now we know Karmelo was a thug. Finding out now if these texts, allegedly, if these texts are correct, he got problems too. So it was thugs trying to jump a thug. And unfortunately, they chose the wrong thug. All right. Il Golden said he didn't finish high school. Well, go back to school then. I'm sorry. It's okay. Go back to school. Look, guys. Il Golden said, Karmelo will cry a river and I didn't finish high school. Well, go back to school. The brain is a terrible thing to waste. You little Il Golden sick. If you sick, go to school and go to the hospital. All right. Welcome to the trolls. Hakyama, why they always come when we closing? It's like the devil just know. He like, Uncle's closing. Send some of my minions. They're like, minions. Go get him. He's trying to close. All right. We closing. Welcome to the house, you little devil trolls. You little feminine, because y'all ain't even real trolls. Y'all little scary trolls. Hey, Sandoval, they ain't even built to nothing. Y'all troll light. Y'all troll light. Look, you literally can't even read properly. I know you are, but what am I? The witching hour, right here they come, Victoria Sharon. Yo, Yalene, I was asking for them earlier. They like, here we are. Yo, he said, you literally can't even read properly. I know you are, but what am I? Little ill golden ill. What's your name? Ilk golden ilk? What's that? LL, golden I, ilk, golden ilk. Who you? Thank you for giving me a laugh on the way out. You trolls are made of peanut, y'all ain't even peanut butter. Peanut butter too thick. Y'all ain't got no mark. Where's the real trolls at? Y'all need to go to troll school. We need to start I meant to put his thing up there. I'm sorry, I put Akiyama's thing up there. He said, you literally can't even read properly. Literally. I know I am. I know you are, but what am I? Ilk, golden ilk. Boy, I swear, you just thank you for the laugh. Ilk, golden ilk. Thank you for the laugh. It's clowns. Welcome to the house of the Most High. But go to troll school. We need to start a troll school, guys. Y'all, I need to start a troll school. Y'all need some troll workouts. Y'all need to get your workout on. Cause y'all ain't enough. Y'all too weak. I need the trolls before used to have some gump. They used to have some oomph. What happened to y'all? Y'all got Epstein? Did Diddy get to y'all? The trolls done lost y'all and lost yourself. All right? He said golden. Y'all silly. All right? So anyway, ilk, golden ilk. Boy named Ilk. You know what ilk mean? Ain't nothing golden about you either. You need. All right. Have a blessed day. We just playing with you, ilk, golden ilk. May you repent, for the kingdom of Yah is at hand. All right? You see, right? Yeah, come on. They appear when I called them out. You see it happen, Bradley? They got diddied. All the trolls that got diddied. They tried to diddy in jail. You see it? You see them guys? They locked me. Somebody tried to grape Diddy. That's what he get. They tried to say, Diddy, take that. Right? Come on, Bradley. They came out once we started exposing them. Here they come. All right. Repent, golden ilk. For the kingdom of Yah is at hand. Repent. Get that devil off you. Send it back to where it's come. Repentance, you heard? Get right with the Most High, ilk, golden ilk. All right. Peace and blessings. Thank you, Akiyama, for your, I don't know if it was a question. I'm closing now. Thank you for your assistance. Thank you so much. Great job tonight, daughter of Yah. And thank you for everybody for joining me tonight. Joining the house of the Most High. Thank you for the moderators putting in all this hard work. I appreciate your work. The ministry, they're part of the ministry. Thank you for the ministry. Well, I don't know if we got anybody new. We had a couple of new people, right, Akiyama? Can we get a new person or two? Even though they shadow banned the mess out of us, right? Praise the Most High. So thank you, children of Yah, for welcoming the new brothers and sisters. Peace and blessings, Brother Leslie, out there in Cali, Sister A. Sandoval. Y'all get y'all some rest, because I'm about to get me. I still don't smell nothing, but I don't know what they're making something. I don't know what they're making. Maybe our salad, because sometimes they be making me a salad. They're like, you need to eat salad. I'm like, oh my God, that's why I don't smell nothing. They're like, you need to eat a salad. I'm like, oh my, I like salads though. Salad's good for you. But I get it. When I eat the salads, I think of the trolls going like this. I think of the gorillas, right? Trolls going like, they're like, how? Because gorillas, they eat all those things. So when I eat the salad, I can, when I chew the lettuce, I can feel it going through my my body. I know it's good for you. Okay. Right? Y'all, I don't smell nothing frying. They're gonna come in here with a big salad. I'll be like, oh my goodness. But I know it's good for me, so I eat it. I gotta eat it. Praise the Most High. All right, peace and blessings. Thank you for the ministry, for welcoming our anybody that came in new. And may the Most High cover and bless you all. Y'all go for shout out to A at KCRSNA. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Y'all go forth and be the light. Thank you, Brother Bradley. May you have a Sabbath day, the Shabbat day. For those who keep the Shabbat, the Sabbath day, may you have a rest and recovery and reflect on Shalom Sabbath, and that's Yah's chosen. May you reflect on ways to repent for your sins and transgression and grow in the oneness with the Father on this set apart holy seventh day. And for everybody else, we'll see y'all live Monday about 9:30 p.m. Hopefully I can make a right title where they won't shadow ban us. Hopefully we can get back to about 300-400 people and we, praise the Most High. But I'm thankful for each the 100s who was here tonight. Praise him. If just one, right? Just one soul. May the Most High, shout out the Nosy Bug. May the Most High cover and bless you all. From the House of the Most High Ministries to you all worldwide, we love you with the love of the Father. All right? Peace and blessings, everybody. Peace and blessings.
He had secures and hooks us tight, a gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Bible study.